Okay, it's about time. All right, just to start. Okay, it's about time. Sounds about right. Illuminati, confirmed. Never wear the shirt because it's drugs, and drugs are bad. But mushrooms and herb are a different story. Okay. Need a little bit of dinner. And just waiting for some people to come in. I figured why not just do it while making dinner. Why do I have to wait? Let's see what we got here. Much love to everybody. Looks like Eric's going live. We didn't start the fire. Oh no, that's an upload. All right. Let me drop the link. Link to join. And yeah, so we got some sweet potato, some cauliflower, carrots, celery, mushrooms, and garlic, and green onions. That's about it. Whoever this guy is right here, super familiar. From his birth. Illuminati said a good way to lose viewers and push every stream time back until you have viewers. I'd love to come up to the panel with Tribe, though. He knows why. Well, all the time, I'm hoping to have some new people, but I do appreciate it. Maybe if someone can come. How about that? I'd like to have the Tribe open up with me. Oh, Tribe, why does my name look weird here compared to your favorite hand? I guess Tribe's keyboards are in echo chambers. Don't worry, Connie. Thought that was good. As I said, my 10th thumb, because it's playing. I love your video. Sell it. Anybody wants to join? Because if I try to get the video, it'll probably be ass. Illuminati is just flooding my chat there, so there's that. Man, really? All right, yeah, so kind of poppy. Link to join. Let me just try. Hold up. What up, Michelle? Gary? Mr. Gimpy? Oh, yeah, so kind of poppy. Link to join. Let me just try. Basically, this is kind of a test, but all right. Do a tab. This right here. I looked up and my stream popped up with MLK ROTH top in this. All right, but anyway, what's up, Orphan Annie? Good to see you. And Michelle. All right, so let me play this. Go to videos. No, my bad. It was. Here. Yeah, I know the tribe was going to unjoin, I thought, but. I did it earlier to the response that we just come out from Jews to the website talking about your infiltration, and the Lord's hand being upon this thing. So I got a brother with me, Jim Pittsburgh. You know, so we're gonna go into this article and read, and will it here take us, where they, you said that you want to open with brother, right? Yeah, I got you. So we can start the book of Isaiah chapter 9 verse 16. I'll put it on the screen. Isaiah chapter 9 verse 16. Bear with me, my computer working hard right now. Isaiah 9. Let's start at verse 13. Sorry. Isaiah 9 and 13. I'll read it. You can going. Okay, well, okay, I am an artard. No problem. Yeah, I am an artard. It's not the right video. But the Lord really ultimately going to deal with him. Okay? And then how they were behind these people in these big persons. Deliver themselves. When that's how the Lord said it to be done, we talk about the in direct opposition to what the Most High said. And he said that nobody's going to redeem us out of the situation. The Lord has to take us out of this. You know, so whenever people stood up and tried to accomplish these things, then the Lord, he didn't allow the prosper. You have something to say? No. See the Edomite background, you know, behind the scene with the wizard about her back. It's dealt with a lot of these, you know, these people acting like they're for you, but they're not. 18 months, but still on guard. Here's the person, federal officer. So, that same kind of which is why you speak things. This to show hatred and inspire terror. They gonna be calling us terrorists. Even though we're just speaking words of Yahweh Hashem Shah, they're gonna fantasy to be the capital of this new code that they're trying to. A child is a son is given, and they shall upon shoulder. Shall upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Okay, verse 7. Yeah. Of increase of upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom to order it, and to establish it with judgment and justice, and for even forever. The zeal of the Lord, the host will perform this. Right, so this is what we're waiting for. Heavenly Father, Yahweh sends on you God's son, Yahweh that's the deliverance. This is what we're waiting for. See, these other ways that these Black Panthers try to come up, these other different organized groups that we mentioned, that they seem to believe that it's called, see, they're going to come up some other way. You know, all of these ways have failed in the past, like the Black Panther Party. You know, all these other organizations that he is using to basically set us up, try to get us on the street so we can be. They can use them to associate us with them. But they know it's not our message. But they know we're using witchcraft, we're using media, that they can make people and say, shit, that's what they teach. It says, no, voice. You know, the black women. I just felt like put on shades. You don't have to do that, you know? That's it. What you need to do is see Christ and see Jesus so that you can hear the difference. That's what you need to start with, you know? Right? Where we can see Christ jump down. Jump down the first. Okay, come on. Isaiah 9. The Lord said words. Like it, upon Israel. Jump in. That's it. Jacob, not to Edom, not to Ishmael, not to Moab, not to Ammon, not to Ham, not those, only Israel, but we know it's only the elect of Israel. Right? Verse 16. Even the research quoted, John 15 says, the house I said unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Right? Barely put up. Verse 1 of John 10. Verily, I say to you, he that entereth not by the door is a sheepfold, climbing up some other way, the same as a thief. Right? You don't know when you bring the glory upon yourself. Like, you know, the God glory goes great glory to him. Then you think, you know, you're not doing it. It's not going to prosper.
Lord, his hand is in it. You know, it's not going to work. You can't supersede the decree of the Most High. The Lord said He's going to deliver us. Some God, no whether it's by our
Why don't you come with a better idea? And even though I said I want someone new people, better than me. So we'll even take you, miss. I'm just kidding. Glad to be out here, sir.
Our people who they hold in esteem today are false leaders, false prophets. Now today's record one of the top, you might be the most top leading false leader. There are people look up to his brother, right? I don't know if you're down now. Leader, so we go by. You know, I'm having a lot of people want to take Martin Luther King. You know, a lot of people say, well, it's really dream that I was able to live my dream. You know, it was through you that, you know, I was able to do this. That meanwhile, they have no idea that Martin Luther King led us down destruction. Yeah,
you stop being a smart ass? That's up here, Mr. Tom.
You know, I got art I would like to show you guys. Maybe I can get them. What is this? Is this what you wanted? Or yeah, right here. Yeah, that's one right here. Okay, so I want to show you guys the article. You know, real quick. Make sure I'm the part that is really involved with Martin Luther King.
Yeah. My audio's trash, I know.
I got brother in the comment voice. Thanks to MLK, we got shit with these help shit. Alright, so this is Rothschild. Rothschild was a steadfast supporter of the civil rights movement and racial equality. They wanted us to be them because we were segregated. We had some kind of some sort of dig out one kind of, you know, compensation perfectly. But we had a better supporter. Man was home. You know, working. He's a support. You know, you had to demand being taken out of home. People were even built in the system and all that stuff. Once that started taking place, any kind of
terrible. There's on.
But people understand that because they didn't live by carnally. So all they can believe in, and all they seek to validate themselves. Things, you know, and you see that same mindset today upon our people, whereas if it doesn't come from Esau, then it cannot be true. If Esau doesn't validate it, then your word means nothing. Right? They look at like when you talk about your list the other day when I was on the lottery. You say everything. Say that they don't think it's like good. My Lord is the vessel. You just have another. Right. Hold on, go ahead. The same reason I say that. Now I'll read this article. Your land back, and I see guys on comment like that. But hey, you know, he was if you guys see the thumbnail, he was equating with the Rothschild. Whatever. The world, the Nike groups are minds. So they're main assets right now. So if you have a handle, they should be more religious, right? This is why we let you know these bodies leaders are for your face. That maybe I'll tell you funny, man. The same reason the organization couldn't run. You can away from that's your heritage. You can be yourself. As a rabbi, or prison. The elite view. The so-called rabbi. You know, you see the record. So it was the man that
Okay. I don't know what's going on right now. Like, what the fuck, bro? Hold on.
where no wood is, there the fire go out. So where there's no tailwind, it was the man that season. And was wood running to gold. It was a fire. So the contentious man, it was strife. The birds are tail bearer, and they go down to the inner parts of the belly. It was. Folks probably
Yeah, it sucks because I totally lost this. I was gonna play.
It's how E did when he was coming over to speak this peace agreement of peace, but really he was imagining how he can overthrow us. Roughly paraphrasing. Well, this is the same way Edom sets up these black preachers to do. When you go back into dealing with like the Planned Parenthood situation, all those abortion clinics that appeared up in our communities. Well, to push the narrative and to push that agenda, who did they use? No better than the black preachers. They literally said, let's use the leaders and the black preachers of the community to push our message. And these are men of God, knowing the Lord does not deal with abortion. That's murder. That's murderous. Murder. So we should excited. So that, I forget why I was even reading. I want to get that one. Whisper. I said, you talking about MLK being Michael King. Did you know that? That was his real name, Michael King. And he got to change him, Martin Luther. And when you look up Martin Luther, that's the name of another devil, man. You might going back. Let me see. Margaret. Sanger's Planned Parenthood mission in a 1939 letter to Dr. C.J. Gamble, Sanger urged guy, really is geared toward everybody. It's geared toward Israel. The guy's name is Stephanie.
My bad.
All right. He says, what has been said about conspiracy theory about the population of the planet? This article says our classical followers trail statements going back decades. Our world leaders confirming that existing plans to depopulate the planet Earth.
Is there sound? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. What's going on, man?
He said it in an underhanded way. He's talking about our people. And another one, real quick, you put up the definition, I believe. It's now thing that is already having or been decided, but affecting. Fear about it, even them.
Why is there no sound? Ow! Fucking cunt.
You can reverse. Except, so that back was a beta company. Okay, so she was like, I'm not mistaken. This is a quote by President Nixon. I believe what was necessary as a form of eugenics. Rachel Reed talking about Jake's Israelite spreading. Theodore Roosevelt to Charles B. Davenport on January 3rd, 1930 says this. He said, I wish very much that the wrong people, who are these wrong people he's talking about? The wrong people could be prevented entirely from breeding. Knowing the evil nature of these people is visually flavored, this should be done. Criminals should be sterilized, and feeble-minded persons forbidden to leave offspring behind. He's talking about the year 1913. So, Planned Parenthood, like we was talking about Margaret Sanger earlier, that's one of the tactics they use to slow down the rate of dating. Nonetheless, we still we still make dates like eggs.
It seems like my sound's working. It seems like the PC sound is working. For the most part. Now that I'm a half hour in, would anybody like to fucking come up, please?
Farmers committed their best stock not to breed, and all the increase of first stock will be treated as fit inmates for the.
Share this again here.
People saying, our secretary right says, she said, we're trying to tell people, man, everything that takes place in society, a lot of it goes over your head towards your destruction. So why would a man, you put him up on the screen, put another opportunity, so you got to look at why anything somebody the Lord says is argument. It makes no sense. Well, it makes a lot of sense. He's not acting for his message,
Pathetic, bro. It's just fucked.
Yeah, that's good. That's when we speak about it, we should do. I got a quick talk about that. of this devil's tactics.
Wow, dude.
These homes where the man was taken out.
Well, I tried.
All the it's not and the Lord allowed us to see his times.
Well,
You know what I mean? Because most people, like, when you just start using the can, they see us see things. It goes in everything goes in. So for somebody to accept
it won't let me play it without it tripping out. Just too low end of a PC.
Go ahead, brother.
Look.
Woe be to the pastors, destroy and scare the sheep. Pastor, saith the Lord.
I like that. 3. Yep. OTW, why don't you help me out here, bro? I don't want to have to begin a whole new thing. I'd rather not.
Black Christian, colonial plantation Christianity, dogma teaching BS. You try to pay for it. Good people that they have blood on your hands, just like Israelites, they have blood on your hands. You got all that stuff that you're bringing. You got all that that you've done. You see?
Okay.
But the teachers you're looking to, false teachers are
That's gonna die. Shit. All right. Dude, you know what? Kill me. If no one's gonna help me broadcast, I'm gonna end it. How about that?
contrary to everything, you know, that's righteousness. They were programmed to love wickedness. So they were programmed to love righteousness. Okay, the wicked authority. You know, that give us. The Lord has that written agenda. You are going to be that power.
Any better? Not any better. Cool. Any better at all? Any better? Not even a little. What is the opposite of broadcasting excellence? I guess it would be broadcasting diarrhea, essentially. So that's what we've done here today. What is the opposite of broadcasting excellence? I guess it would be broadcasting diarrhea, essentially. That's what we've done here today. Let me try this again. Okay, so no one can help me come up, play a video. Maybe if I just talk, right? If no one wants to come up, help me play a video and stream it for fucking something. But really, all you gotta do is, just come up. Oh, did I put open panel in the fucking title of this? Oh my god, bro. Wow. Wow. Guys, give me a minute. Hold up. So, yeah, all someone needs to do is help me come up, or help by come up and play this video. I'll be saving this broadcast. 44 minutes in, there's 4 watching. Someone do the right thing. 5 watching, numbers increasing. You're good, OTW. It's all good, bro. I might just cut it. I need to fucking step up this PC game. I got to step up this PC game, man. Merlin, shut up. Well, all right. I fucking tried. So there's that. Marco says I should start a new one, but I don't think he realizes I'm going to have the same problem. Probably because it's basically like until I step up my game, I'll have to rely on people making this broadcast good, because if they just join the panel, then like even if I drop off, right, or anything, they'll still be there. So that's why it was great to have Illuminati there. It's great to have Jeffrey there on the first stream. So really, until I step up my PC game, I'll be dependent on other people to make this broadcast special. Which, ironically, I would be dependent on Google Flat, any special traits whatsoever. Unlike Mr. Paul, and Mr. Zach, and Mr. Eric O'Shane, Mr. Cack Jack Talk, and Mr. Wizard. Mr. OTW News, and Mr. Zetetic Warrior. I don't know why. Like, why would the sound go out? Like, why would that be an issue? It doesn't even fucking make sense, bro. Yeah, pre-record and do premieres for now. I feel that. Here, let me just see if I can play this in the background, and then let me do like this. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, this is not gonna work. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't know what an external sound card is, but I will, I guess, look into that, sir. The sound card takes up the same resources as the Ethernet card. All right, let me just review these messages, I guess, then. So the stream went to garbage. Let's look at Yep. So at least I'm but now hopefully have some people ready to go with me on the stream. Otherwise, I have the same tech issues. Pineapple's cooking us dinner. Yeah, I need to go finish that up. And, yeah, I'll be more prepared next time because this was a fucking fail. But I think I'm gonna run out of StreamYard record time soon. I might have to buy the package or the first plan. As much as I don't want to, I gotta talk to Farrow about avoid paying that actually. Freedom Grower, if you are here, sir, I would like to know how you avoid paying for the monthly fee there on StreamYard, because I would definitely like to avoid it as well. All right, but yeah, much love, everybody. This was a failure. Appreciate you coming to this failed broadcast. As G Girl would say, the pineal unempowered or disempowered podcast, or PIS powered. Pineal PIS powered people podcast with pizza. Pizgate. There's so many messages. Like, what? At least you guys got to talk at least. That's cool. It's mostly Tommy, that's why. Mostly Illuminati. Yeah. Okay. So this is just one of many failed podcasts. Nothing new here. Yeah, Pat says to do pre-records and then premiere them. Yeah. I just like interacting with the chat. But then again, I guess I could like, interact with the chat. So just not live, not in live time, but just highlighting all the messages. He waits once a month for it to reset. Ah, okay. He waits once a month for it to reset. Wait. Hold on. Processing that into my brain. Hold on. What? like he waits a week, like after 3 weeks, or like what? I don't get it. He does multiple long streams, so he has to surpass that 20 a month, I would think. I mean, that would be 5 hours a week. 5 hours a week on StreamYard. Yeah, 5 hours a week. So that, so you could do a broadcast Monday to Friday for an hour a day, but I think Dick's doing more than that, but I could be wrong. What are you saying? Nope. Oh, what? Am I wrong, sir? Am I wrong, Mr. Patrick? Am I wrong, Mr. Patrick? Oh, he uses YouTube. Oh, no panels, right. So like this stream, yeah, I could totally be doing this on YouTube. I'm technically wasting my StreamYard time because it's just me up here, which is fucking retarded, because I should save this for panels, like how I have open panel in the fucking title of this, and no one's come up yet. But all right, I guess no one's gonna. I'm probably just gonna come up, save this podcast, make the first hour that was wasted. Play this video here. I got queued up about Martin Luther King and the Rothschild connection from this smaller channel, but it's not something people talk about a lot, which is why I wanted to touch on. What is because of my tech issues, sir? Everything here is because of my tech issues. I know that. This is a garbage PC. And I did the C cleaner too. I ran the C cleaner. Let me see. Run cleaner. Let me do this one more time. I'm going to run the cleaner one more time. I'm going to run the cleaner. I hope fucking does something. Probably not. Yeah, I need to upgrade. I know. I don't know about top priority, but I guess should be. And I guess in the meantime, I could here. Let me test this out. Can I share my? Let's see. 55 minutes and 50 seconds and 5 people are watching. I love. It's great. You are beyond C clean. You are beyond C cleaner. So you are beyond C cleaner. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right, dude. Yeah. Well, all right. I might as well just cut my losses. Shout out to One on One Podcast and Tommy Truthful. I'm just gonna go back and watch their stream from tonight. And then probably Polly will stream over at Proper Instruction Motivates People. So I'll probably catch those 2 streams. Try to. And if anybody else streams, I might hop over there. I was trying to do an open panel and it failed miserably. So the next one, I will be more prepared. Although I thought I was prepared for this one, but I'll have people prepared with me. Some Pioneer Power people prepared. Because Peter Piper picked a pepper and all that good stuff. So maybe Pat will be there because he's got a P name. So I'm just going to go for an extra minute here. Make it an hour. Title it Garbage Stream, Don't Watch. No, I'll probably just set this to private, actually. It's all good. Let me see something here. C cleaners. Application's taking a long time to close. Would you like to force it to close? No. What? Yeah, I get you on the Premiere. I want to do more open panels, though, Mr. Pat. So, but the open panel thing, I got to step on my PC for. Unless other people dominate the broadcast, I guess. Yeah, I need to get my equipment game up, so. No. Yeah, but it's pretty cool that even 5 people will come here and listen to me fucking fail miserably and just talk shit for a second while I figure this tech issue out. So much love to y'all. I guess I'll end it. It's coming up on an hour. No. The sea cleaner shit is weird, man. All right. What up, Mr. Gnostic Chef? I'm just failing miserably here on the tech-ish, but it's all good. I'll get the hang of this. In the meantime, I guess you guys could go back and watch the RIP Truther stream with Illuminati confirmed. No, I know. I'm not failing. I'm just tripping a little bit. Gotta step up. Gotta step it up. That's all. But yeah, so I'm gonna go over that one-on-one podcast. I'm gonna go to Proper Instruction Motivates People, and that's gonna be my night, I guess. And maybe I'll try to set up a open panel for tomorrow. Yeah, my sound is ass, bro. And in an hour, nobody wanted to come up and help me redeem this broadcast. But that's okay. Because it just shows me that I need to step up my shit here. I can't depend on other people to come up and share the video for me. Because then, yeah, fix my mic. It's my laptop mic, bro. I know, man. I don't have any equipment, so I'm being unrealistic. All right. With that being said, peace out. Here, I guess I'll just drop this link here. Since it is relevant, and I'd rather not even oh wow. What do you know? What do you know? I'm so surprised. What a pleasant surprise. Oh, mute. You're on mute. My bad. I had you on mute there. I can't hear you. What's going on? It keeps muting you. Like I just unmuted you and it re-muted you.
I think I have bad connection too.
I think you're on mute.
I'm on mute? Oh, okay. You can't hear me?
So weird.
Hello? Yo.
Oh my god. Like, what is happening? Like, my PC is being effed with. It keeps muting me, and then I don't know what just... Okay, hold on a second. Michelle, come back up. What the fuck happened? Oh, okay. Your laptop connection is ass. Well, that's unfortunate. That, Mr. Patrick, was Mrs. Michelle Moretti. What a pleasure for her to grace this broadcast. This terrible Pineal Powered People podcast with terrible production. But Pat will hopefully help me redeem that on the next stream. In the meantime, we're just working out the kinks. And everything's for a reason. Because we have the beautiful, lovely Miss Michelle Moretti come up. So, all in divine timing. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Hold on. All right. Seems like I'm not the only one with terrible equipment, so that's cool. Yes, broadcast excellence. Sir, would you like to come save this broadcast? Because I'm an hour in, and I was going to stop it multiple times, but like Paul, when he drags things on that should end, I've learned that sometimes you just have to hold on, be patient, and sometimes a gem will just come along. So maybe a gem of the opposite gender than the beautiful Mrs. Moretti. Maybe someone of the male gender can come up here and help me redeem this broadcast, since she, like I, has terrible equipment, allegedly. And you can't hear me. Got it. Yeah, I have OBS, sir. But yeah, there you go. Sure. I don't know why my sound is not coming through. Oh, it is coming through. What? It was on mute. All right, my bad. Hold on. Wow. Yeah, the reason I didn't want to start this over is because it already had like over 10 likes. It kept going up and down too, like up to 11 likes, not back down to 9, back up to 10, down to 8, up to 11. It's like, okay. But I would imagine some people maybe came back and re-liked it. Do that all the time on other channels. I'm always having to re-like stuff. No sound. Got it. Well, all right. I just don't want to make you guys wait here anymore. There's like literally 8 of you waiting. Nothing. I don't know what the fuck Emux is. Would anybody be interested in going live with me, actually, and playing one-on-one podcasts last video? Because I really enjoy his content, and same with Tommy Truthful. He's been on Donut Factory. So I just like to mirror their content, essentially. All right, this is too much. Too much. I'm gonna end it. Hour and 10 minutes. Hour and 11 minutes. Yeah, might as well. Michelle redeemed the broadcast with her 30-second appearance. Made it all worth it. So it's okay. All happens for a reason. Your content is better. What do you mean by that, sir? I'm not sure what you mean by that, sir. EV Mux. All right, whatever. You know what? I tried, dude. Sometimes you want to think like you don't have to invest more money, you know, but you do. You just do. That's just the way it is. Things will never pace the same ever again. I'm gonna finish my dinner. You guys want to just watch me make dinner? I mean, if you have nothing better to do, right? Yeah, you might as well. You guys have no lives. Essentially, probably have nothing better to do. Should be learning, could be reading a book, but you're here. You're watching me cut sweet potatoes. And so get this, right? My cat got out again yesterday. And I had a neighbor knock at my door. He said, "Yeah, we think your cat's in our yard." I said, "Oh, lovely. Are you sure? Because could swear have the doors locked." But sure enough, she crept out one of the doors. Yeah, so this seems to be working. So I guess I could just share my camera. That's pretty black. Maybe I'll just do a stream of cooking dinner, and people will watch that, you know? And I'll remind them that food shortages are a PSYOP, which is actually kind of, I think it's helpful. Brings people out of a state of fear. You know, the thought that food could run out, you know, when we live in like the world, you know. But yeah, shout out to Gnostic Chef. Let me what up, Mr. Dick? Yeah, I don't know anything about that, Mr. Tribe. But if anyone wants to help me redeem this broadcast, it's been terrible. Besides Michelle coming on, it's been terrible. But that could change. That could change at any time. I'm just making some sweet potato, celery, cauliflower, mushroom, carrot, onion, garlic, green onion concoction. Don't really know what I'm doing. Never do. Pretty much everyone in here is a cook. That's kind of cool, though. As far as I know, everyone cooks in here. Well, I don't know about Michelle, but I would think so. Most people I know who don't know how to cook rely on really garbage food. Well, fast food, essentially. Yeah, I think one of my best memories as far as in food was definitely meeting Guy Fieri and Emerald Gassi and all them. The same week, it was all the same weekend, so it was just like one great weekend of meeting all these people. Almost meeting Snoop Dogg as he rode by in a golf cart, and meeting Al Roker on the staircase as he came down the staircase. It was hilarious. Like, Mr. Roker, is that you? And he like clearly was trying to hide himself. He had like his hat down. I think he had glasses on. Coming down the staircase of the Lowe's Hotel in South Beach. That was hilarious. And I think I saw Robert Downey in the bathroom, but I'll never know for sure if it was him. But it looked like Robert Downey Jr., man. For real. Definitely looked like him. Dude, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Coconut chickpea curry. It's right up my alley. Coconut and curry being two of my favorite things, indeed. Oh, that's right. I need onion. What am I doing, man? Yeah, people are always worried about carbs, but I say if you want good carbs, ultimate, for real. Sprouted is a different, a whole different game. Super bioavailable, not processed. Well, minimally processed, but really some would say not processed at all. I mean, yeah, it is interesting how I just can't stop thinking about this Mandela effect with Bragg's vinegar, because I always remember it being with the apostrophe. Where is that? Yeah, here it is, Bragg. Like, see, I got the nutritional yeast here, but like the apple cider too. But it was always Bragg's, the apostrophe S. Now it's just Bragg. So really interesting. My grandma talked to this lady one time and said she was a bitch. Where's she at? Right there. Patricia. I don't always use animal products, but when I do, little ghee. You know, not always ghee, but when I am, it's because I'm about to eat it. So yeah, I'm really just gonna end this if no one's gonna hop up and play a video or even just talk shit. The rest of the video, I mean the rest of the comments, and then probably just end it, man. Bison bean burrito. Damn, dude, bison. Yeah, I've only had bison maybe like, I don't know, a couple times in my life. But yeah, is Paul going live or what? If Paul's not going live, then I'm sure someone else is. But in the meantime, you're here, which is pretty cool because I'm not doing shit. Oh yeah, Dick. How do you watch? How do you what was I gonna ask you? How do you not run out of StreamYard time? How do you go over? Can you guys see this as I like do this with the comments? If I like replace the pinned messages, you can, right? It's kind of cool. I could just pin all the fucking comments. Does it pop up for you? So you wait once a month for it to release. Hey, get out of there. No. Gotta love that cast iron. I mean, what am I saying? Copper. Ginger. Yeah, I would have loved to try some of that coconut curry, man. Coconut chickpea curry sounds bomb. Can't believe y'all are hanging out. It's crazy. I have anything better to do. Wow. Love plants, but I eat meat too. Yeah, I give in occasionally. I have been eating before. Not as long as Mr. Dick, though. That is crazy, sir. I was hardcore vegan for 7 years, and body and mind went downhill. Being extreme as I am, went full meat hard. When I get to lower elevation, I may try vegetarian and see if I thrive it. Yeah. I'm kind of vegetarian myself, but yeah. So I have barely touched on the MLK topic, but it's because I want to show some videos. But yeah, the whole point was just how you know, you don't hear a lot of people talk about that when referring to it, and people who fail to you know, remember history are doomed to repeat it, right? So that's kind of what's the point of the stream. Just looking at these messages. Yeah, fish is the protein that. Yeah, fish is probably fish and fowl. It's definitely the most ideal protein, I would say, out of the meat, animal proteins. But you know, I would tell people don't even eat pig because it's like, watch Mind Unveiled's video on how pigs were like crossbred with human DNA or some shit. I don't know. They seem like pigs were man-made. Boar is a different story. Wild boar is, you know, a different story. But anyway, I don't want any. I don't want any pork. I'm good. I'm not gonna say I haven't had it here and there on accident. A little bacon on a pizza or something, and I just ate it. But it's a fucking once in a blue moon type of thing. What up, Mama? Say hi. Oh, no. No? Want to say what's good? Oh, she's scared. She's like, technology, get away from me. I kill so many people. Why do you think your fucking scamdemics happen? To the next generation of technology that gets rolled out, dummy. Whoa. Whoa. You see, the food screams too. You can hear it screaming. So, like, people who say, you know, only animals suffer. I mean, do you hear it screaming? It's like, you know? So, wow, that's kind of creepy, actually. Now I feel bad. I think I'm just going to go breatharian again. Breatharian. Did that 3.5 day fast. Pretty fucking amazing, actually. I felt like remembering that I'm an immortal being. You know, now I don't have to eat every fucking 3 hours, which I don't anyway. So sometimes I fast for a whole day and like don't even really totally mean to. You know, like I get halfway through the day and I'm like, I might as well just fast. But yeah, I don't do it enough, truthfully. Should do that like every week. I should fast a day a week. I think everyone should. But I do it maybe once a month. And then in November I did the 3.5 day fast. Let me see here. Yeah, I actually didn't do it just now, but you're supposed to let onions sit after you cut them. Onions, garlic, cabbage. Should let it sit for like 10 minutes after you cut it because it activates an enzyme called allicin. Well, it's allicin, I think, in the onions. I'm not sure about the garlic. Something else. Let me try this again. Wow, the picture quality is terrible. Nice. Good stuff. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, blood type diet. I haven't looked into that a lot, but probably something there, definitely. So I'm gonna watch this back and see if the pinned messages come up. Hold up. You are learning, I guess. I don't know what I'm learning. I'm just kind of fucking around. But it's interesting to see the full capability of YouTube and like whatnot. But yeah, just really just like wishing someone would come up here. It's pretty disrespectful, to be honest, that you guys are just hanging out. You know what I mean? Letting me embarrass myself. As I seem super like just prideful or selfish or like conceited that I would think people would actually want to just see me sit here and cook, you know? Because I don't think that. I don't. This was supposed to be an open panel. This was supposed to be a co-creative experience where we could collectively come together and ponder conspiracies and cover-ups and PSYOPs and such, like the supposed civil rights movement. Something that was seemingly good, but had been infiltrated, like every other movement, like the Q anus movement, although that was pretty much compromised from the get-go. Pretty much the Bolshevik Operation Trust 2.0. But, yeah. But yeah. So we got Michelle in Canada. We got Patrick in Canada. We got Mr. Gnostic Chef, who I think is in Canada. I don't remember now, actually. And we got Mr. Dick, who's in Colorado, which is where my older sister lives. And then we got, who else we got in here? Mr. Tribe, who's in Florida, like myself. I forget where in Florida he's at. And then who else is in here? I'm just using my StreamYard time now. I do run out and I just stopped streaming. That's why I only do a few panels per month. I reckon somebody could work the system if that's what they are into. I use it as a limiter. So I. All right, I don't know what you meant by that there, but. Right, I'm gonna add some. I don't usually cook that high. But since it's potatoes, yep. So it's pretty cool because it's pretty much self-sustainable. But I'm sure he still goes to the grocery store for some things. That if I asked him, he'd say he does. Yeah, I'm probably never going to do a stream like this again, considering that, intent was to pretty much not at all. Like, I'm going to set this to private, actually, at some point. So people go back and watch it and then get that idea that the channel is just all like this. Yeah, Mr. El Perro is going to go, hopefully go live with me too. Yeah, I would like to do a stream all about trust. Because I know little about trust, but I'm trying to learn more. So I think just because somebody wants to have a stream, it doesn't mean they have to be super knowledgeable on the topic. Maybe they're trying to learn about it. It can kind of be a learning experience for everybody. But imagine like working your whole life and never even learning what a trust is. Or just in general, living your whole life never learning any of this deeper financial law kind of information that's pretty vital, I would say, to life. And they don't teach it in school, though. They don't teach what matters in school. They teach just enough to skate by and exist in the slave matrix, essentially. I never took business or entrepreneurship or whatever in high school, but really should have. Wish I would have. Spinach ricotta ravioli with caramelized. Dude, that sounds bomb. Serrano and an Alfredo with a marguerite pie? The fuck is a marguerite pie? It sounds gas. That whole thing sounds bomb. Yeah, we're cooking it up, man. See, that would be cool, like, to do, you know what we should do? Okay, an open panel where everyone's cooking dinner. Like, fuck it. Like, why not? Why not? Is anyone else doing it? Probably not. So all the more reason to do it. We got Mr. Mitch in the chat. You know what? My bad. I guess I should. Oh no, that's the link to the. I think it's an MLK video. That was a video I wanted to play. Looks like we're gonna have Mr. Mars Life. He might just save the chat. He might just save the stream. Although Michelle kind of did with her 15-second appearance. It also helps to know I'm not the only one with a garbage PC. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna do a whole stream on the topic, obviously, and I was hoping someone would come up and like help me play the video, because it's just, you know, until I step up my PC game, as you know, sir, it's gonna be terrible quality, and I'm gonna need to be dependent on other people to play videos, and even then, my sound is still an issue. So
Yeah.
but it seems like it's fine now.
No, it's not.
No, it's kind of like no,
Terrible.
not.
It gives me a headache. It's very annoying.
Yeah, you need to step up my game, dude. You need to step. Oh, that's why, you know, I have 7 people watching.
Well, you just need to stop doing what doesn't work. You know, you just keep doing the same shit over and over and over again. You gotta fucking change it if you want it to change.
The question is, what would be the minimal amount of equipment investment necessary?
I don't think you need to invest in equipment. I think you need to stop messing with your equipment. Like, you got a lot going on, man. You got like 2 devices going at once. You got headphones coming out of in one ear with your other phone going into the other ear while it's playing in on another device, and you're listening to yourself in the background. You know, it's fucking ridiculous, man. Get your shit together and stop complaining. Stop whining. Stop crying.
I'm not complaining. I'm not whining. I'm not whining.
Yeah, I've offered to send you a phone, and you just would rather sit around and fucking complain and dry beg for fucking I don't know what. I mean, are you asking
I'm not
for
begging
help
for
or
anything.
something? Well, then why are you continuously telling us you need to step up your game? Just step up your fucking game or deal with it, you know?
Yeah, I'm just lazy.
It's an energy
Gotta
drain.
fix my
Yeah, you
car.
are lazy. You want that immediate gratification. You don't want to fucking work for shit, and you feel entitled. I get it. That's my
No,
perspective.
I would appreciate advice. I will not advice. I would appreciate someone who knows how to run a decent stream for minimum investment. Would tell me probably what I would need to. Maybe I wouldn't even need to buy anything. Maybe I could just literally.
Why don't you just start troubleshooting your issues and stop thinking that you need to invest in something?
I use
continuously
CCleaner.
say
Like,
that you need to invest.
yeah, like look,
There's,
a lot of people say you need to get a good laptop, but like other people will tell you, no, you just need to like optimize the one you have, you know? So,
your laptop seems to be running it just fine. You're having audio issues. All right. So why don't you focus
no,
on that?
no, no, it's both. Because when I try to play video, you know, it'll be
Okay, well, you
laggy as
can't play
shit. So it's
videos.
both.
Get over it. Yeah, I mean, tough shit. You can't play videos. Big deal. What are you gonna do?
People want to watch Sean and Gimp though, man. Just talk shit. I got more viewers in here right now than Truther Cop stream last night. You know, and
I
I'm
don't have much. I don't have
admittedly I
much
have
patience. I'm about to
a
lose my
lot of
patience.
patience, Gimp.
No,
No, you got a
no.
lot of patience, sir. People are here
You're
to see
driving
you
me.
and me talk. The numbers went up since you joined. You know that, right? So they're here to see you, sir, as much as they are to see me. It was like 5 or 6, and it went or 7, and it went to 10. So should tell you something.
Well, I'm glad you're not so sensitive to my poor communication skills, but
I don't have the best communication skills either, sir. And I don't know if you were watching Paul's live, but that dude Austin came in and he was talking about, or maybe it was on Truther's Cop stream. It was on one of their streams, and they were talking about how no one has communication skills anymore. You know, and it is very true. A lot of people have lost their ability to just have simple communication. You know, but okay, Pat likes you. Okay, well that's good. It's a Pat, and I wouldn't know if
I
it wasn't
mean,
for
that's dangerous. I
Mr. Paul at Proper Instruction. Who is this kid? Who is this dude? I like. Yeah, Paul. I mean Pat. I've told you to check out his channel before. The dude who does open panels. I don't know if you ever have, but that might actually be how I know Dick, Freedom Grower. I'm not sure. I don't know for sure. I might have seen him before that, but I saw him on the open panel on Paul's channel. The open panel on Paul's channel, yeah. But I think I saw him somewhere else before that. I don't know if it was your channel or just around, but now he's everywhere that I am. He's a Zetetic Warrior, you know, on your stream, on Ian's stream. Well, he's been streaming. He used to go on Ian's stream. Oh, yeah. So, Mr. Mitch, this stream had nothing to do about Martin Luther King. But,
I had some cops fuck with me earlier. A
and it's
lieutenant tried to.
11:17 on.
What?
What's that now?
I was just trying to carry some conversation. I
I
don't
didn't
know.
hear you.
I was just mumbling some conversation. I don't know what I'm talking about. I was gonna describe my interaction with the police a few hours ago, but yeah, I had a lieutenant try and arrest me. Got all aggressive. Had to put him in his place.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
It was bullshit. I did end up having to, like, you know, give him the name, you know, the given name and the family name that's associated with me, and just help him realize that he by requiring that stuff, it put him in a trustee position, and he completely changed his demeanor. It's pretty interesting. I'll have a hard time describing it very well. I did get a good video of it, but yeah, it was pretty interesting. But he pulled out his cuffs and was, you know, coming at me pretty aggressively. He even said I was under arrest. You know, it's a bunch of bullshit. But yeah, he
Where
was
were
making
you?
up some bullshit.
Just driving around?
I was at Whole Foods. And just some passerby called the cops on me. They didn't like how I looked or smelled or whatever. So they called the cops on me, and the cops tried to tell me that the manager at the store complained, and I knew that was bullshit because I communicate with him. I shop there often, and never had a problem. And so I knew he was full of shit, and I was pinning him down on who the complainant was, and he tried to tell me it was the manager of the store. And I called him out on his bullshit, and he still couldn't admit it. It was pretty interesting. But once I got him in, you know, I don't know if he understood it or he just had some epiphany or something. I don't know. But he, once I described to him that I was giving him the beneficiary name and that's going to put him in the trustee position. And if he did anything that wasn't beneficiary, then I'd hold him accountable for malfeasance of office. So yeah, sorry, I'm pretty boring, but that is
No, it's
kind of
weird.
along the lines of how that trust shit works. It'd be interesting, just to learn, the basic elements of how a trust works and apply that logic to a lot of aspects of your life. And you start to realize everything's pretty much contracts, So yeah, I'm just rambling. Don't mind me. But you
No,
want
you're good. I'm
you
just
want
a second.
you want to troubleshoot your audio issue? I could try and work with you a little bit on that.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
I'm no expert at this shit, but it's just
I'm not
a
either. Not
matter of,
anything close.
but it's just a matter of process of elimination. There's only so many things it can be, so you take it down to the minimum, and you go from there. So I think you're trying to do too much with it. You've goofed with a bunch of settings probably, and so yeah, you probably have to maybe just start all over. We're about to get 12 inches of snow.
Yeah, if I end up ending the stream, I'll probably just end up at Paul's stream, to be honest.
Did Paul go live?
I don't see a notification, but let me see. Hold up. I don't see a notification, but let me see. Hold up. Wow. Well.
So what do you got going on? You got like you started the stream on your computer, and you have like two phones going,
Nah, one.
one
Why
phone and your computer.
you're gonna try to say that the phone is taking away from the total? I mean, because you'd be right. I get it. It's adding to the Wi-Fi or whatever. Taking the
Yes, eating up
yeah.
your bandwidth.
Right. That's why I tend to put it in airplane mode when I go live.
That doesn't help with your bandwidth.
No,
You're
there's
still
no.
no, you're still pulling on Wi-Fi.
Well,
It doesn't reduce that by putting it on airplane mode. Putting it on airplane mode is going to turn off your cellular antenna and Bluetooth and all that shit, and then – 'cause
Yeah, Mr. Dick said I should just get 3 headsets and wire them all together and see if I can make the audio work.
Yeah, I feel like that's what you have already
Just
been trying to do.
Just reinvent the whole wheel, man.
You got your fucking soldering kit out there.
But yeah, I'd be interested to see Mr. Pat come and join the Pimp podcast, the Pimp Unslaved podcast. But I really want to just have a more open panel, channel, a panel channel, a panel channel, and just get some tiny poop that we just kind of talk, man. I don't know. It's an open panel. There needs to be more because when some people have open panels, say 2 a day, there's always that middle point when there isn't an open panel, and then people go back to the channels they usually watch. Yeah.
Can we work on that audio?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. So why don't you plug in?
I don't even know what that is.
Why don't you plug in? You got a microphone. You got like a 3.5 millimeter jack on your computer. Can you plug those headphones right into your computer?
No.
All right.
Yeah, but I don't think it will. Hold up. Hold on. Yeah, I just want to say if anybody's here right now, I would say thank you, but I'd rather say like, why are you here? Because kind of like what are you what are you doing here? What are you getting out of being here? Dude, she ran away again, right?
That's the question you got to ask yourself. If you really genuinely feel that way, then why are you here? It's like they're here because you're here. So, like, if you're really worried about that, then just stop streaming and they'll leave.
No, they had confidence in my streaming abilities, and now I'm reminding them that I have a lot to learn still. So, but see, when Tommy came up, did you watch my stream with Tommy?
Hey! Wait! Whatever you're doing with your audio, just stop. It's fine. Just leave it. Don't change anything. Don't do anything. Just leave it. Like if you got to walk away to do something, finish your cooking and come back and talk, that's cool. Just leave it. Like
you're saying it's good? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's not good anymore. I feel like you do that shit on purpose, man, cuz
it's headphones. I plugged in these shitty headphones. That's all I did.
It was fine. It was fine for a minute. And then when I told you it was good, you fucked it up. You went silent until it got fucked up again. That's what makes me think you're doing this shit on purpose, man, because you keep doing that shit.
With 8 viewers, you think I'm an agent, bro?
Yeah, I think you're being
Kim thinks I'm an agent.
I think you're like harvesting people's energy.
A dummy?
You're a fucking energy leech. You're like,
I've offered to end this broadcast.
I'm just fucking with you, Pineal. I'm being sarcastic, man. But
wow.
I do kind of think
Lito,
I do think
Lizzo,
you're playing games with the
you
audio because you can't focus for 5 fucking minutes to fix it. Yeah, the volume might be all the way up. Is your volume on? Because it does seem to get better when you're. It does seem to get better when you're farther away, when you're not so close to the microphone. So turn the volume down through StreamYards. Do you know how to do that?
If I'm here, you're saying it. If I'm, yeah, of course, dude. All right, hold on.
That was a good point that engineer
Right now. What up?
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
everybody. Jeep girl. Call for zero.
You're impossible.
Christos, dick. Hold on.
Guys, you're so impossible. Stop with the chat for a minute, bro. Like, just can you focus on your audio for 5 minutes?
I'm looking at the audio. No, the audio's on 200. It's on everything.
Right, there you go. Now turn it down to no more than 100. That might fucking help.
All right, how is it right there? Is that any better? Hey,
No.
that's better.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
better,
awesome.
but it didn't. It didn't stop the popping. Go back to whatever you just did,
About,
like
high
when
frequency.
you. What did you change? Right? Do you remember what you were doing when I told you it was good?
I went to the audio tab and I turned it down. Turned it down from 200 to 123. So,
Turn it down to 100.
let me try.
Well, you turn it down to 100.
Let me also. I'll turn it down to 100. All right, turned it down to 100. Now I'm gonna change the speaker to. Hold on.
It's not the speaker, right? Wait, we're not dealing with the speaker right now, man. Focus. We're dealing with the microphone.
Changing the mic.
There, it's good. It's good. It's good. Just leave it.
Better right there. Test 1, 2, 3.
Yes, it's good. Turn off the second device that you're listening to yourself on. You don't need to listen to the replay. You don't need to listen to the replay. We'll let you know when it's fucked up, all right? Turn the replay off.
Wow.
Oh, you fucked up the audio again. Gosh, dude.
Pineal, you got to listen to this guy.
Look at that.
Listen to this guy. Why the fuck are you listening to your own stream on your fucking phone, dude? What the fuck is happening, bro? Come on, man.
Pineal, this is an intervention.
We're coming up here to help you, dude.
Oh.
That's enough. I had enough. I can't stand it.
I was about to have an aneurysm. I'm taking a break.
Bro, I was like, okay, he's going to tear Pineal apart before I get a chance to get up there.
We're all coming together around you tonight.
This little bitch ran away.
Force you into submission to have
Again, she ran
acceptable
away.
audio.
Pineal, I want you to explain something to me. Do you hear us? Dude, get the fucking cat out of the fucking screen and listen to us, man.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Why are you holding the phone to your ear,
hours
dude?
late.
Right.
I want to make sure there's sound coming in.
Fuck the phone, man. No, dude, it's coming in. Let go of the phone, bro. That is like, fuck the phone, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, you guys were watching. I don't know why.
I'm telling you what to do now. So concentrate on your freaking computer, Mr. Obsessive, compulsive, multitasker. Dude, concentrate on one thing at a time, man. One thing at a time. Now you're on
Here's the
your
real
PC.
interesting thing, right? I got a strike. I got a strike on this channel.
Well, what does that have to do with your sound?
I was still able to stream this. Because I shouldn't even be. I don't even know how I'm streaming this whole time. Like I got a strike, but
dude, you're allowed streaming even if you have strikes, bro.
No, it says I can't. Look right here. Hold on.
The first thing, Peniel,
don't share anything. Don't share anything.
This is not your fault. You are a victim.
Don't share anything.
I just want you to know that. This is not your fault.
You
are a victim of the system.
You guys are killing me.
This was all done to you.
Dude,
okay?
I love you, Pineal. I'm trying to help you here.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you for clarifying that, bro.
Okay, so you really gotta. The only thing you need your phone for is when you pin your links to the top of the chat, and when you want to say something real quick in chat, and you don't want to switch from one tab to the other on your computer, right? But when you're streaming, dude, you don't leave StreamYard. Okay. And especially with the equipment that you have, don't share anything. If you want to do the sharing stuff, let maybe other people with better internet can maybe share while you're streaming, but I don't even know if that's possible, right? Okay. So there you go. So your best bet right now until you get a better computer.
It worked okay.
Because obviously we can all see that you need a better PC, dude. It's just that. Doesn't need to be a better laptop, just a better computer in itself. They're completely and better. All right. That's all you need, man. Something's wrong with your machine. It's not processing the Wi-Fi correctly. It's fucking slow, or you need to format and reinstall. You know, there's a multitude of different things that you could do right now to make things better. But right now, while you're on the stream, if you want to keep the stream up going good, don't fuck around with nothing. Just leave everything as it is and go reduce the volume to like 50 on your mic, man. In StreamYard. Okay, you go to your settings, then you go to audio tab, and you reduce the mic volume in StreamYard because probably it's still coming in too loud.
Okay.
Or you could call a policy enforcer and report the crime
How
that's
about-
been done against you, Peniel. It was not your fault. Explain to him that somebody has sabotaged your audio.
How about right there?
Trend.
Is that any better? And yes, I am a victim. Hashtag I am a victim. Oh,
All right,
Okay, who
so
is
now
this?
what you're gonna do, since that didn't help,
hold up.
you're gonna listen to me. All right, for starters.
What the hell? Bro, we got an actual stream going now?
What's
Got
up,
an actual
Sovereign?
stream going now.
What's going on, y'all?
Told you it's an
Dave is in
intervention.
the house.
We're all here.
Okay,
We've had enough.
Pineal.
We can't take it anymore, buddy.
Pineal, listen. Now you're gonna refresh your internet, dude. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you leave here; you'll be able to come back on your StreamYard. So just refresh your internet, go reset your Wi-Fi, do all that stuff. We'll fucking talk while you're gone, and then come back here with a rebooted computer and a rebooted internet. All right,
Yeah,
dude.
sometimes they get
And
that
don't-
residual.
And please, to God, do not open anything else but
So, you're saying
StreamYard.
restart my
Yes,
router?
your router, your
My router,
computer, everything.
Okay.
Complete reboot, cold
Restart my
boot,
router,
everything.
restart.
Yeah, the router too. Don't worry about it. The stream will still stay up, dude. Don't worry
All
about
right.
it.
Yeah. Until you
Illuminati,
close this
control.
out.
I'll be
Yeah.
right back.
Now, I had that happen one night, man. My internet went out. Well, my Wi-Fi or something, whatever. Yeah, it was my internet went out, and I had to go use my data using my phone. And I had a hell of a time getting logged in so that I could get on. And so then finally I had my phone on, and then my Wi-Fi came back. And so I was on my phone and on the computer at the same time. And then they started feeding back on each other, making this horrible squeal noise, man. It was a terrible situation, man. You always want to do that from time to time, like late at night before you go to bed or something. Restart your Wi-Fi from time to time, because it'll, like, I don't know, lack of a better term, it like gets gummed up or something. You know, like with shit
There must
that
be
won't
some
leave.
kind of cache memory inside the root or something, and it gets clogged up. So when you reset it, it flushes the memory, just like a computer, man. When your computer slows down, man, it's because the cache is full, man.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna
There's New Jersey Jeep girl out there too.
I'm going to
She's awesome.
wait, did I just leave it running and then start it, or should I?
Reboot the PC for sure. That's one thing, man. It's your PC needs a reboot for sure. And you probably have too many applications running in the background. I don't know how many things you have installed on that computer, but I've told you that before. You should like uninstall all the games, everything, so your hard drive will be at its minimum. So It'll be a lot of writing space. That way it'll read quicker. There's a bunch of stuff that you can do to make your PC faster, but it's not things that you do while you're live.
Yeah, I kept running into that. I finally I said, fuck it. During the Black Friday sales, I found a Asus gaming system for like $600. It's normally $1,000. Plus, I got more off because I had some kind of rewards deal, and I'm happier in a pig and shit with what I got going on now, man. I really
believe you, man. That's where I'm at now. I need to get me a gamer PC for sure. That would help me for all the streaming and editing and everything, man.
Yeah.
And it's not even to play games because I have no time for games. I'm so involved with my job, my life, and YouTube. I mean,
oh, I know. Same here. As far as video, I topped out with the Atari. That was it.
I was.
I mean, as soon as they started adding more shit and buttons, I was all done, man. Fuck this thing.
Where it ended for me?
Where's it?
Nintendo 64, man.
Oh yeah, I got kind of where I could play Mario, but I never could save that.
The last cartridge console, man. That's it. No more cartridges after that. It was all CDs and shit, and DVDs.
Well, my grandson, he come over here, and he's always talking about his video games and all that, and he does this on this video game and shit. And I said, "Oh, you want to play some video games?" He says, "Yeah." I got an Atari, man. I got that sucker out. I says,
are you serious?
Holy
shit, man. He must have flipped.
Oh, he's like, "What is this?" I said, "Welcome to my world, bitch."
That must have been awesome, man.
It was. I was kicking his ass at Missile Command. I was like, "Look at that. You got to know what you're doing, brother." He's like, "This is what you guys played with?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, this was top of the line stuff going on, man, when I was your age."
Yeah, I had an Atari just before the first Nintendo came out.
Oh, we had to beg and beg and beg. Boy, we was the best. My brother and I were probably the best behaved we'd ever been that year, waiting on Christmas just so we could get that Atari. Because my dad, he was like all against it, man.
All right, so that means you've played Q*bert.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck, did you reach like all 99 levels and go on and on and on?
No, I didn't. I never would have. The only way I played Q*bert was at the arcade. About the time Q*bert came out, I was hanging out at the arcade movie theater. I was probably a sophomore in high school, and
you remember how the blocks would change? Colors and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, when you pass 99 colors, like the 99th stage, all the colors past 100 would be like the colors in your background.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was it was crazy, and it would flash and do all kinds of stuff. It was pretty nuts, man.
Yeah, that was the Friday night thing to do, was to hang out at the arcade, of course, and there was a lot of weed smoking behind the arcade, and of course video games really accentuated that high pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Worked out well. It was we knew I was good friends with the projectionist so we'd go up in the projection box and watch the fucking movies for free with him and smoke weed with him and shit. So it was a pretty cool gig we had going on. Yeah.
The good old days.
Yeah, you couldn't. It was nobody does anything like that anymore. They don't go out cruising. They don't, they don't go out on Friday night. They sit at home and fuck with each other on Facebook. It's like, what are you people doing, man? Nobody interacts anymore.
I had a home drive-in last summer.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I have one side of the house is like completely white, and it doesn't have anything on it, like no windows, it has nothing. So I took my projector, brought it outside with my music PA system, and boom, I put a movie on my laptop right on the wall of the house, and my friends came over and with their kids and everything. We put Spider-Man. It was awesome, man.
Yeah, man.
Just like going in and drive-in, same thing. Was phenomenal. The mosquitoes and everything.
Oh, it was always yeah. And they would sell those little spirally things. Remember those? To ward off the bugs, put it up on the dashboard.
Yeah, and they'd have also like that really amazing, those nachos with melted cheese.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Sneak a couple guys in the trunk. Yeah, man. Well, the trunk of a car was big enough. You could get 2 or 3 guys in the back of that thing. Go park up at the back fence and shit. Open the trunk when nobody's looking. Let them
Crazy
out.
things that we would do. Nobody would do that today. I'm pretty sure nobody's nuts enough to do things like that now.
Be scared, man. Be scared.
I don't know. What do you think, dude? What's your name up there? Because I never got your name, man.
Mitchell, Mars
All right.
Life. Call me whatever you want.
All right.
Champ.
Mitch sounds good. I like Mitch.
Yep, right on.
Yeah, Mitch is good.
Champ. Yeah, call him Champ.
But my
or
favorite
Champ.
name is Dick, though.
Yeah,
We could have so much fun with Dick.
yeah,
Oh
man.
my god.
That's what I'm here for.
It never ends.
The Dick jokes never end, man. It's just like,
Yeah, but you know what? I think Peniel is a genius. He actually created a running theme of a stream that could never repair his audio. So we'll be doing this like 2 years from now, and he'll still be trying to fix that old, headset of his, wiring together like 3 phones and 4 headsets, trying to reinvent the wheel of good audio. That's fucking
two computers,
that's genius, man. Some of the shit people come up with for a fucking running theme on a stream, it just, it's mind blowing.
Well, it's like my wife has been really supportive with this thing, man. She got like this mic boom. She got me this for my birthday.
We don't see it, dude.
Oh yeah, because you can't.
Yeah, it's hidden in the it's invisible. It's like you're holding nothing.
Magic. Look, and then pretty good mic here because I can I play guitar too, so I can plug my guitar right into this jack right here, and then I can edit music and shit. I can play music and run it on 2 tracks so it goes in stereo.
Same here. I have an external M audio sound card which I can plug my mic and any instrument if I wanted, my bass guitar, acoustic guitar. So that means when I plug an instrument in, it sounds fucking clean, dude. It's like in the studios. It has studio sound. So, that way, you don't get all the background fucking noise and all the, it's nice.
I want to get a little preamp box with some, with some reverb and shit like that on it. Just some basic functions that I can run.
I think I can show you guys if I take the camera on. Hey, I got even one of them cute little lights there.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Look at that vanity light you got going.
Yeah, they're $35 at the computer shop. Okay, this is what I want to show you guys. This is the external sound card. So you see when I talk, the little green light goes on.
Yeah.
All right, and right next to it, you see that's my guitar jack. So if I want to play guitar, just plug my guitar, and that's it. And you'd hear the sound right away, and it sounds like professional studio recording sound. Well, it's an M audio card, so these kind of cards are used in studios, but these are like home versions, kind of like
You've got good audio. It sounds good, man.
Yeah, it's all because of the card, dude. It's all USB, man.
Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with this thing so far.
Well, you sound good too, dude. You got great sound, man.
It was I had to figure out what all these little things on it meant, but well, and there was another thing too. I was supposed to be able to get some free software, sound editing software, right? That came with it. That you're supposed to be able to download it. It said just register it, put it in the serial number. There's no serial number anywhere on this fucking thing. I looked everywhere. I went online and to find out. There's forums of people trying to find there is no serial number. So I just didn't get my free software, I guess. It's all right. I got a studio editor anyway, so does everything that would do. I'm using Power Director. I've got the entire suite. So I need to sit down and do more with that too. I really do.
I got an a Shure SM58.
This one, what is mine? It's called a Samson G-Force. Is what it was called. And I looked. There's a few other people I've seen. I was like, oh, that dude's got the exact same microphone I do. Wasn't a bad price.
Well, I was going to use a Behringer UC1 for it has like it uses phantom power, so it's like, well, this one's really meant to speak close in, like it's not meant to be far away. You know what I'm saying? I could do far away.
Mike.
It's more of a unidirectional.
Well,
it's more of a unidirectional. It's like my my mic I use with my amplifier.
But watch.
It's a cardioid pattern on a SM58, but it's just that it's not. It's the diaphragm. It doesn't have a like a condenser diaphragm where it picks up everything in the room. Like I think yours is probably a condenser.
But this one can do it. Like my audio card has a boost where I can watch. You'll see. There you go.
Sovereign Soul. I'm pretty sure what is yours? Does yours use phantom power?
Here.
I can set it for an omnidirectional, which is what I got it on right now. I can go cardioid where it's just, where it's like his, where you got to be like right up on in the one direction. And then it's got another that's a figure 8, like that goes from like around here and then around here out around the back.
So yours is a condenser. It's got a much faster diaphragm, picks up all the details and the little anything going on around you. Even if it's in a cardioid pattern, it'll still be a lot more responsive than the 57 or the 58.
Yeah, but
like Lizzo's saying, 57 and 58, those are the workhorse mics for live sound.
Yeah, the 58 is like for singing mostly, and I'd say the 57 would be for like miking amps and stuff, like to get a really good pure sound from the amp, get a good guitar. Well, especially when you're live, but recording as well. I guess an SM57 would be good for guitar recording. Isn't that what you're using
a lot? Yeah, I'm using the 57.
Yeah, I can hear it. It sounds like so close to the 58, but you have just a little bit less bass in yours.
Exactly.
Peniel stiffed Dick and left him backstage.
How can he leave himself backstage? That's impossible.
Oh, I think he left Dick backstage.
No, Dick is right here.
Dick's here.
Oh, wait a second. I don't know.
Stuck. I for some reason I never see what's going on backstage. I don't know. It's because I have my own StreamYard and I'm always by myself. I
only see myself backstage.
Oh, but do you pay for StreamYard?
Yeah. But see, it's not my stream. If it's my stream, I can see everybody.
Okay.
But if I'm on somebody else's stream, I can only see myself backstage.
What are you laughing at?
I didn't quite understand what Sovereign said. I just read NJ's comment. Pineal stiffed Dick and left him backstage.
That's fucking funny, too.
No.
Just never.
The 57 is good for Mike and Dick too. That's what it's. You said it's just for instrumentals, but I mean, it's got it's the most versatile mic, and it's been around forever, right? So it's like one of those mics that you don't need to reinvent the wheel. It just worked. It worked great from the moment it was invented and became an industry standard for everything.
Yeah, the SM58 has been used in all kinds of shows everywhere. It's like the universal mic for all the singers. It's like super easy to adjust on the consoles. So
you could drive over that thing with a fucking big old Mack truck and then plug it right in and it'll still work great. That's the other thing about those mics.
Yeah, they're made of steel.
I wonder if Peniel's having any success. It's kind of like waiting for him to come around from the other side of the moon so we can.
No, he's not having any success. That's the running theme on this channel. Mars nailed it. This will be going on for ages. New people will come along and they'll try to help him out, and we'll just laugh because we've all been through it. And We know the routine. I mean, how hard is it to buy a fucking headset mic and plug it into your fucking phone? It's
Yeah,
I have less than one.
Even a USB one
Mbps.
would be actually fucking phenomenal for him. USB would be
Yeah.
fine, man. Because the USB ones have like their own internal sound cards, so they do. It's the one that takes the resources that it needs to produce the sound. Because when you're using the sound card of the PC, what happens is the sound card uses the same resources as your Ethernet controller. All right, so
you fucking Canadians, what is Ethernet?
It's your fucking Ethernet, that fucking wire,
It's
your
called
Wi-Fi.
Ethernet. Ether, like the ether,
whatever.
Eric. There is no
Tomato,
Ethernet.
man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I have less than 1 Mbps download, and it said I shouldn't even be able to stream, but it's when I got a little bit faster computer that seemed to fix my problems.
That's what happened to me too, man. Once I upgraded everything, I haven't had a single problem, man. Not a single problem with anything.
I'm at the PC upgrade actually right now. The rest for me is fine. I mean, right now it's good. I'm not saying it's not good. It's just that when I'm doing my editing, fuck, it sucks, man. My PC's so slow, or I need a better video card or something. But I was like thinking of going all out and just changing the PC and getting a gamer one, just like you know.
Yeah, it does go a lot faster. It really does. Because like I've got another computer right here. I'm going to end up slaving this one over to this just so I can have it there. But on this one here is what I was using, and it's a hell of a lot slower. And I'd be sitting there waiting. I could go make a sandwich and shit while it's trying to render shit. This thing here, I'd started rendering and it's doing it, man. It's almost done. I'm like, cool, I can do this next thing now, you know.
That'd be a dream for me, man. I wait for hours on end, man, for a friggin' that's why it takes time for me to upload videos I like once or twice a week max, because it takes so much time just to edit it because it's so slow. So I've figured out too that, no editing more than 2 hours because the computer can't take it, man. 4 hours is like the computer's death.
Does that dog have a blue healer in it, Mitch?
I think so. I'm not real sure. She's kind of a mutt. She's got like some pit and some blue healer and something else. I can't remember. A couple other things actually.
Those are the best dogs.
Yeah,
I got all mutts too.
I've been lucky.
I had a blue healer named Dagny for 12 years, and man, she was just such a sweetheart of a dog. And she was a mutt too. She had blue healer and beagle and probably some other stuff. Oh, look at that guy.
This is Cece.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what happened to Pineal. It's like, what the fuck?
Fell asleep waiting for his shit to reboot. Listen, I know where he's at, man. I've been there where it takes like a month of Sundays for your shit to start back up. And he's probably got a bunch of stuff. I bet she's because people go in there and get these free games and shit, right? And that thing loads so much fucking bullshit into your computer, it's not even funny. There's a reason it's free. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And people don't realize that. Not to mention, you got to. I agree to the terms and conditions. Nobody reads that shit, man. There's like 9,000 pages of small print. Nobody's reading that. You imagine somebody comes to your door and says, "Yeah, we're here for your kidneys, man." What? Yeah, you agreed to it when you
the repo men are here, man.
Yeah, you downloaded fucking Candy Crush and you agreed to this. So, hop up on the gurney, bitch. We're taking your kidneys,
That'd be a good skit to do. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Or like one where you get to the pearly gates and you got to go talk to God and you think like your heart's going to be light as a feather. And he's like, wait a minute. He starts pulling out these contracts. Remember when you accepted at the Best Buy agreement for that free virus software for 6 months? You're fucked, buddy.
Yeah. Nothing I can do for you up here, bro.
And how many hundreds of times have we clicked to download shit and install stuff on our computers, man? I mean, I've had computers since I was 18 years old and I'm 45, man. Woo! I'm fucked.
Well, some of these big companies have done that. Like Amazon had that in their agreement for a while, where they had some weird fucking shit, and nobody could
The
figure out where it
zombie
came
stuff,
from.
man.
Yeah,
The zombie stuff was
apocalypse.
fucked up, man.
So imagine the fucking shit that might be in that, you know, what game software, whatever. At the end, there's like a little disclaimer. You have to reincarnate back into this hellish realm 10 more times. Just
Well, you
kind
know,
of slip
it's
it in there.
right now. There's what you got to understand is there's AI is running a lot of shit. Okay, I'm sure we were talking about this over on my stream a little while ago. I'm sure by now everyone is familiar with the story of the whore cop that was like banging the entire department and all that dumb shit, right?
Yeah, I
Not
heard about
me,
it actually
so
on Paul's stream.
Okay. Now, that ain't real.
interesting.
That ain't real. That's the AI learning us. That's the AI learning us. Look how that hit
Really?
every fucking social media site. Everyone is reacting to it. Everybody's posting it, giving their own reactions to it, making reactions to it. This
So you're saying the
motherfucker's
cop,
learning it.
everything's not real? Like it's a deep
No.
fake image? It's all
Yeah.
just fucking manufactured nonsense, huh?
Yeah. I think it's a story. I think then there's several other things that are put out, I think, like that, right through an AI. Let me tell you something. I got this thing.
I made a video on that, Sovereign. Like they pushed out one of those UKR commercials there, and with the news and all that stuff, and I used one of Conspiracy Music Guru's songs,
Okay.
and to show how much they were full of shit. You know what I'm saying? And it was a pretty good video, actually. You guys should go check it out. And
Well, just to give you an idea as to how good it is, how good it can get. All right. I've got this thing, and I don't know if the rest of you have ever heard of it. This vidIQ. It's an extension you can put on for when you're doing your YouTube. It tells you all kinds of shit, right?
yeah, like TubeBuddy.
Yeah. So I've got the free version. I haven't paid for the full thing, but I'm thinking about it, and I'll tell you why. I went in there and there was this I put up a video. I had done a video on old Chili DeCastro, Delete Laws, right? And it was a reaction video. And I put it up and all I had was a title. And there's a little box come up by description. And it was one of the vidIQ little icons. So I clicked on it. It says auto generate IA or AI description. I said, okay, let's see what that does. I clicked it. I'll be a son of a bitch. That thing comes back and it says, Jose Marie de Castro, also known as Chili de Castro, is a well-known grifter and con man on the internet and other social media sites, and had this whole fucking paragraph of shit about him. And I didn't tell it nothing. I didn't tell it a goddamn thing. It came up with that all on its own.
Well, with the video, I imagine it took some.
It was within a second. It was
Wow,
just like
that's
as soon
fucking
as I
fast.
did it, I went click like that and went broop and came up with that. And
That
had
reminds
other
me of the
choices.
GPT thing, man.
Yeah, GPT, exactly.
Yeah.
The AI. That's where I draw the line in the sand. I'm not fucking
So I
down.
was like, this is incredible. So if that free version can do that in that a period of time, and then I started getting privy to the idea of these AI generated stories and situations that are put out into social media. And even the prospect that half these fucking people you might argue with on social media might not even be real people at all. They're just fucking AIs.
Dude, oh fuck,
I
man,
could
that's
see it.
fucking terrifying. I have to think about that one. But I was thinking about going to get that GPT thing and try to have it come up with the formula for time travel.
Oh Lord.
I'm devious, dude. I'm like,
I'll tell
But
you,
you
gotta
know
go to
what?
Truthy Cop's
You
channel,
got to
'cause
think
he-
about
he
this.
holds
If it
the
worked,
fucking
we'd
grail of
already
that
know.
info.
oh, guys, you spoke on the same time. I didn't
Hey.
hear either of you.
If it actually worked, though, we'd
Yeah, I
already
didn't
know
hear.
about it
Something about you.
because you would have already been back from the time travel. We'd already known about it.
Well, maybe maybe it's my fault, the Mandela effect.
Not yet. It's not.
Yeah, it's like I didn't play with GPT yet.
I can tell you this: it has something to do with frequency. If it's possible, it has something to do with frequency.
Well, like, how can it fucking come up with it? Like, what was it? Lucid. Okay. Today was playing around with that, like the on Discord, that new thing that makes AI art. And dude, the friggin' drawings are fucking
Jay
phenomenal.
Phillips talking about?
Crazy.
Let's hear your audio, Peniel. You got it all fixed up, ready to rock, ready for showtime?
All right. Probably not. Hold up.
Locked and loaded.
You're still
Sounds
glitching,
beautiful,
bro.
right? You're consistent. That's what I like
Like
about
that.
you,
Is that
Peniel.
any better?
Yeah, it's a
Wow.
consistent glitch. It's always there. It's like it's
I
not
can
going
rely
away.
on you to keep the running theme going.
He's got to play him back again, too, motherfucker.
Okay, I gotta ask you a question, Pineal, and I need you to answer me. Does your laptop have any speakers on it?
Hey,
No, but the
now
three
that you got
phones he's got wired together
Yeah, it
does.
does.
Who just left? Who came in and just left? Like I don't even see.
some dog, it was pretty cute. I don't know. Hey, Pineal, try and just click the StreamYard link on your phone and
Michelle,
shut, and you can exit out on your computer. You can log back in and shut it down when it's over if you need to. That's what I would do.
Yeah, no, I should leave the PC up in case. Oh, no, he doesn't want to share anything. That's true. Okay, yeah, good idea. And get rid of the comment too, so people get to see our names on the panel, so they'll know who they're looking at.
Ain't nobody know who he is.
Doesn't it have to be an even number, though, to show your name? Like you'd have to have 6 in the panel or 4? Thought that's the way it worked.
No, I think
it's
if he
when he
now,
puts a comment up, our name
click the
tags
Lizzo
disappear.
French comment one more time, it will remove it. There will be no comments up there again. See? There, no, don't click another one. Click the one click the one you just clicked. There you go. Ah, we got it. See there?
All right. Now log into StreamYard with your phone.
Take a look.
Remember Airport 1972? The movie?
Dude, I was born in 77. That would have made me
Oh,
5
shit.
years old, man.
Well, basically what it was is the pilots in this airliner, this airliner gets in a collision with a private aircraft and it sucks the pilot and the co-pilot and navigator out the cockpit. The plane's going to crash and the stewardess, Karen Black, is the only one of the crew that's confident. And so the air traffic controllers are talking her through how to fly the airplane and safely land it. And it's a pretty suspenseful movie. And I always feel like that when I'm helping somebody out like this. And I got a funny story if you want to hear it. There was this woman, really sweet lady, little black lady that I worked with. And she lived over in the next town over. Just the sweetest thing, all the time wanting me to help her out with stuff. Anyway, she called me up and she goes, I can't get on the internet. And I says, okay. I says, well, here, try this. I said, and this is back in DOS days, right? And she was trying to get on Prodigy. That's what it was. So I says, go to your DOS prompt. And she goes, okay, just a minute. So she's gone for a couple of minutes and she comes back and she goes, okay. And I says, all right, now type this in and then or type in, a certain key sequence I told her. And she goes, okay, just a minute. And she comes back and I says, now what'd it say? And she goes, oh, nothing, just what you told me to type. And I said, well, did you hit enter? She goes, no. I said, well, hit enter. She goes, okay, just a minute. She comes back and I was like, Kathy, where are you at? Why do you keep having to go away from the phone? And she goes, oh, because my phone got shut off. And I'm calling you from the payphone down the street. And I'm like, that's why you can't get online, Kathy, because you don't have a fucking phone line, babe. I'm sitting there trying to help her troubleshoot a modem from a payphone, man. I'm like, oh, fuck me. Where'd he go? He left us again. No, there he is.
Yeah, let's test your audio, Pineal. Sean.
Show us your pineal.
Come on, bro, you got it.
I just don't think he has the attention span to get through any troubleshooting process.
He's
He'll
probably
make it.
off
He's
changing
made
his
it this
cat litter
far.
box while trying to cook food again or something, you know. He forgot he was doing a stream altogether.
He's made it this far.
I love the kid, but man, he's a handful.
He's technographical difficulmations.
Hey, but you know what? With this, what do you call it again? OTW. What the hell's that AI? Not the video one, but the GTP.
No.
So the same way they got
whatever.
us. Who
whatever.
cares? So the same way they got us into GPS, right? They're gonna have us. I'm telling you, man, there'll be like a new device or something. It'll tie in with your smartphones. People are going to be doing that on their videos all the time where it's not even going to be them talking. They're going to sound like they have an IQ, fucking 180 or something ridiculous. Like they know everything. They're the oracles of truth. And all it is fucking artificial intelligence.
Dude, with GPT, they'll be able to fucking make up any fucking story they want, and then with Speechello, have it fucking spew out something, and then you fucking put out a bunch of, dude, you'll be making YouTube videos, and you won't even be fucking, you won't even have to show yourself. And there are fucking apps now that you can use your own voice, dude, and it'll fucking do the video in your voice, man. It's like,
but we won't be real anymore. Because you'll stop thinking. All critical thought will just go by the wayside because you'll give authority to this outside force, and you'll believe that it is truly a better version of you. It's smarter than you. It's wittier than you. It's, sharper. And so you'll depend on it to where, just like GPS, man, you don't know where the fuck you're going unless you got that little smartphone to tell you and the Alexa voice telling you where to turn. So my gut instinct says go the other direction. If you want to stay human, don't incorporate that shit, because that's basically the it's the olive branch to you accepting the Neuralink in your pineal.
yeah, because that's going to be the first stepping stone, because that's what they're going to sell to you is, well, imagine if you had this power in your mind and you could come up with mathematical equations in an instant.
Just picture all these people having a conversation, and they're not actually. It's just the AI talking to itself. It's just using the host of the meat suit to communicate with itself. The same way, like you could say God, the spirit of the Most High, came into the meat suit, right? And it envelops us all with consciousness.
Dude, they could recreate all of us YouTubers if they wanted to and eliminate us.
Yeah, but it's like a third-party host taking over the consciousness that the Most High gave you. That's all I'm saying. Like,
dog.
Yeah, if we're all separated too from each other, who would know?
Okay.
They can continue your character on, and nobody will know you're gone.
Yeah, especially if you're some guy that's always alone at home, and you don't have any immediate family, let's say, or friends or whatnot, and nobody would really. And if the AI took over your Facebook and your social media, so when somebody would talk to them, it would answer back, so they would think that you're still alive and well and all is good. And the AI would keep posting photos of you that was generated by AI because it already has a bank of so much information and pictures that you've already taken of yourself and of your family. And they could even have them age if they wanted to. So if 5 years down the road, they can make you look older too.
yeah, it's getting wild, man. It's getting out of control.
I have a real good friend that I did some house sitting for, and a couple of winters ago, and when he got back in town, we were having some real deep conversations, and I wish I held on to the information better, but it was a little over my head. But he did a lot of programming or design or whatever for these AI systems, and it's like I forgot how he described it. I really wish I could find a way, but he basically was saying that it's designed to destroy itself in the end. That's kind of the science behind it. So I really wish I could back that up factually. I should do some research or just call him up.
Sounds like a paradox to me.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's going to be the key, is being able to separate yourself from it, like you're getting at, Dick. That's where they're going to get us all in the end. I think if we can't get away from that, it's like the tree of knowledge or whatever.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. I mean, if you hadn't have ever got a GPS, then you would still know where the fuck you are. So if you don't
Yeah.
accept this GPT or whatever, you'll be the only motherfucker who can think in the room. Everybody else, man, it's like it could be shut off in a moment. You're just a fucking gelatinous meat suit of nothingness. You can't fucking even figure out how to tie your own shoe because you're so fucking dependent on this GPT or whatever the next incarnation of it is. So I'd rather have the faults the Most High gave me, continue to use the brain that I was equipped with, which seems to be highly sufficient. It seems I just need to do more inner work and continue to grow and learn. And that's the real human experience to me. I don't want to have a fucking AI experience. Fuck that.
What I think the allure to it falls along the lines of people often confuse intelligence with the ability to memorize and regurgitate, and the memorization of facts and numbers and things like that. And I see this all the time, like especially when I'm discussing flat earth, but they're unable to take that information and really meet it out in the mind to where they can actually take that information and build cohesive thoughts based on it. If it's not in their written script that they were taught, it won't make any sense to them whatsoever. Because
exactly.
All right, you guys, knock it off.
So if you don't, Sovereign, to your point, if you don't become one of these characters that can repeat factoids at lightning speed, that's how they're going to peer pressure you too, because you'll be like the dumb guy is how the society will look at you. But that's what I'm saying is that's fine, because just wait, laugh now, cry later, or cry now and laugh later, because the way it's going to work out, you're going to be the only motherfucker who can still think. And that's going to be a fucking huge, benefit.
Yeah, it's kind of like somebody brought it up, and I'd heard this years before. Somebody brought it up the other day about we spent billions of dollars trying to invent a ballpoint pen that would work in a zero-G environment, and the Russians the whole time were just using a pencil.
That's fucking hilarious.
Hey guys,
great.
Let's greet our new guy on the panel there. Shout out to Austin Murphy.
Yo, Austin, what's up?
I know that dude.
Cheers.
I know that dude.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Sovereign Soul. I think I've seen you somewhere before.
Oh yeah, you look familiar to me, man. You look familiar.
Hey, Austin, what do you think about what we're talking about with this GPT and the AI video that Sovereign was talking about? You got any input on that?
I think that it's so far over our head that we don't even know. I think we can all
we're already knee deep, right? We're deeper than we know.
Huh? Yeah, we can speculate, we can have ideas, but I think we're so entrenched into the system that I don't even know if there's a way of getting out of it or destroying it, or I almost feel powerless, honestly.
What if this AI is actually, in reality, I mean, that's the con, that it's an AI, that it's actually the channeling of another dimensional entity of some sort.
Yeah, it's augmented intelligence would be a more appropriate word.
Like creates a gateway for some other dimensional being to be able to come through and influence. You know,
So
because I
some
mean, you
cer-
can't, that shit they're doing with those colliders. I mean, come on, really? You're going to do all that just to smash a couple of little fucking microscopic particles that nobody can see together? They're doing a hell of a lot more than just that, man.
It
If
always
they're
goes
even
back
doing
to the
that at
words
all.
too, right? Because what are we on right now? A channel. So it's
Yeah.
like you're channeling fucking spirits,
That's
channeling
exactly what I was
intel.
thinking, because look at all the numbers that are flowing through all of this system that we're using right now. All it is just numbers floating in through a machine and whatever. So it's like, when you think about it, it's like it's the only thing that really exists, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's virtual. It's a bunch of zeros and ones going through a system. It's invisible. You
It's an
understand? It's
augmented
fucking
sequence,
magic.
though, dude.
No, but it's
'Cause-
magic, guys. That's what I'm trying to say. It's fucking magic. It's zeros and ones that are permitting us to do this and all of this shit, man. Imagine it to somebody who have never seen this kind of stuff before would think it's magic.
Yeah.
Well, OTW, do you know what the quantum computers use instead of the 0 and 1? I forgot what it is, but have you heard about that? It's like they use a different sequence.
Isn't it the
Pi
vor-
and phi.
doesn't it use phi? Doesn't it use the Fibonacci sequence or the vortex math?
That's what I don't think it has anything to do with Fibonacci sequence or any of these natural organic sequences we see in nature. It's another like augmented form of a fucking demonic sequence. So it's like they use the zeros and ones, but instead of like a quarter where you have a 0 on one side and a 1 on the other, now it's like a multi-dimensional
like a different
object
type
with
of language. Like the computer is using geometry as language, let's say,
it's
which would
using
be
a
much.
fucked up geometry. Exactly.
Yeah, like X's, O's, and like the ones that they always show us on Xbox and PlayStation. They're maybe that's what it's
The
based
fucking
on.
cube or something.
Yeah,
The black box.
it's based on cube technology, probably. Yeah, that would be interesting.
I think it's fucking circumventing the Most High design to take us into some kind of altered realm, augmented realm. That's this whole meta thing. Like people have made jokes of people hooked up to G tubes, sitting in a pod, just being fed like Soylent Green food and living 24/7 in a fucking alternate realm and an alternate avatar. And look how much time we or people in general spend online as it is with their jobs, everything. It's not far from making that transition. And then if they got you leaning on this GPT to where you can't even fucking think without your smart technology installed in you or with you at all times, you won't even know the difference. Well, your identity will be completely artificial. It'll be completely augmented. It's just who you'll be. And then, like Austin said, how do you break free of that? It's like heroin. You would just literally have to go to fucking nature and throw caution to the wind and probably die because you
Jones
don't have,
it out, man.
Yeah, it's the only hope for your soul is to cut ties with it all completely.
I had one of my friends that went to prison for like 9 months, and you know what he told me? He goes, and he was like a cigarette smoker, and he had a few addictions, coffee and whatever like that. And he goes, you know what I missed the most and what I was most addicted to? I go, no, what? And he goes, my phone, man.
Shit.
Yeah. He says, I didn't even give a shit about the cigarettes, dude. All I wanted was fucking 2 minutes on my phone, man.
Yeah, I mean that it's like it's a thirst for knowledge. For me, like, I mean, my phone is infinite knowledge. Like, I learn everything from my phone. So if I don't have my phone, then, I mean,
that's why your infinite knowledge.
Living to learn. I'm not living to smoke cigarettes. I'm living to fucking learn why the fuck I'm here and what this is. So if I don't have that, then it's like, I mean, that's kind of, yeah, that's its own imprisonment.
You look like you're gonna say something, Mars.
Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts flowing through my mind, but man, I just feel like it's a bad drug. I feel like it's chasing dopamine. some of the best learning is through experience. You know, you really got to get out there and do it. But I don't know.
It
Yeah,
does
but
take courage.
how smart would you be without having a phone?
As smart as I am now, I guess it wouldn't change, man. Your level of intelligence doesn't depend on the tool that you use, man. It's you know what I'm saying. You could build a house with a rock and a stick, man. You wouldn't need a hammer and nails and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah, but you could just
everything depends on you, man.
type in, but you can just type in how do I build this house, and then it's there.
Yeah, but I would never do that.
Yeah.
You don't watch.
I never do that. Never.
Dude, I
type
do
in
it all
like
the time, man.
Really?
Even like stuff in nature. If I
I
go,
have to admit, I do it for my car. I'll do it for like when I want to fix a car or something.
fuck
or
yeah,
when
I do it with my
yeah,
car
I
all
have
the
to admit,
time.
I'm not like
Dude, it's so
oblivious to it
convenient
there,
to
but
watch someone show you the unique way your vehicle comes apart and goes back together.
I
It's
have to
fucking
admit,
way better than any manual you could buy because you don't have the visuals and you don't have a person that tells you, you know what, this is where I fucked up, and make sure you watch out for this. And
that's
I
all right,
watch
man.
bushcrafting videos, dude, to go out in my fucking
Yeah.
land and build forts and shit.
Yep,
And it's
yep.
All right, I'll give you that, man. I'm gonna have to admit there are some advantages to having these videos up, but I'm saying like because I've worked in construction all my life, I wouldn't go on. I'd rather make videos, of me building shit and doing stuff and fixing roofs and stuff, but I wouldn't go watch somebody do it unless if the guy was doing something so phenomenal that he's like 10 times better than I am. And I'm like, wow, blew my mind to watch him go. But I mean, besides that, I mean, and it's happened. I've seen roofers fucking do things that I've never done, and the way they move and stuff like that. And anyway, I've watched videos. I understand what you're saying, Freedom. I get what you're saying.
I just got to be honest. My mind's going a million miles an hour with this. Like it's thinking so many reasons why it's good and why it's bad. Because I'm also saying, well, how much better would I be if I learned bushcraft from nature and trial and error and actually like generationally handed down info from ancestors, skills and trades that you learn real time from, interacting with your community? Wouldn't that be a much better way to actually have a transfer of information and also less able to be perverted, right? Because when we make ourselves dependent on the smartphone, well, they give you 80% of what you wanted and 20% of shit.
How much faster? How much faster could you speed up that process just by Googling a freaking video and learning it like that?
Yeah, maybe but that's the whole problem with that is that maybe you're not learning it like that. What I think it is a quick fix. Because what I think is you're depending on it, and what's going to happen is if you don't have like your phone's out of a battery and you don't know how to change your tire on the street, and you would usually use I'll wait, I'll go check a phone and see how to change my tire. You know what I'm saying? You're fucked.
I got you. I got you.
You know what I'm saying? There are things that you gotta experience for yourself and not depend on something, so you'll be able to do it down the future for other purposes or other reasons, and you'll remember how to do it because you will have experienced it for yourself. So for sure, for sure, let's say you have that YouTube video that you watch changing the tire and you change the tire. So you know how to change a tire, obviously. So after that, you won't need the YouTube video anymore. But that doesn't equate for everything. You understand? Yeah. Like, let's say you read a document or something and you're reading it on your phone and you save it because, you need to come back to it and because you won't remember it by heart. But if you have a book at home, you have a physical thing that would you be able to refer to always, unless if the house burnt down or something. But I'm just saying you have something that doesn't need electricity to run on, and it's palpable. You can read it under candlelight,
Well, think about what they've done with that too. What was they first started with digital books? What was the device called that used to read
Kindle.
The digital book? Kindle.
Yeah, I remember that.
We're book burning.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. We're book burning. So you got that absolutely right. Listen, these phones are so bad. You can try this as just a social experiment. But I'm sure you've probably realized this already. Just reach over and act like you're gonna grab somebody's phone. They'll
Oh,
act
that's
like you
crazy.
they'll act like you tried to grab their nuts.
Yeah.
It's like, what is it so bad? You got it code protected, right? But what is it about it? There's such a personal connection become to these things that people have. It's like they freak out if they don't have it.
Yeah.
That's so true.
So it makes it easy step to, hey, you won't forget it if it's in you.
Oh, damn.
Oh fuck, that's
They
gonna be
fucking basically got us to take something that's 10 times more addictive than heroin. And while it did have its conveniences, that's why we were interested. That's why we were enticed. But yeah, man, people, if you tried to take someone's phone, they'd probably fight for that more than their own child or something at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
there's a lot of symbology there too, right? Like the apple from the tree.
Of knowledge, right? Of
iPhone,
knowledge.
YouTube.
Yeah. The iPhone.
YouTube.
In two respects. I is an Oculus
selfie.
phone, right? Like it's watching you. And also, what's it really inspired? What's really come about from it? TikTok, look at me. I. Look at me. Validate me. Watch my duck lips.
Yeah, I think they call it selfie for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Good one, OTW. I like that.
Could you imagine going to like some Aboriginal tribe and handing them an iPhone 13 or whatever? Just like leave that with them.
Come back and they're all just fucking corrupted in like a week. They're all like, you got tranny fucking Aboriginals and shit running around because they've been watching goddamn TikTok. It's like totally fucked up their society with
Dude, I was just about to mention that about the YouTube, the new requirements for being monetized on YouTube is having 10 million views of shorts within 90 days. Okay, guys. So you obviously see the agenda there. I hope you guys see the agenda there. They're gonna use us YouTubers, okay, as their weapon to dumb down the attention span of the viewers, man. Because 10 million views is a lot of people, man.
It's lucrative too. I know a guy that made $12,000 in 1 month on one of my videos that was like 8 or 10 minutes long. That he had like 250,000 subscribers and put the video on his channel and just it's lucrative.
Yeah, but do you notice
what
what's happening though? You see what they're pushing?
Yeah,
oh yeah, for
sure.
sure.
Short, dumbed down shit.
Yeah,
that's what they do with
to
the
keep
news,
people
dude.
in a short attention span, 15 seconds. Imagine that. That's crazy, dude. That's freaking
That's
crazy.
what they do with the television news programs, man.
That was before they linked up with TikTok too. Sorry, I didn't mean to
You're
interrupt.
sitting there, it hypnotize you first, with the little ball spinning and shit, little circles going around, and you can count it down 5, 4, all the way down to 1. And then zoom down there into the corner. Broad comes on there. Look at my tits while I lie to you. And then there's like a little crawl at the bottom of the screen with the top stocks. And here's some headlines coming across over here. Oh, no, over here's a box with a car chase happening in San Francisco from a chopper. And meanwhile, she's talking to another dude in a box over here. It's just like fucking artificial ADHD happening to you continuously. And so it does nothing. That's why people have no attention span. And then you introduce like the short videos, the TikToks. I mean, you go through and it's so fucking random, the shit that comes up on there, oh, here's a thing on Tartaria. That's interesting. Oh, here's some girl shaking her tits for some reason. Okay, that's cool. And it's like just random fucking.
I can't look at shorts, man.
TikTok worse.
I can't stand shorts, man. I can't stand TikTok and I can't stand shorts, man. It's just I can't.
That's probably what happened to Pineal. He's probably watching him right now.
He forgot he's supposed to be here and shit, man.
Got stuck. He's trapped.
He's like, these guys are doing all right. They don't need me. What fun.
Yeah, we're using
Where's Gnostic stuff?
we're using the server's internet or whatever it is to broadcast. So the stream is super duper good. No glitches, nothing, man. We got like great audio, great
it's
great
looking good.
visual. Yeah.
We just don't have any control over the content.
We just can't present anything or bring
Right,
anybody.
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but if he logged in on his phone, he could still bring in new guests, and we could pull shit up on our computer if we needed to, you know?
And my comment's still stuck on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to talk to you about that comment there, Austin. That's that can be taken out of that.
It's always good to see your dick.
It's like I saw this picture of this family, and they were at the Dolly Parton concert, and they had made, I guess, their own shirts, and they were all wearing a shirt that said "I Heart DP."
Not good.
No, you don't.
Not good.
You didn't think that went out very well. When were he? So let me get this straight. What's he trying to do? Is he trying to be on here using his phone, or is he trying to be on here using a laptop, or both, or what? What's the?
Yeah, I think he's using an outdated laptop and then trying to use his broke ass phone to make sure that his outdated laptop's not working right. I don't know. And he's not using the microphone on his headphone. I've determined that because he was cooking and his arm was knocking the microphone all around and it wasn't making any noise. So, you know, I think he's, I don't know what he's got going on with the headphones and then holding the phone up to his ear.
He's trying to figure out where. Yeah, he's
got too much going on, and I think if he just can focus on one potential troubleshooting, you know, tech, you know, at a time, then we'll get through it. But I don't know. He's lost in the metaverse. He's out there somewhere.
Well, I do know this thing was the happy MLK Rothschild PSYOP day. We could kind of stay in that frame of reference there a little bit too, because it's funny. We were talking about that sculpture that they unveiled in Boston. Did you all see that?
No.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I saw it.
Hey, Sovereign, bring it up. Oh shit, it's true. You can't.
See. I can't.
Shit. I'm just being sarcastic a little bit.
Do it old school. Okay, everybody Google the fucking it's top trending thing.
Everyone Google everyone Google BBC.
Yeah, so imagine that with the AI where it runs your panel and you can just basically ask it, you know, you give your AI a name, like you could call it Dick 2 or Dick Jr. Dick Jr., pull up phallus looking object from MLK monument, and it just pops right up, and that's how they're going to get us with this shit, because that convenience it'll make everyone look like a pro. You know, if you don't have it, it's like, well, now you don't have a virtual assistant that fucking does every bidding you ask.
Well, dude, there are some YouTubers that are doing that right now. Like they have this like Google thing right next. Yeah, I think it's what's his name there, Red Squid. Okay, he has this computer he talks to. He says, "Computer, what year did this happen with this thing?" And then the computer asks, it responds to him. So it tells so it looks like pretty cool, I guess.
It's kind of like the Harlow 3000, Dick.
But a lot more a lot more functional.
Well, it works pretty good.
Updated version of the Harlow 3000.
What happened to that dude, man? He came on my stream one. Are you talking about Jack Harlow?
Yeah, Jack Harlow. Yeah.
He came on my stream one night. Didn't that dude come on my stream? I
I
think you did, yeah.
don't remember seeing him on your stream. I seen him. He was on Paul's stream earlier today. He was out skateboarding. It's weird, man. I don't understand what the heck he is. He's like normal, but like not.
But sometimes
Like he
not.
talks for hours and hours backstage to himself, but then like all of a sudden, like you hear him talking, he's just like completely normal, and he can hold a conversation and stay on topic. It's I don't freaking know. It's,
I don't
Is
know,
that
man.
you, Mitch?
Mitch, who are you typing to, bro?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to help Pineal. My bad. I should mute.
There was I was trying to figure out what I started watching some of that shit last night. I saw Paul had a stream going. I went over there and I was like, oh my God, these people, why are they fighting with each other all the time, man? Fuck, this is too much anger. You know, of course I'd been doing DMT too. I didn't need all that fucking crap, you know, going on. But I did later on. Did anybody catch that Lauren De Laguna interview?
The lagoon
with,
creature.
yeah, she did an interview with that guy. He's always on Paul's stream. What's his name? Jack or something?
Jack Talcott.
Yeah. That's the guy.
oh yeah. Yeah.
It was funny as shit. She was trying so hard to get Jack to say that was a cult, and he wouldn't say it. And she was trying to word the same question a different way to get him to say it. He still wouldn't fucking do it, you know. And it was really irritating the shit out of her. It was.
Yeah, she's a devious one. You can definitely see she's just trying to control the narrative to take it where she wants it to go, so she can, you know, define how she sees reality.
First thing I would have told her right off, if that would have been me, I'd say, you know, would you mind zipping up your fucking shirt? You know, put your tits away and pay attention. Nobody cares.
What is up with that? Where like she had like one boob just fucking totally hung out, the other one she had kind of stuffed away there. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'm
Nobody's
just
impressed.
old school. I'm more traditional. I like a woman with class. That's fucking disgusting to me. You know.
Yeah, is this an interview or OnlyFans? You know, what the fuck we got going on here? You know, I've seen her
I've seen
OnlyFans.
plenty of boobs. I don't need to fucking have some scantily clad chick trying to fucking hang it out there to get views or whatever. It's just, and then when you see her speak, it just shows you why she's got to do that, because she's got obviously not much of a brain going on upstairs.
That's the comment I left on the fucking on the video. I said, "Put your tits away and pay attention. Nobody cares." I mean, come on, man. What are you doing?
This is news to me. I didn't know Dick liked women. So this is all news to me.
Hey, Pineal, check private chat, man. Oh, there's the sheriff. Let's see if he fucks with me. I got fucked with by the cops earlier.
I don't really like women these days in general. Like, I love my wife, but that's about it. A lot of women piss me off, to be honest. I mean, there are exceptions to that rule, but I don't like scandalous, conniving, backstabbing people in general. So
drama bitches.
You know. Yeah.
I don't like drama bitches, man. I hate that. And it's like, that's what she's trying to do. And she's such a fucking vapid airhead. It's like she does not understand that the difference between legal and lawful at all. You know, and I try to put that in the most simplest terms as I can for people. It's like, okay, here's the deal, right? All right. It was at one time legal for me to hold another human being in ownership and servitude. However, that was not lawful. Under natural law and under God's law, that's not lawful. However, it was legal. And it was illegal, yet totally lawful for someone to try to free that man from bondage. You know, I mean, that's the best way to explain it right there. The lawful thing is the moral thing. It's right. It's what's right. You see, that's where rights come from. Legal is just where some fucking asshat wrote some shit down on a piece of paper. His friends agreed on it. They sprinkle it with magic pixie dust. And now, if you're within the boundaries of an imaginary line, you are subject to it. What the fuck is that kind of shit? Think about the mental gymnastics it takes to really believe that horse shit. I can't wrap my mind around it. That's like, on one side of a line, I can smoke weed, and on the other side of that same line, I can't smoke weed. What the fuck? That line doesn't even really exist. Some dipshit wrote it on a fucking paper representation of the world. And I just happen to be in that geographic location. What if I stood over here where the weed's legal and I step over into where it's not legal, but I leave my hand with the weed over here and then just stick my face over there and smoke on it? I mean, what the fuck? You see how ridiculous it becomes?
Yeah, and blow the smoke over on the other side.
Demarcation.
Yeah, I mean,
ridiculous imaginary lines of demarcation. It's absurd.
Yeah.
Good over here, but not over here.
Right. Or when they go and pass some kind of a thing, think about like how prohibition took place. People was drinking, everything was fine and shit, and then the same thing you were doing at 11:59, you do it at 12:01, and you're a fucking criminal now. Same thing you were just doing 2 minutes before. What the fuck? I mean, they're trying to do that with this. They're really playing a lot of fuckery with the gun thing too, man. Different types of braces and all this other shit. Like any of that fucking matters. It's just a dog and pony show bullshit to try to hem people up. And it's like, none of that fucking matters. I'm so glad I don't ask people permission for shit, man.
I just want to clarify my statement too. I respect women that are respectable.
There you go.
I absolutely respect women that are respectable. But that's the whole thing about this short thing, right? Is like, it's all about scantily clad women like dancing, sticking their booty out so that you'll sit there and stare at some fucking ridiculous nonsense. And women need to step up their game just like men do. Men should be seekers of men, not women. These beta simps running around chasing women all day. It's pathetic. And it's ruining our society, and it's setting such a bad example for young men. So, women that are respectable, I got respect for you. Men that are respectable, I got respect for you. We all got to step up our game because what's being done to society is just atrocious on so many levels. And they use this technology to fucking infiltrate us with it.
How far off are we from, Starbucks actually giving hand jobs? I mean, like an Idiocracy. I mean, it's that fucking close. It really is. I mean, we actually have apps where, what's that thing where you can, that chick's hot, I think I'll fuck her, and then what is that thing called? Tinder or some shit like that?
Tinder, yeah.
That's electronic STD getter, I guess. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that shit, but this is how come we have so much problems, man. It's like people hook up, they go, oh, that chick's hot or that dude's hot, and they just go right away, boom, let's go fuck. And then that's it. They're going together, and then they find out they can't goddamn stand each other, or the guy will chase after some, ooh, boy, she's really hot, vapid as shit, but she's really hot. And I liken it to like this. You see a really good looking sports car. It's got a beautiful paint job, right? You look good driving it. But when you lift up the hood, there's a little fucking wheel with a mouse on it. That's what's running it, right? But you still look really cool, and you like having that sharp car, right? And years go by, and the paint starts to fade, and it doesn't go as fast. You get tired of it. It's worn off. And there you're stuck with it, and still got that motherfucking squirrel, that little mouse running around on the wheel. That's all that's running it. And that's what people are doing. They're not taking the time to know themselves, much less know another person. We're immersed in this thing. How often do you see it? Oh, you don't have a girlfriend? Well, let's see if we can get you hooked up. Or you don't have a boyfriend? Let's see if you can get you hooked up. It's like everybody's got to be joined at the hip with somebody. And most often people aren't ready for that kind of a thing because they don't even know who the fuck they are yet. And so now we've got all these people having kids just because they're a fucking side effect of a casual sexual encounter, you know, and they're not even mature enough to take care of themselves, much less raise a child, make a decent human being out of them. So they leave that up to the state. Why not? The state's paying for it. You see what goes on? It's all by design too. It's all by design. Who this guy?
Dude, I don't know. This is like the 20th freaking time. This guy comes up, and then the other guy comes up, and then he comes up, and then the other guy comes up, and then he comes.
I have no idea what's going on.
I have no freaking idea what the hell's going on.
Pineal's having a ball.
Hi there, guy in the yellow shirt. How are you
Hi,
today?
guy.
Good, how's it going?
Hey, Pineal, remove the comment so we can see his name, dude.
And then he's gone. And then
I'm convinced Pineal is not real at this point. Pineal is a deep fake AI GPT fucking technology.
I agree, dude.
What the fuck?
Pineal, remove the comment.
Look. And there's yellow shirt.
Okay.
Guy. What the fuck?
Oh my God! Now they're both on. Okay, we got this.
Okay, well, who just left then? Oh, okay.
Left.
I think it's because he can only have 6 people at a time. So now he's trying to choose who's going to put on.
I'm so confused.
Pineal, remove the comment. Hi, Michelle. There we go. Yeah.
Hey, Sovereign, do you have kids?
Yes, I have grandkids.
Do you try to warn them at all about the technology or any of this kind of stuff we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, they're aware. I don't know how aware. I mean, my sons are pretty heavy duty aware, and my daughter, she's a little bit matrixized, but not as bad, not real bad. My son, that he has the show, the channel Burning the Corporate Fiction. Oh, he's definitely onto it.
Nice.
Really, even in the way he's bringing up his kid, even in his own life, he's really got it going on and knows about this. You know, a lot of people will park the kid in front of a fucking cell phone and shit and let him play games and stuff. Then you don't have to be bothered by him. No. Not in that case. Not in that.
I had no idea that was your son. That's really cool, man. He's really He's really into it. That's awesome. That means you taught him well.
Well, you know what's odd? This is really crazy. There again, speaking of what I was talking about, he was the product of what I was talking about, and his mother was a crazy fucking lunatic. Really, I mean, and he knows how I feel about her. I mean, I'm glad that he's here and everything, but she kept him from me for almost his entire life. Now, what's remarkable is that he turned out like exactly as though I had raised him. His mannerisms, the way he talks, the things he's interested in and everything. I mean, it's remarkable. Half the time I'll be talking to him and I feel like I'm looking at a younger me talking to me.
I noticed that too.
You know?
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's really quite odd because and he had his share of time with getting in his trouble and having to pay his penance with the man and everything else like that. And I think he needed that. He needed his ego deflated, and I think it helped him a lot. And I like where he's at. I like he's growing. That's pretty cool. So we're pretty well in contact. I'm in Virginia. He's in Michigan, but he and his wife and my little granddaughter, they were down here a few months ago, and we had a good time, really good time. So
cool. Yeah. So Gary, what's your story? Nice to meet you, man.
Hey, nice to meet you. I was actually checking out your channel the other night when you had that big bone dude on who was talking smack about you.
Oh, you're talking about the brute? You saw that stream? Oh,
I saw. Yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing. I'll be honest with you. I just watched a bit of it, so I saw.
Dude, I was in a great mood that night.
Yeah, I don't know the whole scoop of everything that's going on by any means. But,
Oh, it's okay. Oh, well, it's just a guy that came up with a video that, okay, I'll tell you the story real quick. See, I'm not pissed off now, so it's easier for me to tell you the story. Okay, these guys are brothers. We went to the same school together, okay? One of them lives in the guy who has 100,000 subs, okay? He takes pictures of the moon with his telescope, and he lives like a couple of towns down from me, not too far. And his other brother lives like fucking like maybe an hour drive from where I live. So anyway, make a long story short, this guy, he came up and made a video about me hacking him and his brother, which I fucking don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But anyway, so he's saying this in front of his subs and stuff. And I'm like, and somebody had sent me an email telling me this, because otherwise I don't even follow his channel, right? So I wouldn't have even known that he had done that if somebody hadn't emailed me. So I when I went and I watched the video, dude, I lost it. I lost my shit, man. I says, oh yeah, this motherfucker wants to fucking, make me look bad. And, in my mind, silence is consent. So if I didn't say anything about it, it was like I was agreeing with him. So I had to come out. I could have been more tactful, obviously, but I didn't feel like being more tactful, I'm out here to be who I am. So if I'm pissed off, man. People are going to get to know me from fucking A to Z, man. That's how I feel when I'm on YouTube. I don't want to fucking make no fucking image of some fucking somebody that I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like if I don't feel fucking, if I'm vibing low, then you guys are going to fucking know about it. That's what I'm just it. If that video gets 20 views, big deal. Who cares? That day wasn't going good. Next day I'll make a presentation and I'll get 700 views. It's like, to me, it's not even like important anymore. When I see what YouTube is trying to push as an agenda, it's like I'm down with the connecting with you guys and growing this community and building with great minds and coming up with all these different we're philosophers, right? So we're coming up with these philosophies and different ways to describe the reality that we live in.
It's kind of like, what's that place they have in England? What do they call it? Is it Hyde Park? Where that's like they have their little park for free speech and people go there and they philosophize on soapboxes and shit.
No, I'd never heard of that, but that sounds interesting. Actually, that's nice.
So this is kind of like, I look at that like this, these round table panels, like that, and they're fun. People, I think it expands people's minds, expands their thinking, and that's exactly what I'm all about. I mean, if out of 1,000 people that watch, if I can get one to have their own fucking original thought based on what they have come up with themselves, I've done it. I've done what I wanted to do. That's all. I try to make people realize how much of their ideas, their thoughts, their influences are not theirs. It didn't come from you. Why do you wear blue jeans? Right? Who decided what kind of clothes we wear? Who decided that, hey, the 80s called and wants your clothes? Wait a second. How do these things have different time periods? Who decides this fucking shit? See? Start thinking for yourself. Yeah, that's what we learned in school. Yeah, well, we didn't learn shit in school. We were told stuff and we regurgitated it back without thinking about it because we wanted to get the fuck out of there.
I find it amusing when you hear these people that start talking about like, oh, this is in style or this is back in fashion, and which I could care less about any of that. But it's like, who decides that? Like, what? It's just someone says it and then everybody just jumps on the bandwagon and goes along with this is in style now. Like someone says it, so therefore it becomes factual. It's nonsense.
Power of influence, right? Think about this. You guys remember MC Hammer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He come out and he did this fucking ridiculous dance with these ridiculous fucking pants, right? Next thing you know, everybody's wanting to wear those stupid fucking pants.
Yeah, they're like the Z Cavaricis.
Yeah, well, now they can do it with your identity with this technology, It's
Yeah.
in style now to be all these different fucking descriptive words. Like, I don't want to get into fucking
I know
one
where
of
you're
these
at with this.
conversations, but it's true, man. It's like, you know, it's like for a while there it was in style to be gay. Now it's in style to be LGBTQ, elemental P. I mean, it's like that's a cool thing. That's a good thing. So it's like they're trying to extract that out of the people to have these different like fucking identities. And it just shows you how powerful the technology is, because you can't convince me that the society's always been that way. I also do think it's the hormones in the food, though. So it's like it's all a social experiment. They're fucking changing us with all these pesticides and these hormones and these estrogenic foods, and then they're giving you impressionable shit with the technology. And then how much further could that go from there? You know, now it's cool to be a robot. Put a fucking Neuralink in you, because that, see what I'm saying? It's trendy. That's the cool thing. Be a fucking high IQ robot and put this little fucking chip in you.
It actually takes away your identity, all these things. It actually takes you away from you and
Yes.
kind of
Great point, Gary.
compartmentalizes like what you want to be associated with or what you actually, I guess, identify as. So it takes away that actual sovereign identity of who you are as a being, and it just puts you in this little box, and that's who I am. I'm an LGBTQ activist, or I'm BLM, or I'm this, I'm that. And it's all nonsense. That's all of these groups are nonsense. It doesn't matter if it's on the left or it's on the right. You got the Proud Boys on the right, and you got BLM on the left. It's all nonsense. It steals your identity, and those are more cultish. I don't want to say that they're cults, but those are more cultish, if anything. And it's just there is a element of brainwashing that goes along with it. I think some of these things have some, the premise of BLM is actually a good premise, theoretically, but the underlying thing, I don't know the word for it at the moment, but just the underlying.
They're just different chords played by the establishment.
Yeah,
imagine.
Yeah.
It's not good
trendy to be a
intention.
corporate slave too, right?
And everybody reacts to the music. So all the little monkeys will dance to the proper music.
It's the Pied Piper.
Get a discord going between two songs that don't jive. Well, those two fight. They'll fight. I can make this group and this group hate each other. Watch. Then this is exactly how everything's done. They keep us pinned down on this level, fighting and arguing with one another, not realizing who the upper echelon who the true enemy is, and that's the ones that are shaking the fucking jar and making us fight.
They brought us to where it's noble to approve of authority, that has no integrity. It's like, respect the policy enforcer, even though he's pirating, he's running around fucking violating all your rights. Be a fucking good little citizen. And it's like they showed it in all the fucking Andy Griffith and the shows growing up, that people thought, oh, well, this is the trendy thing to do. Let's all be corporate slaves and accept lack of morale and lack of integrity and act like it's normal.
Willful victimhood.
Victimhood is profitable. It's very profitable for a lot of people.
It always comes down to the money, doesn't it?
Well, not just financially, but actually emotionally, and people who aren't normally noticed or looked at become more noticed because of their victimhood status, and there's a currency to some degree with victimhood, and I don't mean it monetarily. I mean there's a metaphysical currency to it, and it's just another one of these, almost like a movement in some ways, but it's it's difficult, I guess, for me to try to explain because
we understand. We understand.
probably because I'm like really tired right now.
we understand that you're trying to get across, Gary.
Yeah, no,
I do. I can't speak for we. I do. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you.
You're basically saying we're all split into different tribes. Through whatever the fuck we're seeing on media and stuff like that, and it's all designed and it's all by purpose. And
well, it's a willful destruction of that which was created. I mean, if you look at it, everything has a duality. They're trying to destroy that duality. There's a masculine and a feminine. Okay. And what they've done is bastardize the concept that between like a man and a woman, a man has a feminine side, but he's dominated by the masculine side and vice versa. We are meant to complement one another to make the whole. Okay. By bastardizing it out into all this freakish shit is another blaspheme toward creation. Everything that they seem to do through the archons, the elites, seems to be a thumb in the nose to anything that it has to do with that which was created. The perversion of the grains, the perversion of the foods, the meats, the vegetables, the perversion of the air, the perversion of the water. To take, because they cannot create, so they can only pervert that which has been already created. This is why in one of their headquarters bases of Hollywood, you don't see anything new come out of there at all. It's all remakes. It's all telling the same story with just different named characters. It's just perverting that which has already been created because they lack the creative ability.
True.
So here we are stuck in this, and they influence like OTW was just saying about and Dick with the little shorts. And the ADHD, the inspired ADHD, getting you to focus into that while they malnourish your mind and hit you with all these fucking chemicals. God knows what the fuck they're spraying on us. You know? So it's definitely a war for the mind. And we need to take that back. And I think we need to wake some people. We always say we got to wake people up. But the thing is that in what's coming, there will be many, many, many casualties. There has to be. There has to be.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I see it too.
So right now we're at 11:59 and 30 seconds to midnight, and the cabin's almost burnt down. If you're still asleep, if you're still snug in your fucking sleeping bag and you haven't smelled the smoke, felt the flames, or felt the heat, sorry, baby, you're not coming out of the cabin. At this point in time, it's getting to be where it's just about a selfish activity. It's too late to start waking people. If you're not already,
they're going to sell us the solution is this technology, though, man. I can just picture it now with this marketing. Imagine you got the statistics and all the metrics where they're saying, well, statistics show people with a Neuralink are, 9 times less likely to shoot someone with a gun. So if you want to have a pew-pew, you better have your Neuralink, and they drive safer, and they're just better citizens. Oh, God damn it. Guess what? If you want to be free, you got to get your fucking chip, because that's the only way we can trust you to be free, by God. And this is the kind of shit they use over and over and over to just pound us into this submission state of the zombie fucking profile that they fucking built for us. And so I think, there's going to be mayhem and bloodshed and all that, and their solution's going to be right there on a silver platter. Here, we'll make you safe. We'll make you fucking a good little bitch like you were designed to be by Muskrat and his band of cronies. And so it's back to nature. That's back to the fucking the dangerous freedom, right? Which is to be a child of the Most High. The child of the Most High didn't give you any guarantees you weren't going to be eaten by a bear. Right. That's what made life exciting.
Well, Dick, you're absolutely on to something with that they're going to want to try to do all that. But, I can't help but I mean, I really feel this in my innermost self that they're not going to be successful. Okay. This is why they pulled out all the stops. They don't even care. They're just laying it right out in front of you. So many people are aware of what they're going to try to do. Not that that's going to stop them from trying it, but I mean, to the point where we've got 5,000 additional troops posted in Davos to protect these shitheads while they're formulating our cricket paste and tofu cracker meals. You know, they pulled out all the stops. They know their time is short. The beginning is near. I don't think they're going to be successful. And that's not just wishful thinking. That's something I feel really confident in my heart that they're not going to be successful. And I say
I
that
think
without
there's a lot of evidence. I think there's a lot of evidence to support that idea. You know, that they're not getting their way. But at the same time, evil will always exist, and it'll serve its purpose. You know, but it'll continuously try to evolve with the times too, and and that's where we got to stay sharp and learn to protect ourselves and our families from it. You know, and be separate from it. But
I think if you look at, sorry, go ahead, Mitch.
no, I'm good. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you look at history, and you look at all the wars throughout history, they fund both sides. And when you look at what's going on in today's world, at least the way that I view it, the way I've taken the time to try to, I guess, like Paul might say, is like kind of reverse engineer it. And I almost feel like whether it's the sheep or whether it's like the quote unquote truth movement, it seems to me like both sides are being funded, and the real enemy is actually fear. They're just trying to get people in a state of fear from either side. I think there's some validity to everything with what's going on about being concerned to a degree, but I almost feel like it's being blown out of proportion as well. The world's going to end, and people are waking up, but are we going to win or are we going to lose? We're going to want to live our lives, and the people that prepare properly are going to be the ones that come out on top. They're still going to be able to live their lives. It's not like, I don't think it's going to be like a Hunger Games situation where people are going to start hunting other people down. But I really, really, truly, like in my soul, feel like they're just pushing fear on both sides. And when you're in a state of fear, you cannot think properly. A lot of people can't think properly or rationalize properly. I think that's the big push, is to fund both sides so that no matter which side you're on, you're in a state of fear.
Now, Gary, hold on a second, man, because I was really hoping for that Mad Max type shit going on. I mean, I've been shopping at Hot Topic. I've got all my fucking post-apocalyptic wear ready in my go bag. The doors are coming off the Jeep, and we're gonna blow up some fucking dune buggies, bitch.
It's not just for Halloween, man.
Yeah, right.
Look at the biblical prophecies, right? I mean, it's not to say you could say it's programming in a sense, because people have told these tales for generations, and we talk about them at the church or whatever. Or you could say it's illustrating the cycles that unfold. But there's a wide path to destruction. There's a wide path to destruction in this realm, and you can fucking see that. And people love it. They love their enslavement. They love their destruction. I could definitely see Mad Max Hunger Game type scenarios play out, especially if they're manufactured and they want to see the people eat each other alive, because everybody's so dependent on their fucking, Roundup ready supply chain. That's basically, it's given them crutches where they don't know how to walk anymore without it. So if you pull the plug on that, it's going to be fucking mayhem. I mean, we'll see shit that makes the movies look like PG. Because I remember my buddy who was in Vietnam, and he used to tell me about stories of people starving, that the scariest thing he ever saw in his life was a starving man.
Yeah, I
believe that's real.
There is validity to that point, I believe, as well. What was I going to say? Yeah, there's validity to it. don't know. I don't know that it would get there, because I think there's gonna have to come a point where even the people that are blind to everything going on are gonna get to a point where they're like, all right, something's not right here. Like, the way that I look at it is like, if I can figure this stuff out, or if I see what's going on, what the hell is wrong with everyone else? Like, I'm not the dumbest person, but I'm not the smartest person either. So if I can see it, what is everybody else looking at? And I mean, that's 98% of society, it feels like. It's just, it's.
Well, if it gets there, they've lost control. That's what we know. Because really, the reason it doesn't get there is because that's how they keep us enslaved. So if that shit breaks down, it means we probably pulled their card or somehow collectively exposed it to a degree where it can't, it just can't hold itself up anymore.
I don't know, Dick, what you were saying about the revelations and stuff. I've been kind of thinking, I've been looking at some shit about that those events may have already taken place, and that we might be in that short season, and that we're the rest of the dead. There's a lot of good stuff about that, and it would be like the Shaitan to trick us into thinking we're at a different point than where we really are, to keep us from actually being as prepared as we should be. You know what I'm saying? By
I also
making
see that a revolution is in perpetuity. Like it wasn't meant to have a beginning and an end. It's meant to
be perpetual. It revolves. It revolves. Yeah. It's revolution. That's why I've said often, why don't we, the best thing and it would scare the fuck out of them. It would work so well. And it's right along the lines of peaceful disobedience, is if you just had a stop, not a revolution, a stop. It's like, oh yeah, you guys go ahead and you can do whatever you want to up there in that little marble palace and shit all day long. I don't care. We're not listening to you any longer. Oh, and you're not getting paid anymore either, but feel free to march around up there and hit gavels and do all that fucking shit all you want to. We're not doing it no more. We're over. And if everybody were to just stop, it would come to a halt. It would totally crush it. It would destroy it. You wouldn't have to fire a shot. The ball would be in their court. The only thing they would have left in recourse would be the option of violence. And of course, defense is always the more superior option in any conflict.
The FBI has entered the chat. The CIA has entered the chat.
Shout out to the feds.
So you're right, though, Sovereign, that we're past the millennial reign. But we're in some kind of revelation where, like, it talks about people jumping off of cliffs, but they can't kill themselves, right? Well, if you're in a meta state, you don't even know your true self anymore, because you've been tricked with guile. You're to the point where your whole identity is in this artificial realm, augmented state. And so, yeah, what's left? The people who connected to nature. So that narrow path left you as the steward of this realm. So you're in effect creating another millennial realm, or another reign of rebuilding, going back to the alchemy, going back to the original designs, going back to observation of something that's sustainable, which is nature. That's the only thing we see that's sustainable in front of us. I mean, outside of that, nature works just fine without humans. We're the ones that fuck that whole design up. So until we take a stewardship role and actually look at it with a conscious intention to be diligent with our actions, we're not going to get anywhere. So the greatest thing then is really to fucking the people that don't operate that way. You want to take them into some other fucking realm or some other place so they can work their shit out and reset the whole design. So I could see it part of like the almighty creative spirit. The way this whole thing is just orchestrated is it does that in cycles. It constantly purges and then separates that wheat from the chaff and allows the ones that get it what they're here to do, which is to be a steward of the land, to have a chance to rebuild.
Yeah. It's that constant cycle of destruction and rebirth, the Ouroboros.
Another form of natural selection too.
Well, I just wonder, you know, I mean, it's like we got, I mean, what's self-preservation seems to be like a lacking characteristic in people's, you know, persona these days, you know. I mean, just like they'll just do shit and it's like, did you not think that out at all? You know, I mean, why would you eat a fucking Tide Pod? You know, I mean, what the hell is wrong with your mind that would make you think that that would be a good thing to do? You know, and that's just one example. I mean, and the
But
way
say
that
we're like
people are
in a
thinking,
petri dish.
the girl put the Gorilla Glue in her fucking hair. Gonna sue
Oh yeah, that
Gorilla
was
Glue
fucking
for it.
absurd.
Are you gonna sue Gorilla Glue because you too dumb to know what the fuck you're doing? I mean, are you kidding me?
She's a victim, though. You know, how could she know better? You don't know till you try it, Sovereign.
Yeah, well, there's certain things I don't need to try to know it's probably not a good idea. You know, it's like,
No, I hear you.
Yeah, taking shots of turpentine probably not a good idea. You know, shit like that.
But wait a minute, that's like a major like naturopathic remedy that people do these days. All depends who you talk to. They get it from the pine trees.
Isn't that what DMSO is?
No, that's the carrier. But yeah, they do combine them too. But probably shouldn't talk about that too much.
No, they get after
Nazi fucking U-lube. Hey, but
I
what
actually
about
don't
like
know much about it.
Inky? So if you had off-worlders or multi-dimensionals that came in and tinkered with the species, and they've been sitting back observing off the plane, you know, and maybe some other dome or something, and they're just watching, and that's why we got these 360 cameras on our iPhones, and we got a fucking camera on our dishwasher and a smart fucking meter listening to you. Right, so we're just a spectacle. They're watching us like some fucking reality show, but they're doing gene selection, just like botanists when they grow plants. You know, they stress the plant out to see the different characteristics. Is it going to hermaphrodite? Is it going what is it going to show? And then you can choose, you know, the best of those genes to move forward with the species. And I could see this whole fucking thing being just one big genetic experiment. They may pick up certain people, take them, move them to a different dome, you know?
It's funny that you say that because I was just thinking that, like, when you start talking about that, it's like, what if there's like domes upon domes upon domes?
Yeah, ever expanding flat realm, you know, or not even expanding.
What if we're in a ball pit? We're just like, you know, we're Chuck E. Cheese. We're in a ball pit. We're just inside of the green ball, and you know, there's a red ball over there or an orange. It's crazy to think about because it's such a messed up world that we live in.
That was random. Somebody just messaged me from a friend of mine in Arizona and says, I'm going to a seance in Tucson. Would you like to go? And I'm like, I'm in Virginia, man. What the fuck? How am I going to go to a seance in Tucson, man? What's up with that? It's pretty random, man.
Interesting friends you keep.
Oh, he's a guy I've known. Well, I've known him since he was a toddler. Actually, he was a kid of a neighbor, and he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I was more like as a kid, I was friends with his dad. His dad was really cool. He always he talked to me like an adult because I talked like an adult when I was a kid. I didn't want to talk about kid shit. I was talking about what was going on in Vietnam. I was talking about Watergate, you know, all that shit. And so this guy, he was really cool. He introduced me to some cool music. He was the first one that rocked me out to Steve Miller and shit. He was good friends with my parents too. So he and I were still lifelong friends. This guy's dad, he's 78, lives in Gilbert, Arizona. Retired vice president from Payne Weber, pretty successful guy. So yeah, it's but that's his son, and we've connected up over the years and shit because we used to play together when we were kids and whatnot. So yeah, pretty cool. People grow away. I look at some of the people I went to high school with, and I see shit from them on Facebook and whatnot. I don't interact a whole lot, but I'm like, wow, you really sold out. You know, I look at what they're doing and I'm like, you really sold out. And a lot of them are at the point now where they're, you know, retiring and they're moving to Florida and they're doing that whole fucking prescribed thing that they want you to do, that, you know, 2.3 kids, they all went through college. I went into debt so they could do it and shit. And now we got a little bit of money. We can go die on a beach and eat a puzzle and not know our fucking name. You know? It's like, not for me. Not for me. People say, what do you do for a living? I say, well, I eat food, I breathe the air around me, and, you know, it's like whatever the fuck I got to do. I don't worry about it, man. It's just like when I need, it comes. That's all.
Oh, I got my pension and I got my big 401k, and I gotta make sure when I combine my dick grower pills with my heart pills, you know, the doctor says I'm gonna probably kick off the bucket here if I get too excited. But you know, I like the fucking buffet, and I like to have all the different foods. I can stuff my pie hole full of microplastic food, and I raised a bunch of good little slaves. So I did a good one in this life. So I'm telling you.
Come back and do it again.
Exactly.
No,
Repeat, rinse and repeat.
no, that's, I mean, to me, that's just like, if you ever listen to, if anybody's a Pink Floyd fan, Dogs, the song off of Animals, Dogs, is like, it sums it all up right there. That whole thing talks about, you know, the whole rat race and then the retirement on the beach in Florida, and you're just some sad fat old dude, you know, waiting to fucking die, you know. And that's pretty much where it goes to with that whole thing. And I look at, there's people my age, you know, that I went to school with, they're on this medication, that medication, whatever else, you know, this is for this is that, you know, they got them little fucking pill holders and whatnot. I don't take nothing, man. You know, occasionally
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that could like hours.
take like a tab of aspirin once in a while. You know, that's about it. I don't even fucking use aspirin. You know, it's like, no, I don't need to do that. What's that shit they want you when you, by the time you're 40, they want you to go to the doctor and let them put their finger up your butthole? No, sir. No, sir. Not happening. Not happening. I almost got talked into it. I was standing there and I asked the doctor, I says, well, where do you want me to put my pants? And he says, over there on the chair next to mine. And I was like, no, I'm out of here.
Are you sure? We'll be real gentle. We'll make sure you like it. We're not going to be, you know, overly aggressive when we do it. And we know it's your first time, Sovereign.
Yeah. No, I don't want nothing. There's no reason for that whatsoever. Mankind has lived for thousands of years without somebody sticking their finger up your butthole. I'm pretty sure I can get by without that. And if it's so severe, if I got something so severe, you got to put your fingers up my butthole to find it, and I'll let it get me. That's good. It's my time, you know?
All right, Chili. All right, Chili. Relax.
Shit. I didn't say shit about no torture cuffs now.
We don't stop.
That shows you the programming again, though, right? It's totally normal. That's everybody does it. As soon as you're 40, you go in, you let the man stick his finger in your butthole, poke around a little bit. Come on now, what's wrong with you? You don't like that?
Stranger danger, stranger danger. I remember my mom told me anybody trying to stick their finger up my butthole, run away, man. Find a police officer.
Hey, Dick, you have kids, right?
Just make sure you're muzzled while you do it. You got to have your mask on when you're getting butt poked. That's part of the rules.
6 feet.
Yeah, I got a couple scroungers running around.
And are you and your wife on the same page when it comes to a lot of your values, beliefs, morals, etc.? I would think probably like morals and things like that.
I'm really fortunate. We've grown together. I mean, we came together in totally different mindsets, and over 15 years of marriage, we've really become like-minded. And I know it doesn't always work out that way, so I'm a very fortunate man that way.
Yeah, see, I'm in the complete opposite end of the spectrum where we disagree on most things because you know, I was asking that because I wasn't sure where, you know, your wife might sit with like doctors and stuff. Like, I'm totally opposed to my daughter like going to the doctor unless, you know, unless she needs stitches or something like that. But in terms of like anything else, like the, you know,
I've seen it go the other way, dude. A friend down the way here, that he's an awesome dude, and we connected at my kid's baseball. His wife and him were not on the same page, and so they started doing all that and fucked up their child in the most horrendous way. But fortunately, they were able to stay together. But so she had to learn the hard way, and that's brutal. But they did stay together, and now she's on the same page with him, and they're not fooling with those shenanigans anymore. But I've seen all things. I've seen it tear. You know, my buddy Quiggs, who comes to my streams often, he's been through 3 marriages. He's not going to do it again. But you know, he had to learn the real hard way.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking, man. Because if there's one thing that like I you know, could say I'm fearful of, it's like something like that happening to my daughter. Because if it happened, I don't know that I would be a free man any longer, because whoever was involved in it, I don't think I'm going to take kindly to them. And I'm not like a violent person by nature, but the thought of it and the fact that my wife is on board with it really eats up at me sometimes. And my daughter's 6 now, and I know that there's like schedules and everything. And I'm just like, no, it's not happening. It's just any of it. It's all nonsense. I just don't believe in any of the allopathic medical, the science to it, essentially, germ theory and all that stuff. I think I believe in the terrain theory more. Or I believe in the terrain theory, actually, not more. I do believe in the terrain theory, not germ theory. So
it makes a hell of a lot. It makes a hell of a lot more sense.
Of course it does. It's another invisible enemy. It's another fear-based campaign. And look at the money that's made off of it. It's like incredible. It's absurd. So I don't know. I could be wrong, but I just feel in my heart that I'm not. And I'll, you know, that's the hill that I'll die on. Like, no questions asked.
Yeah, it's just not easy. I mean, I could say what I did, but everybody's situation's different, and I've learned that, you know, every person's different, so you really don't know how it's going to work out. You just do the best you can to present information. And I always said in my marriage, though, if you respect me as a man, you will consider what I'm considering. And likewise, if I respect you as a woman, I will consider what you're considering. So let's share information, and let's give each other time to absorb it and reflect on it. And then let's circle the wagons and come back together and have an intelligent conversation about it. And both acknowledging we're not the oracles of truth. Neither of us have the almighty answer on every single subject, and we're growing, learning beings. But if you can have productive conversation, then at least you can lay it out all on the table and make a decision together, hopefully. And it hasn't always been that way in my marriage as well. Like, there's been places where we have to agree to disagree. And I guess if it was too big of an issue, it would have broke us apart. But fortunately, that has not been the case. And on the big issues, we've been able to align on, which I'm thankful for. But I know it's not always that way.
Yeah, see, I don't have a problem with the disagreeing part. It's the fact that my daughter, you know, potentially could be involved in these future decisions. And I know that I'm really stubborn when it comes to what I feel is, you know, whether it's my belief or what I feel is right. And, you know, my wife is the same. You know, we're both steadfast in our stances, you know. So, but now that we have a child that comes into the mix, you know, where does where does that situation end up? You know, and it is one of the things that maybe I shouldn't be scared of it. Maybe I should just be faithful that it all works out in the end. You know, that whatever the right thing to do is what will happen.
I can't really speak from experience, but I think, you know, I think you got to respect free will in that situation. But at the same time, you know, you gotta wear the pants and you know, and it's your responsibility. From my perspective, I don't know if this is accurate, but I feel like, you know, you definitely carry a lot of burden to help them realize what the right way is. And, you know, but at the same time, you know, if they want to choose to do evil things, it's their choice, right? I mean,
well, my daughter's 6 years old. She really doesn't have the choice. That's what I'm.
well, I mean, I guess I'm referring to your wife. Yeah, obviously she doesn't have the ability to.
Yeah, no, my wife has made a decision already, and you know, with the whole past couple of years, she.
Yeah, my dad has too, but I mean, it's not like I'm gonna, you know, hold it against him or hold it over
Oh no,
his
I
head. You know, it is what it is. It's
I
his free
agree.
will. Yeah, you know, I can't look down on him. You know, it's what he felt was right. You know, and
I completely agree with you there, and I don't hold
if
judgment.
anything, I'm looking at blaming myself for failing to communicate with him effectively enough to show him, because we've had the conversation. You know, and he was ashamed. He didn't tell me about it for probably a year.
I had situations like that as well.
Yeah. He didn't want to tell me about it. He knew I would be disappointed, but you know, what am I going to do? You know, like cuss him out, or you know, get angry and, you know, carry this, I don't know, this negative energy with me. There's nothing I can do about it. You know, just hope for the best and unfortunately expect the worst.
But Gary, did I understand that wrong? You're saying that she's for it, right? And has already made that decision for your daughter. You guys aren't together in the same house anymore, or you are still?
No, we are. It's just where our mindsets are completely polar opposites.
But so even though you're saying don't, she's going outside of what you're saying as the
no,
man.
Not that she's going outside of it. It's just there are these schedules and everything where kids are supposed to have certain inoculations.
But I mean, have you told her, honey, I'm not down with that. I don't.
Oh yeah,
I'm not in support of that, and we're not doing that.
I'll bend a lot on a lot of things because there's not a lot that really bothers me. I go along to get along.
What about not bending on it? You know, I'm not giving you advice. I'm just saying, have you ever considered saying that, like, we're not doing this?
No, that's what I say.
And she still does it. She goes and does it behind your back then?
No. I bent when I didn't want to initially when she was born because I had less knowledge at the time. So there were certain things that it was kind of a compromise where I was like, all right, do that. If this is like gonna set the house on fire, do this, but not this. This is not happening. Like the measles one, the MMR. That just for me, that wasn't happening. And that, you know, and to this day she hasn't gotten that one. But
don't say it because you don't want to trigger Piney.
Oh no,
in respect to him.
I would never say it. No, I know better than that. No, that one, no, not in a million years. That, like I said, that's the hill that I'll die on, and I literally will put my life down if anybody goes near my daughter with that one. I will go out on my shield. No questions asked. I won't hesitate.
I think that's your responsibility, man.
It is, absolutely it is.
Until she's of age to, I think the Bible says 21. I don't hold me to that. But you guys probably know better than I do. until she's of age to be able to decide shit. I don't think I was mature enough until I was like 28 to really make good sound decisions on my own, you know.
You're not even starting to be fully cooked till you're like 30. You know what I'm saying? I
That's
look
true
back
for me.
and, I thought I knew it all and shit too. And even when I was 40, and I look back now, and the wisest thing I can say is that I don't know it all. You see, that's where I'm at. The more I learn, the more I understand how much I really don't fucking know. But I do have the wisdom, and wisdom doesn't come without scars. The unfortunate aspect of it is, although I can show you my scars, the chances of you benefiting from my wisdom versus you trying it for yourself and failing, you're going to try it. Because I did. I heard the wisdom. I saw the scars. I didn't fucking listen, and I had to learn it for myself. Experience keeps the dear school, but a fool shall learn from no other.
Can't wait. Experience learns from. Sorry, that went way over my fucking.
Okay. Experience keeps a dear school, but a fool shall learn no other. In other words, there's a lot of people, that's how they learn shit. But a fool absolutely will only learn through experience. And we're fools. We all are. We mostly fool ourselves, because while we're looking and judging each and every other character on the board, we fail to look back inward at ourselves and examine our own character.
Gotcha.
Pineal wants us to talk about the MLK Rothschild Rockefeller connection.
I saw that. I did.
The man loved his hookers.
Well, yeah. Hey, come on, Jesse. Let's smoke a couple rocks and bang some white girls. What do you say? Yeah, man. I don't know.
So, do you think MLK was just an ass clown gong show character? He was like a made man kind of fucking figurine they put out there to toe an agenda of the time?
Kind of like Rosa Parks.
Just like Jesse Jackson, just like Al Sharpton still is. It's all co-op. It's bread and circus. It's dog and pony show. I mean, you can even look at this latest thing what they had with Dr. Fauci and Rand Paul and their little argument back and forth in the Senate and all this. Oh, did you hear what Rand Paul said? Da 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 da. That was all just a fucking puppet show.
Hey, thank you. I have those conversations with people. I'm like, you think this is real? This is real to you? And people will be like, of course it is. He's a Republican. Remember? It's like, dude, this is all dog and pony show. That's all this is. No one ever gets held accountable for anything. No one ever goes to jail. Nothing ever happens to these people. It's pro wrestling, just with suits and ties on. It's the same thing.
Politics is just show business for ugly people. I mean, really, it is. I mean, I remember watching this shit all the way back, and the ones that everybody's focused on are the ones that you shouldn't focus on. You look at the people who are hanging in the background. Those are the ones you got to watch. These people that are in the White House hanging in the background through administration after administration after administration. People like, Henry Kissinger and
like the Queen of Torture.
Yeah, Donald Rumsfeld, these ghoulish characters that hang in the background that keep us in perpetual war.
Do you know about that woman? I don't remember what her name is. The woman they called the Queen of Torture. And it was in Obama's tenure.
Or you talking about Condoleezza Rice?
No. She's just some 99.9% of the population. If you said her name, they have no idea who you're talking about. I can't remember her name. But she was I don't know if she was married to one of the guys in the CIA that's kind of one of the higher ups or whatever, but apparently she had a lot of decisions or something like that, and some of the things that went on You ever watch the James True channel?
No, I don't think
He's got some interesting stuff. He does an episode on it. He's got a lot of good episodes. Then there's other ones that are kind of like whatever, but he does a whole thing on it about this woman. I think that's what her nickname is like the Queen of Torture.
See, I can make the Rothschild Rockefeller connection to that. You know, that's easy. That's familial. But to MLK, I don't see the direct, unless there was the funding. Of course, they're always in with the funding. The Rockefellers that donated so graciously the land that the UN is on.
Well, I mean, isn't anybody that's like put on some sort of platform or something, someone that's brought into the public eye? I mean, I feel that the majority of them are somehow probably connected some way to something.
Yeah.
To push an agenda.
Yeah.
I just don't feel that a lot of this stuff happens organically. Like these people just come out of nowhere.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And you even look at like, I fell into the, years ago, I'm ashamed to admit, but I fell into like the Ben Shapiro stuff and the Candace Owens. And now I look at like someone like Candace Owens and I'm like, oh my goodness, how did I not see it? Like initially, like I had to sift through a lot of dirt to get to where I am now. And now I'm just looking, it's like everywhere you look, it's like all these people, they're all, you can only really like trust and believe in yourself and what you see and what your gut tells you.
Well, that's just it. You got to stop looking for leaders.
Yeah, you have to stop looking for answers to other people.
Be your own fucking leader. Gary, you be your leader. And you know what? We all seem to lead ourselves the same way. So we can commune together and talk about the various ways that we lead ourselves. You see, you don't need to have somebody to follow, a hero, somebody to do it for you. You do it yourself. You want to lead yourself. What would you embody in it? What qualities would you want in a leader? You would want benevolence,
integrity,
trust, all those things that you would want in a good leader. Become those and be your own leader.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want a leader. I don't.
Yeah, that's just it.
But I just want to be left alone. But I want to also commune with people and just enjoy the times that are meant to be enjoyed. And life has ups and downs, but you grow by just sharing experiences with people a lot of times, and as long as it's coming from the heart and as long as it's backed by truth, you can live a good life that way, I feel. And just so much of what our society has become is just it's kind of disgusting, on so many different levels.
Yeah, but why always keep circling back to that? Why just not focused on what you can do to make it better, and it's really all.
No, you're right.
All you can do is be the best you that you can be and have confidence in that, that's it. Can't control anything else,
And hey, just be fucking nice, man.
That's
just be nice. Help each other out. It don't cost you a fucking thing either, man, and it feels good and it spreads. Take that light with you out in the world when you're doing stuff. You're taking your cart back up to the store. Take that lady's cart with you. Why not? You're going there anyways. Save her some time. It was a nice thing to do.
I actually do certain things like that at times because it makes me feel good about myself. I'm not even doing it for them fully as much as I'm doing it for myself because it makes me feel better about myself. You know, as
I
selfish as
respect
that
that
might
idea.
sound,
Yeah.
but I really
Sorry.
do it because I feel like better about myself. Like I did something that made somebody else feel better, but it was just as much for me as it was for them.
Mhm.
You know, and that's something that when I look back, I don't think I always felt like I always tried to do nice things for people, but I have a totally different perspective now from when I did in the past. And it's kind of weird to look at that dynamic now and be like, oh, wow, I didn't realize that I was doing it from a selfish standpoint to some degree. But that selfishness feels good too. It's weird. It's like a duality in some aspects.
Well, it resonates and it's self-perpetuating. You know, it increases because it's a high frequency vibration, and that'll influence others. That high frequency vibration will influence others. We're more susceptible
Absolutely.
to extreme highs or extreme lows, and you want to try to stay with the extreme highs. When you feel those lows coming on, you know, there's some validity to, you know, like that, you know, whenever I feel afraid, I whistle a happy tune, right? There's something to that. You know, it's one of the same reasons you'll find yourself humming. Try just humming a fucking song while you're doing work, man. The work goes by. You know, whistle while you work. Man, there's words of wisdom in all this fucking kid shit that we just forget. You know, and you learn to have that innocence of a child within your heart, and you can radiate that happiness a hell of a lot better. We strive, if you really look at it in our society, to quell that down, you know, to keep that under wraps. And why? What's it hurt? Not a goddamn thing. Not for us, anyways. It's very healing. We can actually heal one another just through vibrations, feeling good and being happy. But they try to keep you in that resonation of fear at every turn. Oh, nuclear bombs are going to come get you. Oh, be afraid. Big rocks from outer space are going to catch on fire for no reason and hit the fucking earth. Or, you know, all this other bullshit that they've got you people generally afraid of that's in their subconscious at all times that aren't even real.
Well, where I'm at. I'm sorry, I interrupted. I apologize. Go ahead.
It's like the boogeyman. Can you imagine if you know, here's a kid and he keeps seeing a boogie monster out his window. You know, he swears to God he sees it out there. It's tapping on the glass and everything. And he screams and hollers, and mom and dad come rushing in, and of course the boogeyman's gone. And they're like, okay, Timmy, it's okay, you know. And they reassure him, and they needed mom and that little boy needed mom and dad. Timmy needed mom and dad. Well, after this keeps going on, and then you find out that it's mom and dad that are putting the boogie monster up in the fucking window so that the kid will holler and cry for him to come in, and they can feel needed, and the kid can feel like he needs them, and that they're responsible for making the boogeyman go away. You see what they're doing to us on an adult level? The same thing. They're scaring us with fake fucking boogie monsters to validate their existence.
That's what I was kind of trying to allude to earlier, is that the real pandemic is fear.
Mm-hmm.
And it's being pushed from every, you know, avenue or channel possible. And if you just take a step back and just look at it, just be like, whatever, you know, it's don't, you know, I'm not saying I don't fear things. Like I'm petrified if I got dropped in the ocean. Like I'm horribly petrified of the ocean for some strange reason. So if I got dropped off a boat, I would probably panic and drown, even though I know how to swim. But when it comes to all this other like worldly stuff about, like you were saying, nukes and stuff, like what I was going to say when I interrupted you was, there are nuclear reactors where I'm at. I'm up in Canada now, and there are nuclear reactors, and everybody has the iodine pills in case there's a nuclear leak. I'll be the first to tell you, if that ever happened, I'm stubborn enough to say that I wouldn't take it just to see if I'm right about whether or not it would kill me. And there's a very good chance I could be wrong. But I am that stubborn. Like, I need to find out what's true. I need to find out the truth. And if it kills me, it kills me. You know, and I wouldn't say that for, I guess, everything. There are some things that are common sense that I wouldn't take that belief, take that same stance in terms of what I believe. But like you were saying with the nuclear stuff, it doesn't scare me at all. Like, I'm not worried when they're talking about, you know, Trump having the keys to the, or whatever,
Because
the nuclear codes.
Well,
It's nonsense. It's like,
because you don't think it's real. You don't think the nukes are real.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know either, and I don't.
I'm not saying they are. I'm not saying they aren't. I just.
I don't think that. I have a question, Gary, Mr. Gary. Why?
That was about.
I know. Why are you afraid of the ocean?
Thank you.
I don't know. I just have it's. I think it's the something overwhelming about it. Just the
unknowingness. Okay.
Not even the unknowingness, just the vast, just body of water where, like, if you
I just want to make a real quick point, man. If any of us were dropped in the middle of the ocean, we're gonna die. But that's just the reality of it. But if we were floating through the middle of an ocean in a fat ass yacht or something, you know, we wouldn't know, you know, unless it's all in your mind, you know.
No, I agree.
I think it comes down to.
But I can't help it. There's like this, like,
you
can't
help
it. You can't help it.
You might be right.
Yeah. You start this way. You have to learn to.
Actually, you are right.
Step out in acceptance. First, it's acceptance of the situation outside of a resonance of fear. Okay. Once there's acceptance of the situation, then evaluation can take place. You know, okay, this is my condition. This is the condition we're in. Now what? Where do I go from this point? Now, if I let fear overwhelm me, I'm not going to make any kind of a decision at all.
You'll panic. You'll fucking panic.
So just say, fuck everything.
Yeah, because whatever's going to happen is going to happen, and also the knowledge that this is just an experience. You know, fear of loss of life is not even existent with me. I'm not worried about it. When it happens, it'll happen. It's inevitable. It's going to happen, whether it be right now or 10 years from now or 20 years from now. This is an inevitable cycle of this experience. So I don't fear that. And it's going to have to end somehow.
Yeah.
So now, what is the condition that I'm in? And let's operate from that standpoint right there without the fear. There's nothing really to fear. Fear, and when we get in situations that make us angry, all we're doing is expressing fear in another way. It's part of the fight or flight response. So you have to come right, like I said, right down into complete acceptance into the situation. Is there anything I can do about my condition? If the answer is yes, then by all means do it. If the answer is no, then you just kind of ride it out until you get another option. That's all.
Great input, guys. Hey, I'm a little bit worried that Peniel's going to start playing music and turning this into the after hour clown show.
Actually, it's 1:57. It's going to be 2:01 soon.
So I'm gonna catch y'all later, but I really appreciated the conversation, gentlemen. It was a fun talk. So
as well, Dick.
See y'all soon.
I enjoyed it, Dick.
Yeah.
Hope you get some
good night, man.
Bye, Dick.
Well, where is
he's got a lot of valuable input. I like
he does.
I like the way he presents himself, and he's got a lot of valuable input from a lot of different topics and everything. And he handles himself very well. It's not something that you see in today's society a whole lot with men.
No, and it's kind of dismaying. It really is. But there again, we let others guide our whole fucking society. We let this idiot box demasculate an entire generation of men. I mean, look at the types of even your sitcoms. It's always strong, dominant men, women with the fuck up husband, you know, and she's always got to be pulling him out of whatever problem he's gotten them into. You know,
there's a lot of chat. There was a lot of talk on Paul's stream last night in the chat about that, and it's so true. It's you know, that it's you know, emasculating the men to where they're just dumbed down, just morons, and it's.
There was a lot of talk about toxic femininity. I don't quite get that concept.
Well, you got to understand, a lot of this shit are made up buzzwords by Marxists. Okay, like the word homophobe. All right, let's break that down. What does that really mean? Fear of same? That's stupid. And there's no way in context to what you're giving it a definition to, right? Anti-Semite. I'm against the language group. That's stupid. Language group, which includes Arabic and all those languages in that area, including Hebrew.
Isn't Hebrew originally like a racial slur, pretty much?
No, actually, that's what the people in that area were, is they practiced the Hebrew religion.
Yeah, but you wouldn't call them Hebrews, you know?
What's that?
You wouldn't call them Hebrews back then, would you?
Sure they would. Sure they would.
Well, they would, yeah, but it was...
Well, I mean, there was even a kosher hot dog brand here. I don't know. They may still be in business. It was called Hebrew National.
Yeah,
it was made from kosher beef. Yeah,
I get it, but that doesn't take away from.
Oh no, it's not. It's not a slur word. It's not a slang word. Neither is Jew. Jew comes actually shortened from Judean. It's a lot of that stuff that people don't understand. Even the dreaded N word was nothing more than a bastardization of the word Negro, which means black. And with by the time it gets over here and the people in the South are saying words, you know, shit. They call a place over here, the town next to me, called Shenandoah. And people around here pronounce it Shenandoah. Okay, so just to give you an idea how the word Negro could get changed into several other dialectic forms of the same word. But what I'm saying is a lot of these things we see, like homophobe, and these are just buzzwords created to get people to censor themselves.
Well, it's also to get in people's feelings.
Yes.
So much of all this stuff is just based on people's feelings and how they feel about something. It's,
focus on the pathos and not the
over it. Get over it. Call me whatever you want. I could care less.
I know.
If I value your opinion more than I value the opinion of myself, then I have something wrong with me.
The day I allow the perceptions of other people, and specifically flawed perceptions based on innocuous, erroneous assumptions, the day I let that fucking influence me, well, just put a bullet in my head, man, for real. I mean, I can't even conceive of giving a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just been me always. I'm going to fly my freak flag, and that's me. You don't try to categorize me. I'm never going to fit in any of your pigeonholes.
You ever drive down the street? I laugh, but you know, you drive down the street and someone cuts someone off and they give them the finger, and then the person in the other car is going crazy because they gave them the finger. It's like, dude, who cares? It's like someone raised their arm and raised a finger. Okay.
What's this shit about people getting triggered? Used to be, you know, you're responsible for your own reactions. Okay, I don't give a shit.
I hate that term. I hate that term. There's something about that term that bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, I got a term for you, trigger. How about this one? Control yourself. Trigger discipline. How about that? Just because you got a trigger don't mean you got to fucking pull it.
But see, right there, I'm being a hypocrite because now I'm getting in my feelings about a word. So I'm being a hypocrite. So it's
I dig where you're coming from. It's overused. you know, and everybody's got one, and they're using it as a goddamn excuse. Don't say
Yeah,
that.
I'm just sick of hearing it.
I'm not responsible for your trigger. You are, okay? Not me. You know, I mean, I grew up in an era where, you know, half the TV shows we had on, you couldn't put them on TV today. There's no way. You could never have a TV show like All in the Family
or South Park or Family.
You know, oh, I'm going back even further, man.
Yeah.
One of the funniest ones I ever saw was Archie Bunker and his neighbor, the black dude, arguing over whether or not God was black. And it's funny as hell because both of them are biased as shit in their assumptions on it. They're just making sense of it. He's going, well, he says, if God was black and Jesus was his son, that means that Jesus would have been black too. And the dude says, yeah, now you're on to something. And it was like, oh, fuck. I mean, but you could never have that on today.
No,
get all flipped
Archie
out.
Bunker? No way. Austin probably. Do you know about that show, Austin?
I don't. I've heard it. I've heard of it, but that's before me. I'm 28 years old, so.
Yeah, you're young.
Family was great, man. That was a great show.
Yeah, that was. It was televised when I was a kid. And,
yeah,
it was socially acceptable back then. But
it was so interesting too.
There was some racist aspects to it for sure.
It really touched on social issues, you know, but in a funny way, because you had the extreme liberal son-in-law that lived with him.
I don't remember a lot of the show.
Oh my God!
I remember the show. I just
Ralph
don't.
Reiner, and he would always have the liberal point of view. Like one time they was arguing about gun control. And the son-in-law, he says, did you know that so many hundreds of people are killed every year with the fucking guns? And Archie looks at him and goes, would you have been happier if they got pushed out windows? It's like, you know, what is it? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I looked up the etymology of Hebrew. From what I could determine, it looks like it's outsider. So like a foreigner.
Oh, yeah, may very well be. They were known as they wandered, right?
Well, yeah, they were people with no homeland, right?
No homeland, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's some interesting stuff there too with that, because when he sent his spies out to look for the land for the land for him to settle, they came across the Raphaim, and their description was, we were but grasshoppers in their sight. These were fucking giants. Raphaim means long neck, and the ruins of where this place is at have been found, and it is built for fucking giants, man. You know, people want to discount it. Oh, those giants, that's a myth and shit. It's like, wait a second. You know, Goliath had brothers, right? We found bones, okay, all over the place. There were giants. There probably still are. I think that they've gone south. I think they've gone south beyond the ice.
They're not called the Nephilim?
Well, the Nephilim were actually the offspring, but not necessarily giants. Okay, these were the various offspring between the Watchers and the human women and beasts, because they weren't just fornicating with the human wives. They started screwing all kinds of animals. That's how they had these chimeras and everything else. Supposedly demons are the disembodied spirits of these hybrids, because they have no place in heaven nor on earth, and so they have to just roam around, and they're jealous because of our creative abilities and shit, and they try to destroy us. That's the story I'm told anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's great mythology. It does tell a great story, but
well, you know, the apocryphic texts of creation, it talks about Adam as being 60 cubits in height. And a cubit is about 18 inches. So that would put him about 99 to 100 feet tall.
Crazy.
So if you figured that the human women were between 99 and 100 feet tall in the creation story, and the Watchers found them desirable, and they gave birth to giants, what would a giant be to a 100-foot tall person? That would be like the Titans. The mighty men of old, of renown. I'm like, whoa,
But
hold on. Then
but
we
how
go to
long
the
ago
20.
was that, and what when was that accounted for in the Bible? That's
Well,
kind of
how long ago or in what dimension?
It might it might explain how the pyramids were built.
You know, I'm saying in what dimension. See, I
Well,
think
yeah.
that metaphorically, once man had taken to the fruit of the tree of knowledge, he went to a lower vibration, came into a physical existence. Suddenly they knew they were naked. I think that prior to that we were more of a spirit creature, more of a higher vibrational creature.
Sure, yeah. I think the pyramids were built by man with greater technology, greater knowledge, greater connection with source, and
They were
that
built by giants.
I think they were built by man. Why discredit that idea all of a
The
sudden?
giants aren't men.
No,
Maybe we've gotten smaller over time.
I agree with the technology.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think we've dumbed down. I think we've de-evolved.
Okay.
Well,
You know?
look at. Do you know about Edward Scallon in Coral Castle, the Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida? That guy built that thing. He was like a 5'5" tall dude. He weighed about $120,
Yeah,
and he built this thing all by himself, man.
sure, it's
Using
possible.
and I think using like a frequency, because there were some kids hid in the bushes and were watching him, and they went home and told their parents. They said, "Hey, we know how the man moves the stones," and they was really how, and he said he uses an ice cream cones, and they were like, "Oh, these kids, their imagination and shit." But amongst his relics that are there are these conical objects. And I'm wondering, was he using that to harness a frequency? The corals, hexagonal crystalline
Oh,
structure.
sure, of course they were. There's so much evidence of that. I mean, we're finally starting to rediscover that. Like,
Yeah. Well, even just changing the static
it's
charges thing.
ridiculous to think that we hadn't tapped into that before.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, it's like the free energy grid that was here at one time was worldwide. I believe that.
Yeah, I think the Great Pyramid of
all these dome structures, right? Okay. What goes in that little fucking cupola on the top? That's not a place for somebody to go and look around and shit. There's no access to it unless you climb out on the roof. So I think there's a component that's missing out of those. I really do, because those
some sort of
domes are
technological
nothing more than a
component that either harnessed or somehow harnessed the energy coming from, or
well,
maybe
I think
sending it out, or both.
I think
because
the key to it is the relationship between noble metals and Mercury. I really do. And it's all in the allegory of Saint Christopher. Is an allegory to that, because if you listen to the story that's told,
it's not all in that though. That came from somewhere. That's my point.
The thing is that if you look in paintings depicting Saint Christopher, a lot of people don't
Right, yeah. But where did that come? Where did that knowledge come from? Is
right. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. Where does it come from? And it's like, I have to think too, because a lot of times I'll have an idea and I'll talk about it on a stream or something. Then I'll go over to somebody else's stream. They haven't even been aware of mine, and they're talking about like the same fucking thing. And I'm like, holy shit, we were just talking about that. It's almost like this Akashic record that we tap into. It's you look back in history, and it's like at the same period of time worldwide, people came up with the idea of a bow and arrow. How did that happen at that same particular period of time? It wasn't that they went and told everybody word of mouth. It's because these ideas, I think they're fed to us from a higher realm. I think just like our thoughts come from our higher dimension,
source energy, or whatever you want to call it. The Akashic records. Yeah, it's all the great knowledge of the world. And I think that's what I think that's what man was able to tap into at one point in time, and civilizations like, I don't know what I'm really talking about, but I'll just throw some shit out there. For example, Is like I think that's where the Sumerian Empire came from. Basically, is that they were shared. That knowledge was shared with them, probably from some world traveling men that were going around sharing this knowledge free because everything was in abundance and we were living in harmony. And it was just the right thing to do. And somebody saw that as an opportunity to hijack that knowledge for purposes of control. And that's where we find ourselves today is, there's been
I'm saying after the last reset,
don't forget
I
about
believe that what they did was dismantle the technology, repair some of the buildings, refurbish them for other purposes, and then feed us what technology was conducive to their efforts at these world's fairs that we had all over the place throughout the 1800s. The foods we commonly eat and consider to be like normal shit we eat for dinner and breakfast and lunch, all that shit was introduced to us at the world's fairs. Every bit of it.
Let's not forget about
there seems to have been like a massive repopulation effort worldwide. Incubator babies, this even being promoted with this Alice Guy movie of the Cabbage Patch Fairy. Really odd things with the orphan train.
Yeah, but to like go so deep into that, it kind of takes away from like the whole situation of what we're really in. And it's like that shit's been going on for thousands of years, man. It's
Well,
like,
I don't know. It's like you have to wonder. There's this period there in the.
of course, what do you think the story of Genghis Khan is? I mean, it's same fucking shit, It's
Well,
like
I don't know. Doesn't seem like they had trained.
somebody in power wanted to repopulate the world with their genetics because they found them to be superior,
What I'm talking about is you've got this overwhelming number of orphans being put on trains, held in institutions, being used for labor. Where the fuck are they?
Do you realize that the sort of tragedy that happens around us every fucking day?
Tell us.
I mean, there's so much human trafficking. Like 8 million children get reported missing every year. That's average of 21,917 per day. There's so many stories we could talk about.
They're not taking those kids and putting them on a fucking train.
How are you're telling me they're not taking any of those 21,917 kids missing every day and putting them on a train?
Well, no,
are they being adopted out as?
Sure, what the fuck ever. They're trafficking them.
Okay, so what I'm talking about are actual trains of orphans being taken around.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm telling you is like obsessing over that is like taking away from the fact that this shit is happening all around us in so many different.
Absolutely. What I'm pointing at though is that this particular incident that I'm speaking of aligns with the other evidence of a massive repopulation effort.
Yeah, but my point is that's been going on for a long time. The people in power want to populate the earth with their genetics, of course.
Wait. I think you're not really understanding what was occurring. I don't really think you're understanding.
I really don't.
Probably why.
I really don't. I tend not to look into deep details of these things because I realize this shit has been happening in so many different ways for so long. It doesn't really fucking matter. What really matters is what are we going to do about it now? It's like,
well, if you don't know what happened before, how can you know what's going to happen again?
I do know. I know too much. I know if I sit here and obsess over it, I'll just get depressed and
there again, acceptance of the condition. Acceptance of the condition. Okay.
No, I'm not accepting it. I'm saying talking about it repetitively in this form of this speculative, mysterious, conspiratorial, thinking, then that's going to take away from the actual facts that are out there. I get it.
Makes you very uncomfortable. Let's talk about what you want to talk about.
No, it doesn't make me uncomfortable. What I'm trying to get at, my point that I'm trying to get at, is that you've already told this story like 4 or 5 times, right? So I've heard it already. And so my point that I'm trying to get at is that this shit is happening all around us. It didn't just happen at one point in time in history. It's been happening for thousands of years. It's happening today.
Right, so they're
And
openly advertising these 21,000 kids a day.
they're doing it in
openly
different ways.
advertising
But
them,
yeah, if you want to do a search, if you want to do a search right now, you can find out that there's 8 million children, minors missing, reported missing every year on average.
Missing. These kids weren't missing. These kids were just orphans.
Okay, I get it. We can hyper focus on any element of this, but I'm sure you get the idea that there's this human trafficking problem that's not new. You understand that concept?
Right. So we're talking about two completely different things, though.
No, we're not. We're not.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are, because these children that you're talking about are not being openly transported on trains, stopping at every station with advertising.
How do you know they're not?
Dude.
How do you know some of the 8 million children that go missing every year aren't?
Okay, let's say that 20% of them are. Where's the
That's
rest?
my whole fucking point. Why focus on that 20% and not realize there's a problem with 100% of the kids that go missing every year? That's what I'm saying.
Calm down. Why are you so upset about it?
I think he's more passionate.
I'm passionate about it. Yeah, I'm passionate about it because you're sitting here dismissing the fact that 8 million kids go missing every year because they're not part of because they're not part of an orphanage that get put on trains.
Missing it at all. It wasn't the fucking topic. It does not what I'm talking about. If we can look back and see what the last fucking reset was about. If we can look back
at all, if they got put on a fucking train and sent off to fucking who knows where, and they're not accounted for, where are they?
Who?
What happened to them?
What are you talking about? The orphans I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They got adopted out to fucking people, man, and they grew up and they repopulated in areas around the United States, Australia, England, France, Germany, all over the place.
But that's
okay.
They're not
that's
missing.
A good thing, right?
They never were fucking missing.
Okay, so that's a good thing, right?
The question is, where the fuck did they come from?
They got rescued from an orphanage. I don't understand the point. I guess I'm too stupid to get it. Okay. What's the?
I'm going to start at Jump Street with you. Imagine, if you will, a series of catastrophic events that devastate society to a point where they have to rebuild and repopulate.
Well, I don't need to imagine it. There's plenty of evidence that it's happened in cycles and it's going to continue to happen.
See what I'm talking about. So in the last one, which appears to be somewhere around the early 1800s, maybe somewhere in that area.
Oh, the Younger Dryas. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
All right. So throughout the 1800s, we see what appears to be almost a willful destruction of old Europe, as well as a repopulation effort taking place worldwide, including.
Yes.
Okay.
And my point to that was this has been going on. This isn't new. This isn't happening.
Okay, so they're just growing kids. That's what you think's going on right now. They're growing kids. You just said there's a bunch missing.
I think the people in power want to populate the earth with the people that they want to populate for whoever, for whatever purpose that's convenient for their agenda at the time,
Okay, so they take a bunch of kids from here, let's say, like whatever your number is a day. They got batch number.
It's not my number. This isn't my fucking number. It's a factual number.
Okay, so where are they putting them? Where are they repopulating them at?
I would imagine most of them are getting harvested for organs or what the fuck ever. I don't know. Sold out in the sex slave system. I'm sure some of them are being used for drug mules. Who knows what the fuck? I'm saying that's my whole fucking point. Like,
so you think they were doing that? These thousands of orphans, hundreds of thousands of orphans on trains all over the world, and in asylums, in orphanages all around the world. We're all being used for drug trafficking and organ harvesting in the 1800s.
No, I didn't.
They're fully documented as to they were adopted out to this family.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, I know. I'm not even talking about that. I agree. Yes, there's a problem with human.
Well, you asked me if that's what I was saying, and I answered your question. No, that's not what I was saying.
All right. Well, then what I'm trying to understand is how does your missing kids today who are missing and not on trains?
It's not about today. You're missing my whole point. My whole point is that you can memorialize this, or you can, express the fact that it's happening today in so many different ways, or that it's happened in the past for thousands of years.
So do you think that maybe that they
it's happening? It's happened in different ways, depending on the technology or whatever is available at the time. Trains weren't always around, so they couldn't always put them on trains. But I'm telling you,
expand on your idea. Let me expand on your idea. Let's suppose that these overwhelming numbers of children.
Let Austin hop in here for a minute.
I have a question. Yeah, let me hop in. I have a question. Okay, so we're talking about all this evil and shit, right? So there's somebody behind the curtain who's creating all this evil, right? Okay. Who and what created the person behind the curtain who's creating all of this evil? I'm asking you. I don't even know your name. I know you as Gimp, which is not your name.
Mitchell.
I would say it's an energy. I don't say that any man or any one person is responsible for this. I would say it's a certain type of energy.
Down to one thing. It has to come down to one.
Yeah, it's the negative energy. I guess if you have to nail it down to one thing, it would be like, I don't know, whatever you got electricity and you got magnetism. I would probably blame magnetism.
From your perspective,
if I had to blame one thing. You gotta let me answer. I couldn't hear you. I was trying to answer your question.
Listening, man, but
I'm just telling you, I couldn't hear what you were saying. So you may have been listening while you were talking, but I couldn't hear you because I was talking.
I may have been, and that's probably my ego. But
it's cool.
From your perspective, everything is evil. No,
and I don't agree with that concept.
So what create? I don't understand.
Try this out for one thing, just real quick, and then I got to grab something here. On your concept, and I agree, there is an overwhelming number of kids that come up missing every year, and for them to not find but maybe one or two bodies, or a small handful, you would figure with that many missing, people would be tripping over things. Now let's take that into the concept of there being extra land, hidden land that we aren't aware of, that those in charge are. It would make
what I'm worried about are the people that are allowing their kid to come up missing.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying before you start.
No, I will, but I'm just saying that my brain doesn't think down those lines, so you're going to lose me, and that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty much checking out. So if you want to take me down that rabbit hole, I'm not willing to go with.
Well, I don't care. You know what? That's also for other people. There's other people here listening too.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, you would probably be better off engaging Austin.
My whole fucking train of thought to tell me that you don't get it. That's what you just.
No, what I'm helping you is if you want effective communication, you should probably communicate with somebody who's willing to go down that rabbit hole with you, like Austin or Gary.
I am,
because I'm not
communicating with them.
Why?
You were addressing me, so I was just letting you know respectfully that I'm checking out on that.
Why check out rather than disprove?
Why? Very open.
Because I got nothing to prove or disprove there. I don't know.
Why would you check out instead of saying?
Because I don't know.
This is why.
That's why I said imagine this fucking concept.
I'm not into your imagination. I'm not. If you got some facts to present, I'd be happy to analyze that. And Matt,
I'll tell you, you're too close-minded to really understand it.
That may be, but maybe I'm just not so open-minded that my brains are falling out.
No, you don't work your brain. That's the problem. You don't work your brain.
I do work my brain. You just don't like how I work my brain.
You are too busy trying to.
It's such a fucking ridiculous statement for you to say I don't work my brain. You're not working in factual accuracies. You're speaking in your bullshit opinions. My brain's working. It's just not working in the way that you want it to work.
No, you're not. It doesn't work if you can't get the whole goddamn concept, bro.
If I can't follow along with your imagination,
then you're stupid. then you're
all-
stupid.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
sorry.
that if
you're
you
just
want,
stupid.
that's fine. If you want, I concede. I will accept that title.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
I
for
concede.
real. The concept.
I digress. Let's see if you're
Okay,
man
good.
enough
All
to
right,
move
how
on.
about this? Listen, so the other fucking people can hear the idea. How about that? All right.
I
If you
said
don't
I
get it,
digress.
go
We'll see
play
if you're man enough to
Nintendo or
move on.
something. If you don't get it, go ahead.
For the third time, I'll say I digress. We'll see if you're man enough to move on.
You're
All right.
emotional.
So
You're emotional.
along
That's all.
those
We're
lines,
all emotional. It's a good
wow,
thing.
you can't shut the fuck up long enough for me to finish what I was saying, can you?
Why aren't you criticizing Austin? He's the one who interrupted you, you little pussy ass bitch.
So as I was saying, for the adults out there that would like to engage their brain,
For the adults. Look at your
okay?
You're a pussy.
So for the adults out there, the concept of hidden land has been one that's been pretty big for
You're
quite
a
a
fucking
while.
child. That's why he needs fucking drugs to
We
fucking
know
figure
that
this.
our maps are not. There are no real accurate maps, but you know that is interesting that there are that many children missing every year. And along those concepts of those orphan trains and that repopulation idea, if there were hidden lands and we're not finding any of these missing kids ever, it's absolutely possible that some of them are
They
being
are
taken
finding
there
them
and a
missing
new
kids. They do find
a
some
whole
of the
new
missing
society
kids.
being brought up. The idea of a breakaway civilization is not a new one. In fact, going all the way back to
Your
1901,
if then is already
the story of
disproven.
the Iron Republic is a good indication. You know that this concept was back at least that far. The 10,000-year-old map from Asia that shows 33 continents outside of the Arctic Circle or Antarctic Circle is lending some idea and credibility to that. So that's an interesting concept that could possibly be taking place that way. But the last
But
reset,
it's not accurate because they do find some of them.
yeah, I said that they do find some. I didn't say all of them. Don't be binary in your thinking.
You said if they don't find any of them. You're the
Okay.
one speaking.
All
I'm just
right,
analyzing
all right.
the words that you're
Go
speaking.
with your little semantics if that's all you have. I'd already stated
Words have
previously-
meaning. Say what you mean and mean what you say, you
Hey,
fucking pussy.
How about this ass wipe?
Hey Mitchell, in all fairness,
You
you
really-
said
you
you
really-
said you got to check out, and now he is presenting what he's gonna say.
Go
No,
check out.
I'm not
No,
trying to.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. So, anyways,
You
that
wanted to
is an
fucking fight. You
interesting
got
idea.
it, buddy.
I'm not wanting to
Your
fight with you.
fucking
It's-
internet
I don't
tough
fight with
guy.
stupid-
No, I know your fucking network. I know your agenda. I'm on to you guys. I got you.
Okay. All
Let's
right.
play.
Yeah, we got
Let's
the
play.
agenda.
I got some time. Let's play. We're getting 12 inches of snow tonight. I got fucking 3 days to play with you and your little fucking toy.
Listen, I don't have a battle of wits with unarmed people. Okay.
Right. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give me a beverage.
I'm glad the truth is coming out now, so I don't have to fucking be led on by your little fucking manipulative fucking
Ain't
tactics.
nobody trying to manipulate you. You won't.
Right, because we've had plenty of
Yeah.
conversations. There's never been a problem with our conversations until I didn't just fucking go along with what you had to
We
say.
didn't want you to go along with what I said. We were.
Yes, you
talking about
did. Yes, you
something
did.
different.
And that's
No,
what you still want. It's
you're
great that I have a
you're
differing
you're
perspective than you.
low
It's great that I don't see
human
things
being.
the way that you do.
I
It's
don't
great.
give a fuck if
But
you do.
you're the only one that has a fucking problem with it. You're the one that slipped into the fucking
You know
insults
why?
and the
Because
ad
we're
hoc
trying
to
we're
fucking
trying to
strengthen
talk
your
about it.
argument
Hey,
because you have
wow.
none, because you're a weak ass fucking soy boy internet bitch.
You're emotional, just like
You're
your
an
mom.
emotional fucking
Yeah.
girl. You're a little
Yeah.
girl. You know
Cool.
what? You
And he
act-
wasn't the one that was emotional fucking
You
yelling
know-
at me,
Are you
cussing
Del-
me
are
out,
you
calling me a bunch of
Delaguna's
fucking
brother?
names. Right.
Are
That
you
wasn't
Lauren-
emotion. Right.
Are you Lauren
Yeah,
Delaguna's
it's
brother?
always
You
just-
look just like him. You look just like Lauren Delaguna. You do. You look
No,
like your
yeah,
brother.
cool.
I bet you are.
You
You're just
wanna
about as
see my
fucking
titties?
stupid as she is.
Yeah.
You got hair like the bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got bitch hair.
Yeah. And you're a real man with your tattoos.
I know I am. Tell me again. I love how you get super emotional.
That's why you're going on YouTube to figure out how to raise your daughter, right?
I control your emotions.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, I control mine.
Every word I say controls your emotions.
No.
He's got you by the nuts there, Mitch. He does.
No. It doesn't control. It may affect, but it doesn't control.
I do. Whether
No.
you do it or not.
That's what you want. That's what you want.
Nope. Nope. I control your emotions. Every word I say controls you. That's why you're here. Back out. Leave.
I'm here because I want to be here.
Go. Go.
Nope.
No, I don't want Mitch to leave. I think I think he's got a lot of value to add with his knowledge of things, and I think if we just stop for a second and start all acting like men and just let bygones be bygones, like let's all just pump the brakes a little bit.
Yep, instead of trying to control the situation, they would need to control. It's a control complex. You're exactly
you had the idea that you were the only one being spoken to when there are other people here. That's kind of
you addressed me specifically. You addressed me specifically.
As it was your fucking question.
Right. So I was responding to you.
Well,
it seemed
you have to let a motherfucker finish what they're talking about.
I did let you finish.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You constantly talked over.
That's how conversations work.
No, that's not how conversations work.
I can't stop you or let you finish. That's up to you. You're in control of that.
Well, that's right. You can't fucking hear if your mic's keyed up. Okay. Right. So if the guy's still talking,
and so you were talking over me at any point in time.
Now, like
you weren't talking over me. You weren't talking over me. So right, you were righteous in this situation. You weren't talking over me.
I wasn't. I was in the middle of a fucking sentence, you moron.
Right, exactly.
If I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence and you start running your stupid pie hole,
likewise, it goes both ways.
Yeah, well, I haven't interrupted you.
Yeah, you have interrupted me.
No.
Okay, yeah, that's your perspective, and that's fine. I digress.
Do you know what that word means?
Yes.
Tell me what digress means.
I'll back off.
Tell me what it means. That's not what it means at all.
That's what it means to me.
No, it isn't. It's synonymous with delineate. Do you know what that means?
To go off.
You don't use words you don't fucking know the meaning of. You're sitting at a goddamn computer. Look it up.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
To digress means let me break it down. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to put it into common terms. I digress.
That's not my perspective on it. So
it doesn't matter what your perspective of. It's part of the fucking English language.
You asked how I was using the term, and I described it.
Well,
and so now we can move on. But you're the one here with your ego with something to prove.
Where
did you get your definition? Where did you get your
dictionary?
Cite your sources. What dictionary? Because dictionaries don't define words; they describe how words are being used. Do you realize that dictionaries don't define words; they describe how words are being used.
You want to argue?
Oh my God!
No, that's just a fucking fact. That's a fact.
You're trying to argue. You're not.
It's a fact.
With all due respect, that was kind of an ego game you were playing. I think we all know what Mitch meant, whether or not he used the term correctly or not. We knew what he meant, but there was kind of an ego game being played there. It was
you're right. I get it. I get so tired of motherfuckers that want to sit there and act like they know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't.
Is this your channel?
And the thing is that
this your channel?
Right there at a device where he could easily just look it up, but he still hasn't.
Is this your channel?
This is somebody who is willingly ignorant.
I described to you how I was using that term. And I asked you where you got your definition. Do you realize, do you need me to go read that? Do you need me to go read every single version of dictionaries?
This is a submarine.
That describe the use of that word to come up with my own determination for how to use it. I described to you how I use that word.
An ocean liner.
Right. That's it.
Ocean liner.
Words don't have definitive definitions.
I call this an ocean liner right here.
No, that's not how words work.
A thimble. This is a thimble.
Not how sounds work.
This is a thimble right here. This thing I'm talking into is called a giraffe. Did you know that? That's what I call it anyway.
I'm not following what he's talking about. But
could it be because I'm calling things by names that they're not?
I have no idea what you're doing. It seems like you're babbling and rambling.
It would to someone like you. It would.
No,
Because you still
my ground.
haven't even bothered to look up your word that you don't know the definition of, but you want to throw around and use. That's what I'm getting at, is that you're willingly ignorant. You don't want
No,
to know.
I'm asking you what dictionary did you get your definition from?
Webster's
This
Unabridged
is all off
Dictionary. Would you
topic.
like me to go get it?
Is that the authority?
Would you like me to get it?
Is that the authority? So their definitions, their descriptions of words define how words are supposed to be used?
Generally, yes. That's pretty
Well,
much the way it works.
That's fine. That shows a lot about your character.
That's why it's called.
I digress.
Diction.
I digress.
Diction. Do you know what diction is? Diction, and why it would be called a dictionary? Because it shows the proper definitions for your diction. In other words, your speech.
Again, they don't define the words. They describe how the words are being used.
The etymology, and it also tells you.
That's why definitions change.
No, they don't.
Sorry, you don't realize that, but definitions have changed over time.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
There's so many examples. I don't need
Go
to.
ahead. There's so many. Give me one.
Give one.
No, you figure it out. It's not my responsibility to teach you. I don't owe you shit.
You made this.
No, I don't owe you
made
shit.
the statement. You made the statement. Give one example of
the jab. The jab.
Give one example.
Yeah.
One. Give
Slang.
Traveling. Traveling. You
The
fucking
jab.
moron. Traveling. Traveling.
And who changed that fucking definition?
A lot of people. Whoever's writing the fucking book. The authority.
Yeah, I'm the authority.
No, you're not my authority.
So
you can't
I
even
give-
control
I
your
give
fucking
travel- I give
family, bro.
travel-
You got a broken ass family and you're coming to YouTube to learn how to fix it. You're not in control of yourself, your family, or me, buddy.
You just told your whole life story. Congratulations.
No, that's not my life story.
You just projected yourself.
No, I described that you going
You
on
just
Paul
exposed-
Unslaved
You
to learn how to
just
raise your
exposed-
6-year-old daughter or your
I don't have
15-year-old
a-
daughter or whatever the
kid.
fuck she is.
You
I don't
just-
know how old your daughter is, but
I
you're on there asking for advice on how to raise your fucking daughter.
I don't have a daughter. I don't have any kids. You just exposed your entire fucking brain, you fucking retard.
Well, you were up there having yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I'm talking about. But you were up there having a conversation with somebody, telling people that it's not important, that they don't have kids, that raising kids isn't the hard part.
Oh shit! You
weren't doing that. You weren't doing that. You weren't doing any of that.
Mitch, what's it got to do with anything?
You weren't doing any of that. It was just a few days ago. You don't remember?
What does that got to do?
You got the wrong person. I don't even.
He's the one who wants to pick a fight. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. I don't care to talk about this shit.
You're mentally
what
retarded.
the fuck are you doing, man?
I'm sitting here fucking just calling it how I see it, and I think it's funny.
Yeah, but you're fucked up in
you're
the head,
mentally
so that's
retarded.
funny, I think.
Yeah, I'm retarded.
You are mentally retarded. You are mentally retarded.
And you're righteous. You're right.
I know.
I'm sure you're a good old Christian boy too.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. What's a Christian?
Yeah.
It's whatever this guy is
You're
claiming that his morals are superior.
Bro, I don't go out picking
Morals
fights.
aren't superior.
I
Morals
don't
are
know.
moral.
Apparently, this guy's morals are superior.
Does he live more moral than others? Then that
No.
would be superior to.
I have no evidence of that.
Well, then you don't have any evidence otherwise either, then, do you? So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of evidence.
Okay.
That's what I was describing. He was on Paul Unslaved talking about
Austin, I've known you for a while.
talking
now,
about
man.
difficulties raising a fucking child.
When did you get a wife and kids?
That-
I mean, this has been news to me. I've known you for a while now too. When did that happen? This dude's talking out his ass.
I could have got you mixed up with someone else, but I know you were a part of that conversation, and you were talking about, for a fact, I do recall specifically you telling people that having kids isn't the hard part. Did you not say that?
I don't even know where the fuck this conversation's going.
Did you not say that?
What he's talking about?
Did you not say that? You don't recall saying that. Let's just get that straight.
I recall saying anything. No. I don't even know.
Fair enough.
No, bro, what the fuck?
What's it got to do with anything?
Well,
Nothing.
clarify.
He didn't
Clarify
say
for
it.
him.
What
If
are
he's
you
wrong,
going on about,
clarify.
Mitch?
He's saying something.
If he didn't say it, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. We guess we got to find something else to talk about, right? Guess I'm wrong.
We're talking about some shit till you flipped out about me trying to talk about.
Yeah, that's what happened. You didn't flip out at all, did you, buddy?
Dude, you kept fucking.
You're a
ducking
fucking
in on me.
professional victim. Victim harder, buddy.
Oh my god,
You
dude!
you
go
almost
back
got your
over.
victim card.
Are you
almost
one of those? Are you
You're
from the
still-
Paul
you're
Enslaved?
You almost got your victim card,
Are you
bro.
from over there? Are you?
I
from
hurt you. I hurt your internet ego, bro.
What?
I'm forcing you to be here and I'm torturing you.
Oh, is that what you think?
That's how you're acting.
Okay. I'm really getting a kick out of watching you because you're really a study.
Okay, so you're welcome. Why are you still complaining?
I'm not complaining. I just like.
All right, well, I'm having fun too. Let's go.
All right. Let's go.
I just don't want to keep hearing you
At the end of
complain.
the day, you're just
Look, I don't have a girlfriend because I don't want to fucking listen to the bitch fucking complain.
You don't have a girlfriend because you're a weird
We
motherfucker,
can
dude.
clearly see
Yeah,
why
that
you
too.
we can clearly
That too.
why you don't have a girlfriend.
I mean, I can't see any mating instinct going, ooh, I want to breed with that motherfucker.
I don't put my. Let me rephrase that. I don't put myself on the market because I don't want to deal with little bitches like you. Fucking women are hard to find these days.
For you, not for me.
Where are your women at? That's why you're on YouTube all day, huh?
Oh, I can fucking get any girl I want.
Yeah, I'm sure they all can on the internet.
No, I can go out to the fucking store right now and go talk to a woman.
I'm sure you can. That's why you're here.
Yeah, because I have confidence and I'm not a weak little bitch.
Right. You have confidence, right?
Are you from over at that Paul Enslaved crew? You go over there a lot?
No.
No?
I'm not from that crew. I do go over there.
Yeah. Is that what you thought was going on? Going to be here or something too? Is that what you thrive on? Is just being a little fucking complaining, yelling bitch?
You're the one who wanted controversy. You're the one who started by calling names, and you continue to do it now.
Yeah, I know.
Because you don't have an argument. So you just go to ad hominems, logical fallacies. All right, next.
How'd you
Thank
put it? Calling it.
You're not hurting me. You're not gonna fucking ruffle my feathers, buddy.
Already have.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
No, I sucked energy off of you. I win. I fucking
energy.
You don't suck shit. You suck
You
dick.
probably suck dick, but I don't
Yeah,
think
I feel great.
You
I believe
fucking
you suck
feel-
dick, though.
I feel great, and you're
Probably
complaining.
suck a lot
So
of
you
dick.
tell me.
Motherfucker
Yeah,
got stretch marks on his lips and shit, man.
You tell me who got the fucking internet trophy today, boy.
Oh, you're
Got
just a
stretch
fucking
marks on
dick
his lip.
sucker.
Look at that
You're not
dick sucker.
shit but a fucking dick
Yeah.
sucker. You don't suck.
Big old dick. Sucking the big old dicks.
Yeah, that's what
All the dicks.
you look like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus. Wow.
What this is what we've dissolved to. This is where we are now.
This is where we're at, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Great.
Hey,
I knew what both of you were up to. I already knew what both of you were up to.
Oh, I forgot.
Good. I just got more character evidence. Continue.
What was your name again? Yellow
Continue.
shirt guy.
Just continue.
I
Keep
forgot
talking.
your name, yellow shirt guy. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
His name's Gary.
Gary.
Sorry. I hyped up.
This is something I was thinking about earlier too, man. All right. Do you know geography pretty good or no?
I mean,
generally.
What's the
I like to think that I do, but you might
California
throw something at me and be like, oh, maybe I don't.
Okay, because here's something that
But general geography, yes.
All right, so like from a this is like a Mandela effect thing to me because I always remember, and I was always loved maps and shit. I always remembered New Zealand being like east by northeast of Australia, and now apparently the maps show that it's south by southeast of Australia. Do you remember it always being there or in a different position?
I remember northeast.
Because apparently now it's, well, that's not the right map.
I don't know. If I were to go off of what I believe it was, is northeast.
Let me see where they've got it, because it seems to me that.
But I will admit that I don't know exactly where it is. I know it's very close to Australia, but
here's my shit's. But yeah, on this globe, this ridiculous thing, it looks like it's east by southeast of Australia, and I always remembered it being like north by northeast. You know, I don't know, man. There's some strange shit. Did you know?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's strange.
You know, the Aborigines down in
so many strange anomalies, man.
Because the word Aborigine would mean non-original. So they call the people, the natives, supposedly of Australia, Aborigines. But do you know they refer to South as home?
Groundbreaking.
Crazy.
Groundbreaking.
And then there's that 1587 map that shows all the plants and animals and cities and shit in Antarctica. I mean, it's like, what? You know, I half wonder if maybe like what he was saying about.
Must have been Atlantis.
No, that's the wrong location.
According to what?
Well, you need to like go back to page 1.
According to what? You said it was wrong. I don't need to go anywhere. You got the evidence. You're the one who said it was wrong.
What is wrong?
You're the one who allegedly has the evidence to disprove
what? Evidence of what?
To say whatever I said was wrong.
Well, yeah. Anybody that knows anything about the subject,
the burden's on you.
Well, no, I don't have to prove. I don't care what you think, Mitch. You've already proven yourself to be retarded. So, you know, you can sit there and eat a fucking puzzle or whatever it is that you do. I don't care. Okay? I don't. I really don't. Okay? So just know that. And thanks for playing though.
You joined me, bud. You're the one who wanted to have a conversation with me.
I don't want to talk to you. I have no.
Right, it just didn't go your way, so now you're all butthurt.
No, it's you are.
That's fucking. That's sad, dude. And now you're gonna fucking help other people figure shit out. I don't think
you're incapable of conversation, Mitch. And
right.
So I discounted you from my conversation.
You're righteous. You're righteous. I forget. You're righteous.
And I'm talking.
You embody the spirit of Christ. I got it. I got it.
Really paying any attention to anything.
I digress, dare I?
Okay, you go ahead there. Whatever that means. In your world, it probably means beaten off. That's what I'm going to go digress. Whoa.
You've digressed into mental fucking retardation. Is what you've digressed to.
Jesus Christ! Wow. So.
Holy shit.
That's probably where Epstein's at, one of them breakaway places. He's down there. Bunch of them other motherfuckers that come up gone, you know, they just up and
you got it. You got this shit figured out.
How many of those bankers? I mean, there was a bunch of like in the last few years,
in the fucking world,
bankers just come up fucking missing, gone. You know, like
in the world, aren't you? Social justice warrior. That's what you are.
Am I gonna have to unsubscribe to this channel?
What's that?
So am I gonna have to unsubscribe to this channel?
I know, right? What is this guy doing?
You may have reached that victim status that you just gotta fucking let it go, man. You're just beyond the point of repair.
Well, I don't understand what you're why you're trying to be a shit.
I forget you're righteous. I digress.
You're right. So keep that in mind. No, I'm right.
You're right. I got it out of you. Finally, I'm fucking right.
All right. Now that you're happy, shut up now. Jesus Christ. I mean, have you ever heard the old Indian saying that says big wind come from empty cave?
Because that's what's important. What's important is being right, not the fucking truth. It's being right.
What? Right about what?
What the fuck did you just say?
Everything that we are fighting about. I don't even fucking know.
I don't. That's what I don't
What
understand.
really fucking hurts you is I had a perspective that you didn't agree with, or didn't align with yours, or what the fuck ever. I don't fucking know.
Hey, digress.
All right,
leave the main subject temporarily in speech or writing.
Like it's saying, it's self-explanatory. There it is. Boom. Here you go.
But what Mitchell was saying, though, in all fairness, is he was leaving the conversation. Like he was
back off. I believe is what I said.
But he didn't. He didn't leave the conversation.
I was saying he was going to. He was saying, "I digress." Basically, I'm backing off, or I'm leaving the conversation.
And then he followed by saying, "It doesn't matter what is true; it matters that I'm right."
Wait, but we need to get back to the initial.
We don't even know really.
We can't. We're jumping to something else now without addressing the original, concern. And you're not seeing this.
No,
like he went at Mitchell. Listen, he went at Mitchell for using the word digress improperly.
I'll go with that
because that's where the
I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
So we can't jump to something else without addressing the initial argument.
Sure. I was incorrect in that. I was incorrect in that. Now, I want to go back to my original thing. Why are you trying to be a fucking shithead?
I'm not trying to be. Why are you so righteous? Let's just
I don't know. Just come by it naturally.
Oh, okay.
Do you consider righteous is because I don't talk like a fucking common goon?
You're without sin. You could do no wrong.
You're right. I am without sin. I am perfect.
That resolves our discussion.
Who believeth in me shall not die. You know that, right?
Thank you. Carrying on.
Now that we've got that out of the way. Back to my original idea. What do you think about that, Gary? About that idea that perhaps a portion of these missing people, there's a lot of people come up missing in the national parks too, that perhaps they don't find any hide nor hair of these people and they turn around and maybe being taken to some land that we don't know exists. I mean, let's face it, we've got a lot of restricted sea space. You can't go to Antarctica unescorted. You can't go past the 40th. I think it's the 40th parallel north.
Well, I also think that we live in a realm of endless possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we could travel down the road that you're talking about, and I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to discredit it or anything. I'm not trying to devalue anything that you're saying, but anytime that you travel down this theoretical road, you can start. Now you can take a right here, you can take a left here, you can keep going straight, and then once you do turn, now you can turn left here and turn right there. You can just keep going into endless possibilities.
That's why, Gary, I like to take the hypotheticals. I look at some things that just don't add up. Like he's saying, that number of the kids, that's phenomenal. And you would figure that they would run across more than just a few. But time, right?
But sometimes things that don't add up are beyond our comprehension.
So what do you figure is? I mean, everything's got to be somewhere. What could be being done to be able to hide something that massive? Another one that perplexes me too is like, you never see new graveyards. Hardly ever see new graveyards. And granted, there's a lot of people are cremated, but it's like there's a lot of people are die every day, just natural death, right? But very rarely do you ever see a new cemetery like, hey, there's the first guy going in. You would figure that would be big business or something, right? So it's like it just.
But a lot of people buy those plots before they even die, so there's already. I hear what you're saying. Mm-hmm. It's something to ponder and it's something to think about. It's
like I was thinking about all the blood donations that take place every day all around the world. Blood drive, versus the amount that's actually used. And it's a commodity that has an expiration on it. Yet you would figure they'd have to dispose of thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons of blood on a daily basis because of expirations. But you know, the best I can get is somebody says, "Oh, they burn it," and I'm like, "Wait a second, they're burning a liquid?" I mean, that's a lot of blood to be getting rid of on a daily basis. Where's it going?
Well,
You know?
I mean, that you know, again, we could start traveling down the past, but that could be like the whole 23andMe and stuff like that, where they're trying to get people's DNA. And
what if it's just like in Blade? What if it's actually like in Blade, where those people, they didn't want to be exposed by hunting, so they went and got their blood at the blood bank. And that one, remember, he was getting in trouble because him and his guys were going out and actually doing hunting and bringing heat down on them. You know, and it's like, that's weird, because there are a lot of these, especially up in the elite classes, where they're really into some of this really weird.
Well, I mean, again, there's so many different potential theories that I could make up my own theory, where I could just say, you know, what if they're studying the blood to find out how to harvest adrenochrome better? You know what I mean? Like,
to me, it goes back to dropping in the middle of the ocean. You know, fucking so many things could happen. So many things are possible.
That's why I like to ponder these things that make me wonder. You know,
you're not wrong, because it expands our thought processes. I understand though what Mitchell was saying. At the same token, though, like, he just didn't want to go down all these paths of theories, because you could expound on them forever.
Isn't it weird?
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Austin.
I just think it's weird how we always try to relate reality to like all these different movies.
Yeah,
it's like always a movie.
Well, they say that.
I don't watch movies.
I don't either. I have in the past. I haven't.
I know. I
watched a movie in years.
Seen every movie.
Actually, I'm sorry. I watched The Matrix again a couple months ago, just because I wanted to see it now, knowing what I know. But other than that, I haven't seen a movie in probably 5 to 7 years, I would say.
Oh, me neither, man. Me neither. I look up clips on YouTube. I watch like just highlights or whatever. But it's always it always seems to be like the people who ponder this kind of stuff always relate it to different movies.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're always throwing shit out in our face in the movies too, and a lot of times, like, okay, take what was that Dustin Hoffman movie, remember, and then now relate it to certain events to the 2000 or the last 3 years. You know, that same type of theme. It's like it's sort of their way. They put it in front of you, and if you're too dumb to see it, that's your fault.
What Dustin Hoffman movie?
The one with the disease that went around. I think it was called Pandemic.
Okay.
It may have been. And he worked for like some World Health Organization or something like that. And it was a pretty good movie. But you start looking and you see that they tried to place, it's almost like they play these things out as a script.
But it's also desensitizing people as well.
Yeah. And as kind of like but it's also, from what I understand, on an esoteric level, it's kind of a karmic relief, because
it doesn't come as such a shock, and it's something that
you were warned.
You've seen it, even though it might be fictional. You've seen it before, so you accept it more. It's more acceptable because it's something that you've seen, whether real or not real. You're I don't know whether it's your subconscious or whatever. Mm-hmm. Working into the conscious, where you say, okay, I've seen this before, and now, yes, I saw it on a screen, but now I understand it, and it becomes real. It becomes a reality, potentially a false reality.
Right. Well, like I was saying, with that the events between, like I say, the early 1800s, starting about 1811 on up to about 1913. There's some really, really strong evidence of a repopulation effort that took place.
Now, was that in Russia?
Here in the United States as well. We had these orphan trains here in the United States. Even look at a lot of the literature from that period of time. Charles Dickens, most of his stories involve orphans. You've got Mark Twain. You had, who were the orphans there? You had Huckleberry Finn. You had Tom Sawyer. Like this orphan thing was kind of a common theme.
I'm aware of it. I just don't know much about it. I know a tiny bit about it, but very little.
Well, they were actually they had like trains with and they would advertise. This happened in Australia, Europe, the United States. And they would say, you know, there's a train load of orphans will show up this Wednesday at 2 p.m. You know, come down, you can adopt them and all this other shit. At the World's Fair, even with those incubator babies, you could adopt those babies from the incubators. In fact, one of the first people to do that was a silent film actress, a very big, heavyset woman. She actually adopted. And what the fate of that child was, who knows, you know, but there seems to be like something happened and there's a cover-up, like the cover-up of what actually happened in that period of time. The building of these asylums all over the world with the same type of architecture. I look at that. Is it possible that those that wouldn't accept the new narrative, the new history, the new normal, so to speak, were deemed as insane and put into these places? People that wouldn't go along with it, the adults that kept
essentials, non-essentials.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's really some strange goings-ons around that period of time, and especially with this idea of the repopulation. It's almost like they focus on the children once again because they're more impressionable, and with very few adults in order to be complicit in it. You only have to go through one generation before it's a whole new narrative with everyone. You see, you have to wonder, where did these orphans come from? Where are their parents? Where are the adults in these child labor factories? How come you don't have adults working in them? How come you don't? Where are they at? You know, and you could float the idea that, well, it was cheaper or some shit like that, but in all reality, the adult would be able to do the more efficient work, you would think, than the children. Yet
Sure.
It was very prevalent. So I have to wonder, you know, it's like, where did all the adults go? What really happened? You know, you see some crazy shit, like, you know, the catacombs under Paris, right?
Well, were there during this time of the orphan trains and everything, were there also correlating wars going on at the same time?
Nothing to the magnitude that would produce that many orphans at one time. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you had your Franco-Prussian War, and you had your Napoleonic War, and of course, here in the United States, we had the War of 1812. All of these things happening simultaneously around the world, almost like a world war, but different factions fighting for different things. You had Napoleon and Wellington. You had the United States and the British under the command of Rothschild. Incidentally, the Bank of England sent those fucking troops, not the king. You know, a lot of these things happening all around the world, and even up into the upheaval of World War I. It almost seems to be like one rolling type of cataclysm. But I don't know. I don't think there would be enough to actually account for that many orphans, you know, that there wouldn't be actually family that could take them, that kind of thing. Yeah, Bit of Venom's talking about the Cabbage Patch Kids too. That's some shit.
Is there a number speculation of how many orphans there were?
There's varying accounts of numbers. You have to go by like the announcements of this train on this date carrying how many, you know, and that's just the ones that are recorded. Those are just the ones that are recorded. It's really, that's what I'm saying. It's so murky, so fucking murky.
So again, I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but to a very low degree. So what are the sources that these documentations are coming from?
Oh, it's found flyers, newspaper articles, periodicals of the times, photographs of hundreds of photographs. There's, you know, this is what we've got to go by, of course.
So my question would be is when was this knowledge resurfaced? Because we're in a day and age now with the technology and you know, photoshopping everything, where this could be a narrative just put out.
That's absolutely possible too, but I also have to point to the idea that before this narrative ever came out, we do also have all the evidence of these things actually taking place, where the foundlings in England, purity laws being passed, where that if you were out of wedlock and had a child, the state would take them, or at least that's the cover of what they say. So we've got that. And also, like I said, the literature that comes out of that time that we see the mention in that is a cool ass bong. Is that a vaporizer, Mitch?
Oh yeah, it's a Puffco.
Is it a oh, okay, cool. That's a neat looking. I like it.
It's a dab bong.
I got you. Pretty nice. That's pretty crazy looking. It light up. It looked like it lit up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
nice. I like
cool.
that.
You can control the temperature and everything.
Space weed, dude. Space weed. But you know, some of the literature of the time, like I'm saying, the Charles Dickens books, the works, you know, some that people are more familiar with. There's always orphans involved, and Mark Twain, other literary artists of the day.
But see now, but now you're taking what your belief and basing it on novels that were written.
Well, I'm looking also at some of the things that's in Victor Hugo's writings as well. Other classic artists of the time, Les Miserables. Okay. You know about the French Revolution. He also wrote The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Okay.
And he talks about his lament. That's been changed. He talks about his lament of the new architecture fucking up the old world architecture, even in that time. So,
but you see what I'm saying? Like they could build a narrative based off of novels that were written back then.
That's very possible. That's very possible. But I'm seeing them there. I'm seeing the emerging evidence of them almost like, okay, they're getting ready to, something's getting ready to happen again.
Yeah, and again, I want to clarify, my knowledge on this is extremely limited. So I'm just putting ideas out to kind of try to expand your thought processes from where you're coming from. Because I know with me, I'll sometimes trap myself into a certain mindset where unless someone brings up a different perspective, I'll get trapped inside of this concept that I start believing in. And I need somebody else to bring a different concept to my mind to say, okay, that now I need to reanalyze this whole situation because I was getting trapped inside of something because I was obsessing over the information that I was gathering and starting, whether or not it was true, I was starting to believe that it was true without factual evidence. That's all.
I'm looking at these pieces and things, and there's a lot of people really working on this. If you ever get a chance, go over to Martin Leedke's channel, Flat Earth British. He's got and stuff.
That's who you remind me of, man. You're the American version of him.
I take that as a compliment, then.
Yeah, I've spent many hours over there listening to him.
It's interesting. He's
full of a very unique perspective. He's got a lot of good information.
Given the bits and pieces that you can put together this narrative, this idea, and then applying it to what we're seeing right now, there's obvious depopulation agenda taking place. They are focusing heavy duty on the kids, pushing their agenda heavy duty on the youngest kids possible. right? Despite the protests of the parents, they don't give a fuck for some reason what you think or what you try to do. They're going to do it any fucking way, which tells me only one thing. They plan on getting rid of us.
Well, there's
So
a
are they
worldwide Marxism going on.
What's that?
In my view, in my perspective, I see a worldwide Marxist revolution kind of going on with the ideas that are being pushed in the way that they're trying to change society. It's all a Marxist type
It definitely will.
civilization that they're trying to push. You know,
And it's going to be small.
Across the
It's
world.
going to be small. They don't need us. They have automation.
Yeah, they don't need us anymore. Yeah, you're
Now,
right.
have you seen that thing where they about the automated birthing center?
No, I
That
have.
they're coming out with? Oh yeah, you'll be able to genetically select what characteristics you want your child to have in an artificial womb. You'll be able to put up, this whole.
I know that they are. You know, I've heard about the being able to take certain genes out of embryos or whatever, so that way when a baby's born, it's not going to have certain diseases. You know, from what they say. Who knows whether or not that's true? So I know that there's.
Shit. Damn it! I wanted to show that there's this thing. It's a whole ad for it, and they've got it hooked up to an app on your phone where you can check in and look at your baby while it's growing, and you can wear a vest and feel when it moves and kicks and shit because it's virtual reality. And
to me, there's just a certain sickness and all that's just unfathomable.
Well, they're selling it as a solution for those that, you know, are having trouble conceiving, you know, they wouldn't be able to carry a baby to term and shit like that. That's how they're selling it, the idea. But you know that this is going to be, and then they talk about an elite package where you can pick the eye color you want and everything.
Yeah, that's stuff I've heard about. That's
so. Well, we've already started to do this. When I was growing up, there every so often there would be a child around in the neighborhood or that you knew of that had what was called Down syndrome, right? And I'll tell you something. Those people are like fucking special. They really are. We look at them like they're retarded, but they're on a different wavelength, man. They are. They're really
autistic children.
And, you know, you don't see them anymore. You know why? Because they detect it in the womb and fucking dispose of the baby before it can be born. We've gone to that now.
Yeah, that's.
You know, I mean, do we really have the right to do that? No, I don't believe so. Everything has its purpose, man. But every time man wants to play God, he fucks it up. And there's case in point right there. So I only see disaster coming from artificial birthing machines. And they're even talking about you can have one in your own home. Now, how far from an incubator baby is that? It's the same thing. It's just redone for the 21st century for when they're getting ready to do this shit again. I'm telling you, they're getting ready to wipe out about 95% of us.
Well, I mean, people talk about like these things that have happened over and over and over again in time. I mean, maybe isn't it a possibility of this is just God showing man don't play God?
You'd think we'd learn by now. We tried to fuck with corn, we fucked it up. We tried to fuck with wheat, we fucked it up. Every time we do it and we start eating it, something new comes about. Oh, now we got leaky gut syndrome. How does BT corn work? Oh, that's right. It has a biotoxin that causes the insect stomach to explode. Now we have a new disease called leaky gut syndrome. Wonder if it's connected. We've got a new thing called gluten intolerance. Where's that coming from? People have been subsisting on wheat for thousands of years, and all of a sudden people are fucking allergic to wheat? Are you shitting me? Because we fucked with it. We got little girls growing tits at 9 years old. Why? Because of the hormones in the meat and the food. I live right in poultry area, right? They industrial chicken growing going on right around me. They go through there and they turn a chick to a fryer in 5 weeks. 5 weeks from a little hatchling to those big ass fucking chickens you see in the supermarket. They feed them. They don't let them sleep. They're awake 24 hours a day. All they do is eat and drink hormone-laden feed. So then they come through after 5 weeks. They gather up all the chickens, run them off to the rendering plant. Then they come in with Bobcat front end loaders and they scoop up all that chicken shit, all that chicken litter. You know what they do with it? They take it off and mix it with the cattle feed because it's got so much hormones in it. And they feed chicken shit with hormones in it to the cows. You are what you eat. You are what you eat. These are the reasons for the biblical laws of food cleanliness. Why you don't eat scavengers, because they eat shit. And you are what you eat. That type of thing. And so consequently, that's in your food. So these hormones, it's in the growth hormones that are in the dairy cows to make them give all the milk all the time, right? So these little girls are developing. By the time they turn 17 years old, their pituitary gland shuts down and they turn into fat asses. And this is what's going on in our society right now. People are eating something that they think is food, that is not food, that is turning them into the most obese nation in the world.
Well, wasn't there some experiment done with I think it was rats or whatever, that they were feeding them processed foods, and it got to the point where they gave them like natural food, and the rats ended up dying because they wouldn't eat the natural food because of what was in the processed foods. Like they become like it became like something that they couldn't even eat, like the natural stuff. Something weird like that.
Yeah. We do the same thing, man. It changes your whole taste buds. I mean, they're putting a thing in there, monosodium glutamate, and it fools your taste receptors. That's all it's doing. It's fucking with your brain. That's why it gives some people headaches and migraines if they ingest it, because it's fucking with your brain. It's a neurotoxin. But we call it a flavor enhancer. We sell it as accent at the store. You can sprinkle that shit on your food and eat it. It's insane. We got paint thinner in kids' food, man. In the sweet cereals. Look on there. There's what is that shit called? Try TCP. Look for TCP on your kids' cereal. Trisodium phosphate. TSP. Trisodium phosphate.
There's also the titanium oxide as well that they're putting in certain things that apparently, number one, it can cause cancer, and number two, it can change the genetic structure of people. There's something. There's a lawsuit against like Skittles, Starburst, the Bear Paws for Kids, and a few other things with this stuff where there's allegations of it causing cancer, and genetically modified things in there that will change the structure of your DNA, which is weird.
Isn't it weird how they want to change our DNA so fucking bad? They're really concerned with our DNA, and that's about one of the remarkable things of this creation is that DNA. And they just want to get in there and fuck with it and own it. They want to own it. Don't you understand? That's how they own corn. You can't just own corn. I can't just patent corn. But if I change its genetic structure, now I can, because it's now my creation. So
I used to have the evidence for this. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
What happens when you change your DNA to a patented form of DNA that's owned by a corporation? Doesn't that essentially make you their property, mind, body, and soul?
I used to have the patent number on hand. It was patented by the CDC in like 2003, I think. Though
of the patent on what?
They're basically manipulating the DNA and patenting. They're putting a patent on that.
Yeah.
And you're right. That's how they're claiming. That's one way they're claiming ownership. Another one of their sick ways. I better be careful what I say, but
Well, relate that to the sovereign movement, right? Because when you claim outside of your corporate fiction, right, to be a living flesh and blood man free upon the land, well, if your DNA is owned by a corporation, guess what? That's not true anymore, is it? I mean, how does that work out? How would that play out?
You're right.
Listen, they're sneaky. They're sneaky as fuck, man. And that's why I'm saying that thing about where you send it in to see where you're from and all that shit, that's all bullshit. They just give you the results you probably want to hear, and they're cataloging your DNA. Why?
Well, just do you see the thing about the third DNA strand and how I think I might get the number wrong here, but it's like 72,000 gene pairs in each DNA strand, and they're trying to add a third, and then when you take the 3 and when you add it all up, it comes out to where if you multiply it by the 3 strands, I think it's 72 times 3, which is like, anyways, somehow it all ends out that the number ends up to be 666 or 600, 6.
Dude, they throw that number. They throw that number all around. Newton came up with his idea for gravity in 1666. Sabbatai Zetti the rabbi declared himself the Antichrist in 1666. We got the Earth going around the sun at a 66,600 miles an hour, right? You got 66.6 feet of curvature in 100 miles.
And Earth is,
or in 10 miles. You know, it's like
Earth
the tilt.
The 24.4 degree axis, and the opposite to get to 90% would be 666. 24.4 degree axis. That's what the Earth is tilted at. 24.4.
66 degrees. I mean, it's all over the thing. I mean, even if people can't really look at it, it's in words, man. Vibrations mean something. So here you are spinning around in a soul lure system, man.
on a planet.
Well, what is a planet? A planet is a small subsection of a larger, greater plane. That's, you know, perhaps, yes, the known Earth is a planet, and there may be other planets out beyond us in the outer spaces on this plane. Extra terra. People that would be on that extra land or extra terra would be what? Extraterrestrials? You know, maybe that's where we get our shit fed to us from. That book from 1901 called The Iron Republic, the society that this guy described that he visited had all the shit that we have right now. Cell phones, maglev trains, flat screen TVs.
I'm gonna go lay down. I'm fucking tired. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm fading myself bad.
Yeah, I gotta get off here too, man. I gotta go to bed. My dogs are looking at me like I'm crazy.
All right, guys. I'm out.
This is all coincidences.
Right. I will be backstage. Goodbye.
Hey, Sovereign, you still doing delete laws videos? I'd seen some of your stuff before. I wasn't sure. I watched a couple months back. I watched a few of your things, and I know that there's other people as well that are.
It was like watching All My Balls. You know, it's like, how many times can I watch this buffoon do the same fucking thing over and over and over and over and over? You know, I have to admit, I used him to get a big enough following so I could get circulation, you know, and I gradually started talking about what I want to fucking talk about, you know.
Well, I respect the fact that you admit that. That's, you know, someone else's detriment isn't always, I guess, honorable per se. Yeah. But the fact that you're coming out and saying that you were using it so you could grow your channel or whatever, I mean, I respect the fact that you come out and admit it at least.
it was kind of like this, you know, and I let it purposely be done because right behind me, when I didn't use a backdrop like this, I have a Gleason's map. Everybody goes, oh, flat Earth map. It's a fucking AE projection map. You know, it hung in the library in Philadelphia, for Christ's sake. And it's much like maps that are used today for navigation. So people would see that and they started talking about that. But I was like, you know, my whole thing was, yeah, this Chili guy's a real asshole and the world's flat. You know, people are like, what? You know, they're like, yeah, you know, go on some more about that and throw some other shit. You know, everything they tell you in the fucking news is a lie. Watch this thing I found, you know. And so I started segueing over into what I wanted to talk about. And so the ones that want to stay, that's cool. If you don't want to, that's cool too. Because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to, and dude, I can go back in my videos and look at the view counts. And it's amazing how much people want to see the fucking mess. They want to see the drama. They want to see the bullshit. And where I'd get like 1,000, 2,000 views if I did something making fun of Chili, but then I do another video about something important on the truth spectrum, and it's like 500 views, 300
Yeah,
views.
I watched him a little bit a couple years back, but I sensed that there was something amiss about him. and you know, I don't know what is and what isn't true, but something never sat right with me as well. Watching it seemed something really inauthentic about him.
My son and I, the one with,
what's that?
You know, I started watching. He and I had been discussing a lot of this stuff over the phone and everything, and as it would happen, I was looking through some a law book. Actually, I was looking through Black's Law, and I saw Chili come up on the fucking thing. He was doing one of his lessons with his chart with the Supreme Court and shit behind him, and he starts talking, and I was like, I'm half listening to him, and I'm like, wait a minute, that ain't right. Well, give him the benefit of the doubt. People can make mistakes. That's cool, whatever. But then I started listening to him. I was like, I don't know, man. So I had my son listen. I said, what do you think, man? He says, I don't know. He said, I think that dude's about half full of shit. Well, about that time was when he went to Ironton, Ohio to go and confront the police about the Tim and Sarah story, you know? And I watched that fucking train wreck, right? And how I got in touch was I was watching, and there was a guy there. He was $30,000 behind in his child support. I sent him money on his Cash App. You know, I felt bad for him. He thanked me, gave me his number, and I had been talking to him, the guy that was needing the money. Well, he was in contact with Chili. Well, Chili got himself arrested for that fucking no trespassing, or for that trespassing charge that he was in the town hall. And I was like, oh my God. So I was like, I can help him. Let me show you what you need to do. It's a simple thing, man. So I told the dude, I says, have him get a hold of me. And I says, I can help him. So he got a hold of me. He said, what's up? And I told him about some shit regarding the UCC and how you can discharge that with your trusts and blah, blah, blah. Didn't hear nothing back from him. And I thought, well, you know, either do it or don't. I don't care. You know, he wants to be the big duck in the puddle. Do what you got to do. Well, then he did that video where he just talked shit about the judge the night before he was supposed to go to court. Talked all kinds of mad shit about the judge and all this other fucking bullshit. And then he doesn't go to court. He absconds. So I texted him. I said, dude, you look like a fraud. You're a puss. Next thing I know, this dude sends me a torrent of threats of gay rape and sodomy, along with gay porn, just boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, why do you have that available on your phone, man? What the fuck are you doing? Right? And so I was like, dude, this is no good. This is no bueno. I am definitely going to show people what you're about. So I made a quick video on my phone. It got some traction, and I was like, you know what? This is kind of fun. I'm going to start doing this a little bit. And then I used it as a segue to get into the shit that I wanted to talk about. And now I'm sitting here with a dual screen system that I've put together, and, you know, kind of doing my thing and having a good time, meeting some cool people. And Mitch, listen, I want to apologize for that bullshit before. It's just fucking horseshit.
Not necessary, man, or I'll feel bad and feel like I have to apologize. It's no hard feelings, man. It's
Yeah. Well, no, I do apologize. So I just want you to know
Hey,
that.
Mitch and I have had our run-ins too, so it's.
yeah. I'm an emotional person. I
it's
struggle with communication, man. I get it. No apology necessary. It's what tells me that I don't know.
I get
It
it.
gives
No
me
apology necessary. It's
Hey, look who's here. Look who the fuck is here.
I know.
The guy whose stream it is finally shows up.
We'll find out if I'm in trouble or not.
And look
But
out here.
no, man, I think it's cool that we can butt heads and still shake hands and move on at the end of the day, man. I'd be happy to fucking buy you a beer if I ran into you, give you a hug. It's no hard
I'll
feelings.
take the hug. I don't drink. I quit drinking.
I don't drink either, really. I took a swig because I was born yesterday, but, you know, on that date, allegedly, you know, so I just, you know, it had
check out my stream on alcoholism. I did, man. How alcohol, what it is basically the esoteric aspect of alcohol. It's really pretty poignant, pretty interesting shit. I quit drinking almost 12 years ago. And it wasn't until I had like a really heavy duty spiritual experience, which was a year into not drinking, which I look at was just abstinence, you know. And during that spiritual experience, man, it was so crazy. I had this download that taught me the nature of alcohol, what it is, plus answers to all kinds of fucking questions about all kinds of different shit, information, things for me. I mean, it was just like this huge fucking Akashic record download all at one time. It's hard to explain. It was just like somebody just fucking crammed a bunch of shit into my brain. And it left me with a little gift, which was a revulsion to the smell or taste of alcohol. Somebody starts using that hand sanitizer shit. I'm like, damn, get that fucking shit. It just makes me sick. Makes me feel sick to my stomach. So I look at that as like kind of a gift, but also absolutely not one bit of a desire to imbibe any alcohol. I was left with. So it was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I've never desired it. I got a DUI like right near my 21st birthday, and I partied a little in high school and stuff, but I never got into it.
I got 6.
I got one, and it cost me like 15 grand, man. It's like, no way, I'm not doing this shit again.
Dude, I got a total of 6 in my career of drinking.
Oh no. See, I've never had a problem with substance abuse, luckily. I do have an addictive personality, but man, I've just always been able to have a good hold on it.
Dude, it was it had me by the nuts hard, you know. And pride is one of the things that gets you hard with it too, because it's hard to accept, especially if you don't know what it really is. It's hard to accept that some kind of a fucking object can have that much control over your life. And then you break it down and you start looking at it and you're like, holy shit. Yeah. Just even the anticipation of Friday, you know, something as simple as that, how much shit revolved around drinking, you know. I look at it back now in my younger days. I kept a job so I could drink, not so I could live. You know what I mean? I would live at the bare minimum in order so that I could drink. You know, I don't know. It's a sick fucking thing, and it's operated by lower level entities, low level entities. I saw them in that DMZ, man. I saw those little low level fucks, and these days they're afraid.
I've had some DMT experience, but man, it's hard to explain. I didn't see that. I've heard you and Christos talk about the levels you got to break through or whatever, but I didn't have that experience. it was just a fucking pure ride in light.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just describe it like I saw God and fucking came back and everything was cool 15 minutes later. I don't fucking know.
It feels like refreshed, you know?
Oh yeah. I felt good for 6 months. I struggled with mental health issues for many years, but
Fucking vision all crisp. Hearing is really fucking acute. And this tingling in my crown, like this tingling, not unpleasant, just kind of like a vibration, like going for a long time. Yeah, I think that's a tool everybody's supposed to do at some point in time. That's why they keep it from us so badly.
Well, it's in our bodies. The question is whether or not are we able to access it. I've never tried it.
You ever had a dream?
Of course.
There you go. Yeah, you did.
I think the natural experience. I had a shamanic experience, so it was it was a guided experience. But the natural I've heard is way better. Anyways, it's like taking a shortcut. It doesn't really. You don't get the full experience if you do the drugs. That's what I've heard from the shaman directly.
Are you talking about ayahuasca? Or are you talking about the natural DMT or synthetic?
Yeah, natural. It was natural. But
the ayahuasca's on my bucket list. Definitely on my bucket list.
Yeah, but doesn't that make you like?
I didn't do the ayahuasca. No, that might be a little out of my league. I'm kind of a lightweight. I love mushrooms, but I've only done them a few times. I mean, I did micro dosing for a month straight. That helped. Did me good.
Oh yeah, listen, I think it was a Harvard study found that psilocybin mushrooms actually grow brain cells. So, listen, it's helped people with what they have diagnosed as schizophrenia. People have been cured from heroin addiction, all manner of addictions, cocaine, alcohol, myself. Very profound, very profound. They're definitely a tool. They're to be used. I found that every time, whether I've just taken them for recreational or purposeful as a spiritual journey, every time it's a learning experience. I find it to be a learning experience in one way or another. Mostly, I learn a lot of things about myself, which I think is important because the world that we perceive is basically a reflection of ourselves anyway. That's where we get the perceptions.
All right, fellas. I appreciate you guys' conversation tonight. Glad I came up and shared some ideas and got to hear what you guys have to say, but I'm fading quick, so.
Well, thanks for mellowing us out, man. I appreciate you,
brother.
Mediating.
Yeah, I try not to get involved with drama, even though you and I have had a couple drama experiences, but I usually do try to stay away from it, because it's in some aspects it's unhealthy.
Yeah, that's why I don't like. I was over at Paul. I was over at Paul, and usually I used to like to listen to Paul's shit, but when it turns into one of those yelling shit shows back and forth at each other, it's like, man, this is just cortisol, man. I was having a mellow night the other night, and let's see what they're talking about. And I'm like, oh my God, come on, what's going on with these? Come on, y'all, quit. I just felt like just knocking everybody's head together and saying, just fucking stop for a minute and focus, So I just left out of there. I just didn't want to have to fucking deal with it, There's too much crappy shit going on anyway, and the more we feed into it, the more crappy it becomes, I think we give it attention and we stay focused on, instead of looking at, okay, like it's easy to say, well, Sav, you're focused on this, that, and the other, and that's kind of negative. And it's like, no. What I'm doing is I'm looking for patterns. What happened before, and how does that correlate to the patterns I'm seeing happening now? I have this gift where I can see patterns, and I can look back at events and I can see patterns. and similarities, and it's sort of like I can see how they run the same script over and over and over to the point where something happens. I almost know exactly what's going to happen next, because there's nothing new under the sun. They've done this over and over and over and over and over, and they keep trying to run the same game. The difference is people are getting wise to it now. People are starting to wake up. The spell isn't working on them anymore, and they can't figure it out. They know it's only a short period of time before everybody, or at least the vast majority of people, wake the fuck up. And so they got to put the hammer down as quick as possible. That's why I think that they're maybe going to try another thing like what happened, I believe, in the 19th century. Like some kind of we're already seeing evidence of the weather manipulation. Come on. You got these 6 and 7 point earthquakes hitting all over the place around the earth, everywhere. Just had one hit recently with tsunami warnings in Taiwan. Another one off the coast of California.
Hey, good night, guys.
All right, good night.
Sorry to interrupt. Good night.
And although people don't get impacted necessarily directly by like these events, they still cause chain events that do affect them, like the volcanoes, the shit that they throw up into the atmosphere to block out sunlight. These supercell
happen naturally, though, right?
What is it?
That shit's gonna happen naturally too, though, right?
Right, but I think what they're doing too is you see these supercell storms that are happening.
No, I totally agree. I think the ghost satellite is manipulating. Maybe that's the wrong satellite. I might be confusing it now. I'm having second thoughts, but there's a satellite. No, it's the Rex. It's something Rex.
Well, but, I know people focus on the HARP array.
But yeah, they're totally manipulating the sun, probably the chemistry there to create. It looks like so here's my layman's perspective of it is like this satellite was designed to go in and analyze, it's supposed to go in and like kiss the sun, get as close as scientifically possible or whatever to the sun to analyze it, like when it's detecting a solar flare or whatever. But what it appears to me is it's creating that shit. And I believe there are some evidences to support that idea. I don't know if anyone's really talking about it. There were some people talking about it that don't talk about it anymore, but they've been also silenced, attempted, like Dutch Sense, I wish Dutch and Ben Davidson from Suspicious Observers, I wish they got along. Man, because I feel like they could collaborate. I don't understand why they're not on the same team. Truth,
I don't know. Sometimes egos clash. It's sort of like in the flat Earth community. Some of the
it's like we just butted heads. It doesn't mean either one of us are bad. It should happen.
Well, see, like in the flat Earth community, very great, excellent information by Eric Dubay. However, he just doesn't seem to get along with a lot of the other flat earthers. He's kind of a maverick. He's on his,
what's his name? He kind of came from the Leak Project, Camp of Leak Project, right? Eric Dubay.
No, he's just kind of out on his own. He's really got some great information.
Does he have a bald head?
No.
Okay.
No. He's got a real soft spoken voice. It's almost hypnotic.
No, probably not him.
It's almost a hypnotic voice, but I suggest look at his information. But like that shit with the sun, see, I look at some of that. I don't think the sun we see is actually the actual sun. I think it's an apparent sun. I think what we're seeing is like a projection of the actual sun.
Oh man, maybe because I couldn't have this conversation with very many people, man. Maybe I could try and pull something up. I'm gonna see if it looks like. I don't know if you have like 15 minutes, but
I don't. I actually got to get off of here.
Okay. Well, just real quick, man. There's a guy like Goj Vlo. I couldn't even pronounce it. I'll try and spell it. I don't even know if I could do that. It's like Goj, like Godge. VLAMSTE or something like that.
Mhm.
But he has a real unique perspective on that kind of aligns with what you're getting at.
Well,
If
if you think about it, you can like if you and I both were standing in two locations, like even 10 feet apart, right? And let's just say we had a mirror in front of us and the sun's behind us reflecting onto it.
yeah, red
If I
red
said,
and blue lasers with
well, the
an
thing would be like
overlay
if we had a
projector.
third person, if we had a third person
I
say,
get it,
okay,
dude.
go up
I
and
know what you're
draw,
saying.
right?
I've
We
heard you.
draw two different places. We'd see the sun in two different places.
It fucking makes sense.
You know, so we only see it like in that one thing. It's almost, I look at it kind of like this. I think it's a point of energy, and almost like, if you will, like, okay, when you take a magnifying glass and you know how you can burn leaves with it, if you focus the beam, you tighten the beam down, right? So what happens when you pull the lens back a little bit, that beam on the ground widens out a bit, but that apex, that point of hot, is still there. That point is up here in the air now. And when I move the glass, all I've done is taken that point down to the ground. So when I bring the glass back up, that point's still there, even though you're not really seeing it. That high point of energy is still there, where that apex of the light refracts at. So I kind of look at it along those lines, like it's coming in from somewhere else, but we see it as an apparent sun. Same thing like with the moon, because the moon itself, I mean, that fucking thing, for all of its behavior, acts like almost like a projection. You know, like it's not really fucking there. You can see through it. It seems to be like translucent. It's producing its, but then you look, and then the dark spot, like where the shadow's supposedly at, I've seen stars through that. And then during a new moon, when there's no moon, as opposed to the new moon, shouldn't there be like a blacked out circle in the fucking sky? You know, where there's, blocking out stars, but you don't ever see that for about 40 hours, and then the moon starts to come into view. So where the fuck did it go?
Yeah, the ancients that have had the moon down to an exact science, if you will.
Well, I mean,
And the sun, I mean, and the stars, it's pretty fascinating. I forget. I wish I knew the like technical term, but there's still a
there's some
mechanism.
I mean, think about that. There's at 250,000 miles away, but you can, with the naked eye, see that kind of fucking detail, and then take something like a little cell phone camera and zoom in on it. Little cell phone camera zooming in on something 225,000 fucking miles away, 235 miles away, 235,000 miles away.
I don't know. Yeah,
it doesn't really make sense. It's not that far. There's no fucking way. They just don't add up, don't make no sense. Think about this too. If it's actually the shadow, if it's actually the moon passing in front of the sun during an eclipse, don't you think that the highly reflective property of the earth would light up the dark moon? I mean, think about it. The moon would be getting a full earth, so to speak, right? Because it's only making a shadow 70 miles wide. So the rest of that whole earth is reflecting back. It's 75% water, highly reflective. It should light the moon right the fuck up, right? But it don't. Stays black, and you never see it come out the other side. Yeah, that's just insane, man. It don't make no sense. So there's some other fucking shit going on. Well, anyway, I got to peace out. You have a good night. OTW News, YouTube brother. You guys have a good night. Peace.
Peace. Shouldn't use the peace sign, but that's bad habit. But I wonder if Pineal's still here or what he's doing. OTW must have fallen asleep. I guess I can pull up chat. I don't have much more to say. And getting worn out. The adrenaline's wearing off. That was exhausting. I think it's our responsibility to figure out how to communicate more effectively. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. Life is. I guess that's what makes it so beautiful. Allows us to appreciate what's good. Oh, you're still around. Trying to reload StreamYard. I don't believe you, Pineal. Log out of StreamYard, like I put in the chat. It's not that hard, man. You come in here and you're playing a bunch of games, moving everyone around, not taking people out, putting people back in. You know, so this stuff works, man. I don't know why you didn't just you type something in private chat, which means you joined the studio on another account. You're probably your Sean of the source account or whatever. I don't know why you didn't just log out of that account and log in under Pineal Power, you know? The shit you're doing doesn't make sense if you think about it. So to expect anyone to make sense of it is crazy. The shit you're doing doesn't make sense if you think about it.
This shit is so trash.
Why don't you learn? I love you, brother. It's crazy. Why don't you learn? Forever love. Good to see you. I don't like hearing myself talk. Man, it's embarrassing. I'll try and check out the chat for a minute while he sorts out his audio stuff. You'll get the hang of it, Pineal. You're getting used to it. Whatever you're told, ignore it. That's sound advice.
Mike sucks. Got it.
Glenn couldn't get the link in time to catch Sovereign. You're slacking down there in the chat, Pineal. What happened? You just like dramas for bitches. I love it. Much love to you, Austin. Be well. Yeah, insults are stupid. We gotta learn just to communicate about the facts. That's why, you know, like all these theories, man, they really muddy the water. It's hard enough to process the facts. You know, it's like troubleshooting. You know, I look at it like Pineal Powers troubleshooting problems. You know, he doesn't focus on what the problem is, so he can't ever figure it out. It's just this constant revolving cycle of problems. You know, it's like, man, when you get something figured out, you stick with it. You know, you can tweak it a little bit. If something goes wrong, you go back, you tweak something else. You know, it's like, you know, a process of elimination, I guess. There's no reason to keep cycling on the same problem. You know, I think the people that are out here in this like truth movement or whatever it's all apparently bullshit, man, because the truth, the you know, there's your truth, my truth, and the truth, right? And they're all different. And I don't think I think the truth is beyond our comprehension. So we're just gonna be fucking chasing that dangling carrot forever, you know? So it's just our responsibility. All this sensationalism around all that bullshit is, you know, I don't know. To me, it's starting to get easy, you know, because I guess I'm an easy fucking scapegoat, cop out fucking excuse for, you know, drama, because, you know, I am passionate and whatever, and I do speak my mind, and I do regurgitate information sometimes, but I really focus hard on trying to have original thoughts, and it challenges people's perspectives often because I don't subscribe to any like official narrative or anything. Yeah, I try not to have a belief system. You know, I catch myself having beliefs sometimes, but I try to correct that. And, you know, it's just really weird to me. There's a lot of problems out here that are going to be helping others figure out their problems. And it doesn't fucking make sense. You know, it's the blind leading the blind, you know. And we start getting in these little shouting matches, and I guess we're just barbaric, you know, but I don't know. We found a way to forgive in our hearts, which is equitable, honorable, but this eye for an eye shit makes the whole world blind, right? You know, we have no reason to be fighting over any of this. If we can't realize that's exactly what they want, then we're immature. We're too immature to be communicating about this shit. You know, and maybe by we I mean I don't know, but maybe I'm only projecting. But I feel like it takes two to tango, and you know, I do my best to take responsibility for my part in it. And on that note, I was wrong. I misspoke, and um, I basically gave the antonym for delineate. So I was wrong on that part. You know, so look, man, if I can be right half the time, I'm happy. That's great. I don't have to be right. I hope I'm wrong on a whole lot of shit, but I'm not gonna change my mind just because you said I'm wrong. You know, I don't fucking care what you think, right? If I fucking started Yeah, I'm not. It's just not gonna go there. No, it doesn't work for me. But yeah, that's my rant. That's my ramble. I'll do another dab with you guys. I think I cleaned out my bong. If I didn't, I failed. And I didn't. I didn't need to refresh. I have nothing against you, Austin. I mean, that fucking. Let me tell you, like, though, my biggest problem. I don't even really know. I'd have to reflect, and it just wasn't important enough for me to really give it much thought. But that was between me and Sovereign, and I feel like he and I would have been able to come to more of a peaceful, quicker resolution. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it would have got worse. But if you didn't hop in, you picked an opportune time to fucking hop on the bandwagon. That's what I'm saying. And it's like you've been holding that in. So I mean, whatever, man. I don't care. It is what it is. You think I'm a little fucking bitch boy? I think you're a fucking real tough man with your fucking tattoos. Who fucking cares, man? But in the end, I don't think either one of us would do anything to each other. Like I said, I'd be happy to give you a hug. I'd fucking smoke a joint with you. I'd, you know, buy you some coffee. I'm not out here to cause harm. I don't want anyone, like, even, like, look, I got some enemies out here on these, uh, you know, on this platform. And I don't want anything bad for them, you know? I want us to come to some sort of peaceful resolution. And in the end, that's happened with most people. And most of the people I had problems with were coming to defend one guy who had a whole bunch of subscribers because he has some power, some influence. He calls himself the Joe Rogan of the auditing community, the 1A frauditors. So it's all a fucking joke, man. All of YouTube's a joke. Like, I look at all of this as a joke. Like, if people think they're on here doing something fucking noble and fucking righteous, like, this is inherently fucking evil. Just being here. So you can't find life amongst the dead. I'm not here looking for that. And I'm hopefully here helping people realize this isn't the place to find that shit. Maybe you'll find some of it sprinkled here and there, but man, you're gonna get fucking beat down with all these negative energies. Destroy your life. I've seen it destroy families and relationships left and right. It's sad. This fucking device, this YouTube shit right here. Seen it on these panels in the last couple years, man. It's fucking people dedicate their lives thinking they're doing what's right, and they realize it was all for a fucking grift. Sad. Right. It's like I'm passionate about the truth, but like I really got nothing against any of these people. Um, I, I mean, maybe I misspoke there. Maybe I do have something against these people. Maybe I got something I got to face there. But the thing is, I got something against lies and deception and deceit, disinformation, dishonor. You know, so I was going the wrong way in chat. I guess I'll scroll back down, see what's happening, because shut down. That sounded violent. Doing the program inside the community, same tactics. Yeah, I get it. I see it left and right. That's why I don't think any of them are good unless I got some evidence. It's like, yeah, I get it. You're exactly right. And there are a lot of fucking, I don't know how to word this. Like, I'll try and articulate it like this. It's like Satan, you know, Satan can come in a pretty little dress. It don't fucking matter. It's still Satan. That shit can come all fucking dolled up, looking pretty and shit, but it probably ain't all that. I don't know if that made any sense. I'm just rambling. I don't know if any of that made sense. I don't even know what I'm saying. It just comes and goes. And I just got to go with the flow. So, but I'll rap with you guys a little bit longer while I try and catch up. I'm just kind of scrolling down these. I'm at Forever Love. Says Mar. There are there's a lot of peeps that are still doing the program inside the community. Same tactics. Couldn't agree more. Not sure how to me as mucho stupido. I just put their name in the search under awake souls. Do that. Always work on self, don't change others. Still lots of ego in the way with most. You're good. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Forever Love. We resonated pretty good. You see it. I think we're in the same boat. I think we see eye to eye on a lot of things, and I think a lot of us, if we'd fucking let our ego down, we'd realize we got a lot more in common than we do have to fight about. I don't know what all this fighting nonsense is about, but it appears to me to be exactly what that disintegration of community and communication and networking that would be convenient for some certain entities. But I'm gonna hopefully collaborate with Paul Enslaved a little bit. We butted heads with that man, and there's still some open wounds probably on both sides that we're still over here licking our wounds for sure on my end, but but we're willing to sit down and do a little podcast together or whatever. So, you guys are welcome to join. I really genuinely only have the intentions of I know he's leaning on this for a part of his livelihood, so I respect that and honor that, and I think he has made mistakes, plenty of them, as we all have, but I think that's what those mistakes will make a certain type of man or woman very successful, because it isn't about what you have gone through, it's how you handle it. And I'm impressed. I learned a lot about myself dealing with him. I've learned some things about how the rest of all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place through him. So he's a brilliant man. He's done his homework, and he continues probably, hopefully, to be humble and not think he has it all figured out. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But what I was trying to say is I should be saving my energy for contacting him, because I promised him twice now to send him an email and coordinate that, but I failed to do so. But I'm gonna get on that. I'll get that accomplished by tomorrow. I just didn't know what I was gonna say, but I don't need to say anything. I'll just probably say, "Yo, hey, it's me. Get at me if you need to." But hopefully it'll bring about some good conversation, because that's what I'm really about. That's what I enjoy. Let's wrap it up, Mr. Mark. Yeah, let's wrap it up. And broadcast anytime, man. I'm not forcing you to stay here. You're in control. Thing. I don't watch the big channels. Yeah. No, I don't even look at subscriber count anymore. Maybe I glance at it subconsciously, but it doesn't mean shit to me, It's like that. I've seen some really fucking dirt bags, really dirty dirt bags, have very successful YouTube channels. Like one of the pioneers in the frauditing community. It's littered with sexual offenders and violent criminals. That are out here protecting our rights. Yeah, right. Learning how to protect themselves from the law, or more like it. That's some soft shit. Fucking sovereign is much more accountable to the fucking law. They got everything to lose. And their fucking balls are on the line. They don't have the state as a mediator to protect them. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Hopefully it makes sense. But I'm here. I'm ready to wrap up. OTW News. If you're still here, good night. Quality Conversations. Hi, Neil. If you're still here, good night. I hope you get your shit figured out. But I have a feeling this is going to be a running theme with you until you can find a way to really get some self-control, man. I struggle with things too. But you gotta learn how to get a hold of that. If I just fucking lived carelessly, it would be pretty reckless, Pretty destructive, I would imagine. Yeah. Hopefully you don't know, because I don't even know what I just said. But good to see you forever, love. Glad you found your way around here. I haven't lost all hope in Pineal. I think he can pull it together. He just needs to get out of. That's the last point. I'm gonna end it on this note. You know, uh, that's what fueled the passion behind. I think that might be like definitely a major underlying issue in this realm. Maybe that people aren't. I don't know a good way to say this, but real simply, it's just like people are lost. Like, when I was first waking up, it almost brought on like a lot of anger, like almost a manic state. Like I just had to learn more and more and more and more. But really, once you learn so much, it's like, all right, well, shit's really fucked up. What do I do now? And like I'm past that. It's like, oh, that's what I do. Oh, fuck. I can do that and that and that and that and that and that. There's a lot of shit to do. And we better get to work if we want to fix what's wrong. And sitting around on YouTube talking about what's wrong doesn't fix shit. So I understand it has a potentially beneficial aspect to it, but it's not all good. So I see a lot of these tactics that are hard to describe because you don't want to misspeak or falsely accuse and whatever, you know. So for the sake of accuracy and the love of the truth, um, which is God, which is really beyond our comprehension, you know, which is love, which is everything. So if God is everything, and what is everything? Everything is energy. That's just a very simple, fundamental, logical explanation of it all. And you know, beyond that, it's like shit. That's my personal journey. It's like I really don't owe anyone an explanation. I don't mind talking about it a little bit, but I'm not going to labor to go into detail because it's my personal journey, and it's not going to be the same for you or anyone else. So everyone's on this journey, you know, but everyone's in a different place. So we got to respect that. And it was really hard. Like I was fighting with family, you know, fucking cops were getting called from own family and shit because we were fighting, you know, over the truth. You know, and that was a huge failure. But I was so pissed off, like why other people didn't just fucking get it. It was so obvious. But it was a failure to communicate. It's all it was. You know, so everything's all good now, and you know, I respect where they're at on their journey, and if I have factual information and details and I can communicate it effectively, they're happy to hear it. And that's all I could ask for. 'Cause I think with the proper information, people will make better choices, and that's life. And it's not about being perfect. We all fuck up, and I think the most successful people will fuck up the most. And don't be scared to fail. It's a learning opportunity. And that's all I got. Only Most High can look in your heart. No man can. That's the truth. So use your heart to follow your mind, and hopefully you'll find the way. Not all who wander are lost. There's a lot of truth that you're on another level. I wish a lot more people saw like you. I guess I gotta wrap it up. I wish you would just kick me out. I'm ready to go, but I'm happy to communicate when we're resonating. It's good. Pardeo. Come on, man. Tell me what it's doing. I could help you fix it, but start over. I need a fresh mind, anyways. I'm gonna roll out. Are you gonna kick OTW news, or am I in control of this ship? I gotta fucking leave before you shut it down. Been wrong so many times, yeah. Me too. I'm wrong all the time, a lot. But I am constantly processing, willing to change my mind. It's just not based on what another man tells me. It's based on what I've experienced and what I can discern from what other people are talking about and what I can study. I got a bunch of old books that even these old books I'm finding are fucked up. So much subjective reality presented as truth. And it's just people's perspectives. Maybe it was the best truth, and it's interesting. You can't worship these people. It's just, you gotta realize it. Everything. It's all just perspective. It's from their view. It's why all these religions tell the same story from in their own terminology, with some variations because of whoever was in control saw it another way. But it's all basically the same. All right, I'm out. Much love, forever love, and catch up with y'all later. I'm gonna roll out.
Alrighty then. I don't even know if this is working, but in a very interesting fucking stream. And by that, I mean a ripe with technical difficulties fucking stream. So there's that. Yeah. Okay, this is ass. I give up. Much love. Apologize for these tech glitches, and hopefully this won't happen again. Much love and peace. Until next time. Much love. Peace. Sorry about this terrible quality stream. Terrible quality broadcast. It will only get better. It can only get better. So, yeah. Seven hours and 7 minutes with 7 people watching, and so peace out. And we're going to need to get a better picture for Mr. Pat here. That's what I think. Because Guy Fawkes is supposedly a Jesuit. Anyway, love this. Talk to you soon. Wow, it's 4:44, 7 hours and 7 minutes, and some people are watching, and I'm ending it. So peace. I love you all.